Gain power, destabilize, bring capitalism into the monstrous utopia. That's what they want, that's what they want. Abolish capitalism. These are the four rules of the woke. Negative actions, words they invoke. From pushing equality to Marxist dreams. In the dance of power, the scheme and scheme. In every move, the agenda gleams. Remember, nothing is ever as it seems. So, it's true as
Well, hey, everyone. Welcome to day one coverage of the RNC. This is The Cult. I'm Carlin Burisenko. I stream live Monday through Friday. We're going a little early today because it's the RNC. And so I've got it muted right now. There's not really much going on. In fact, let me just turn the volume down so I can actually hear myself. I know you couldn't hear the volume, but I could hear the volume and it was really loud. So basically, guys, where we're at with the RNC is they've literally just gotten done with the roll call of states to nominate, like officially nominate Trump as president. So I guess there's two things of breaking news. Number one, Trump is officially the Republican nominee now because they literally just got done with the roll call of states where basically they go through all the states and they all get up and they do a little speech and they say, we are from the great state of X, Y, B, and Z, and we have all these things that make us a great state, and we pledge our delegates to Donald J. Trump, the next president of the United States. And so that's what they've been doing for the last couple of hours. Now, I went live today because Trump was supposed to announce his VP candidate at 4:30. And then Trump jumped the gun and he announced his VP candidate early, but I think they're going to have to go through a whole other nominating process for the VP candidate. I think that's what happens. I'm not sure about that. I guess we'll see. But earlier today, Trump did nominate J.D. Vance, formerly his VP, J.D. Vance, who is in the pocket of Peter Thiel, who is in the pocket of Israel. And so I think we should all prepare ourselves for another 4 years of cucking to Israel, of getting bent over and fucked by Israel at every turn, because Trump has, with this pick, Trump has proven that he is completely cucked to Israel. Let's be honest. Trump put Israel's interest before America. This is just the way it goes. I think we all knew. And I said yesterday that my vote was Trump's to lose. I'm not happy about this pick. I'm real and what makes me really unhappy about this pick is Trump could have nominated just anyone, literally anyone. Like after like I feel like this pick is just like takes all of the love for Trump that I had out of this weekend into just like I'm just like, "Oh, he learned nothing." And people are like, "Well, it could have been Nikki Haley." I'm like, I guess. Like that's what you're gonna do to look on the bright side. You're gonna say it could have been Nikki Haley. I mean, I guess it could have been RFK Jr. I guess Brett Weinstein made a last minute appeal for it to be RFK Jr. And I'm just like, it's just like it's like Trump always fails at this. He 100% of the time fails in hiring. 100% of the time, he always makes the wrong decision. But here we are. And I guess we're going to see how it goes. And really, I'm interested to see the speeches tonight, guys. I will be doing RNC coverage all week. We will be watching the speeches into tonight. We'll check in with Nick Fuentes every once in a while he's doing. I don't know if Nick's coverage has started yet, but like whenever Nick starts doing coverage, we'll check in with him and see what he's saying. We'll be looking at leftist protests. There are thousands of leftist protesters outside the RNC, so we've got boots on the ground footage from there, like people that are actually out with the protesters. We'll take a look at that. So we're going to be covering a lot of stuff over the next several days. I hope you guys are here for it. Please make sure you mount the like button for me if you have not already. I'm just kind of keeping an eye on things. Oh, they've got a band at the RNC. Look at that. They're playing a song right now. While they're playing a song, I want to let people know that I did decide, and this was a spur of the moment decision. So I'm sorry if some of you have already bought the Trump icon shirt and you're going to feel a little bit upset with me. I did decide to bring back some old favorites of Trump merch that I've done throughout the past couple of years to the Unwoke Art store. We've got old favorites in terms of the American Gangster shirt. We've got what I think is the coolest shirt that I've ever made in the store, honestly. It's the Trump Indictment Victory Tour t-shirt, in which we've got all of the Trump indictments listed on the back, just like a concert t-shirt. That was the inspiration for that. We've got the Trump last laugh. This is actually going to, I'm going to do it like this is, I mean, is there a more perfect mug right now than the Trump always get the last laugh golden Trump mug? This is one of the best selling items ever in my store. People love this mug. It looks so cool in person. It's a great gift for any of your Trump friends or family members. That's in the store right now. And I even added back the wrapping paper. I have two different Trump wrapping papers. I've got the golden Trump wrapping paper and I've got the Trump Indictment Victory Tour wrapping paper. And I made an icon mug as well, just because every other shirt had a mug. So I was like, okay, I'll make a mug for that too. So all of that is available in the Unwoke Art store right now, guys. These designs will be just available through the week of convention, and then they're leaving the store. And so get your limited editions while you can. If you get the icon t-shirt specifically, that is 25% off. The rest are normal price. And all purchases do go to support the work I'm doing, which I, of course, really, really appreciate. Let me check back in. They're still singing a song at the convention. While they're doing that, let me show you this. This was actually, this made my heart sing. Watch what happened when Mitch McConnell came up to nominate to assign the delegates from Kentucky. Watch what happens when Mitch McConnell comes up to the microphone at the RNC. This happened like an hour ago.
Oh.
Madam Chairman, the Commonwealth of Kentucky proudly cast 46 votes for the next president, Donald J. Trump.
Poor Mitch. Poor Mitch. Resoundingly booed at the RNC the minute he stepped up to the microphone. Poor Mitch. Poor Mitch. It couldn't happen to a nicer guy, could it? Anyway, we're going to be pinging around to coverage, guys. I'm not sure exactly what's going on at the convention right now, but again, please do make sure you mount the like button for me, whether you're watching on YouTube or on Rumble. I appreciate all of you. And we're going to be just like rolling with it. Now, what I would really like to see in the speeches is, I'm going to be very interested to see how they're talking about the left. I'm going to be very interested to see if there are any sort of is there any strategy at all for beating the left? And by the left, by the way, I don't mean Joe Biden. Everyone understands that, right? Like, I know my normal viewers understand this, but I recently have gotten some new viewers on the channel. So if you're relatively new to my channel, first of all, welcome. I'm really glad you guys are here. I do try to be a voice of reason in the wilderness, and I hate both sides. I hate both sides equally. Actually, I probably hate the right more than I hate the left. So like if you're new, welcome. I hope that you will enjoy our little bastion of sanity here. I have an audience members from all sides of the aisle, and I think what brings us together is we just want to know what the truth is, and we don't want any bullshit. We don't want any nonsense. We don't want any shilling. We don't want stuff like that. So we're gonna be watching the convention together to call out the bullshit. But like, listen, man. Normally, what I do on this channel is deep dives into the far left. I know what's going on the left better than pretty much anyone else in the country. My audience knows more about what's going on the far left than any commentator or pundit that you're going to see on Twitter or on Fox News or anything like that. And so I right now think the left is winning, and that is completely separate from whether or not Joe Biden becomes president again, because whether or not Joe Biden becomes president again, it doesn't actually really matter in terms of what the left is doing in this country. And so what I want to hear out of the convention over the next couple of days, I want to know how they're going to beat back the cultural revolution in this country. What are Republicans going to do? That's what I'm going to be looking for. That's really all I care about. And I don't want to see any beholding or cuckoldry to Israel. I don't want to see can we just be honest? We're in for a lot of Republican cringe over the next couple days. We are in for Republican cringe. We're in for MAGA cringe. Like, there are a lot of boomers like boomers have put this entire convention together. You've got all these little old ladies in their red, white, and blue garb and their cowboy hats and like all this stuff, and they're all excited. I know these people. I wasn't messed with these people in 2020. It is, Aaron. It is. It's going to be rough. But you know what? We're going to get through it together, guys, because this is our duty to know what's going on in this country and how. This is just our duty, okay? Sometimes you got to do things you don't want to do. Sometimes you got to do things you don't want to do. But we have to know what's going on. We're going to cover the DNC as well, by the way. I'm going to do the same thing with the DNC. It might actually be more fun for us to watch the DNC because then we just get to rag on them all the time. Hey, Marcus, I saw your comment. It's good to see you again, bro. I haven't seen you in a while. Hope you're doing well. So, guys, we're going to hang out together. We're going to try to make the best of it. I want jokes in the chat. As a reminder, if you're new to my channel, I do have 2 rules in the chat. Number 1, don't be a dick. You will not insult me. You will not insult other people in the chat. Let's be good to each other. Direct your insults to the people on the stream, okay? You can insult anyone we're watching on the video. You can insult anyone that's not here. I don't really care. Just don't insult me. Don't insult other people in the chat. Let's all play nicely together. That way everyone can feel welcome here. And direct your angst towards JD Vance and ragging on all the boomer conservatives. That's where we're going to go. And number 2, no whining. If I ask you to stop doing something, just stop doing it. Like, if I'm asking you to stop doing something, there's a reason I'm asking you to stop doing it. And just like, let's just chill, man. Chill. It's going to be hard enough as it is getting through the RNC nonsense. And so we all got to work together here. You are banned on X, Marcus? That sucks. Can't you just create a new account? Yes, we can all whine. We can all whine about the vice presidential pick. And in fact, I think there's going to be a lot of whining today. Now, I'm pretty sure they're going to have to make some announcement about the VP, and they're going to have to go through this entire they're going to have to do some announcement about the VP soon because the announcement was supposed to come at 4:30. And so at least that's what I heard earlier. Who knows if that's actually true anymore. Yeah, the GOP was nominee was almost assassinated 44 hours ago, and there are boomers playing in a band at the RNC. I mean, can we expect nothing less? Well, I mean, he got the cavalcade of booze that he deserved, though, didn't he, Gloria? See, this is Mitchell. I'm gonna admonish you. This is what every fucking Republican does every time I point out to them that JD Vance is a cuck for Israel. Who would I have liked to see as VP? Vivek. This is what Republicans do every time. Every time you inform Republicans that they make shitty candidate choices, they go, "Who would you rather have?" Vivek. I would rather have Vivek. 19 ways from Sunday, I would rather have Vivek. On every possible level, I would rather have Vivek. And if I can't have Vivek, can we quit Thomas Massey? I would have taken fucking Thomas Massey. Rand Paul? I would have taken Rand Paul. That would have been an acceptable choice. Can we please, and if we can't have anyone good, can we please just not have someone that is bent over and cocked for fucking Israel? Like, am I asking too much? Can we please not have someone that is sucking the dick of Israel? Just like, and for all those people who are like, well, Vivek has no experience and that's why it couldn't have been Vivek. Oh, fuck Tulsi. Fuck Tulsi. Tulsi is an inauthentic shill who will say whatever she needs to say. No. She's even, Tulsi Gabbard would have been even more offensive to me than JD Vance. Yeah, but Vivek is brown and talks like Obama. Well, and everyone's that's what they said about Vivek, right? They were like, Vivek doesn't have any experience. JD Vance has been a senator for like 2 fucking years. JD Vance's first elected office is the United States Senate 2 years ago. So don't fucking tell me that the deal breaker between him and Vivek was JD Vance had so much more experience as a politician. The vice president is like a ceremonial role at best. The vice president doesn't even do anything. The vice president, the only job of the vice president is to break a tie in the Senate if there's a tie. That's pretty much it. This is a symbolic choice. And then the vice president really gets to craft the role in whatever way they want to. And yeah, Byron, I would have taken, I think I probably would have been okay with Byron Donalds because I think he's feisty. I think, he's young. I like that he's black. Anyway, we've got an Israel first VP candidate, which means Trump is completely cucked to Israel. And we all just need to accept that. And that sucks. And I think we should all be making as much noise as possible to, I mean, quite frankly, the only way that Trump changes direction with anything is if he feels public peer pressure to do so. Can we just be honest about this? Trump right now is making decisions based on what the media is telling him to do. He's making decisions based on the backlash to Project 2025, and he's denouncing Project 2025, which is actually a really good thing. Project 2025 is basically like a hiring database of America First loyalists. Trump is denouncing it. He's pissing a lot of good people off by doing that. But the reason he's denouncing it is because he's bending the knee to the media and he doesn't want bad press. That's why. And so we know what Trump's triggers are. We know that the thing that will make Trump change direction is public fucking outrage. So we should be better about doing that. We need to be on his ass. Trump is absolutely going to win. Like, unless he fucks up majorly, Trump is going to win the presidency. And I like it as a symbol. I do. I said this yesterday and I'll say it again, and we're kind of just waiting for the RNC to start up again so we can see what they're doing next, guys. So I'm just talking at this point. After what happened this weekend with Trump getting shot, I think it changed a lot of things, and I think that Trump now needs to be elected as a symbol, and I think it's a giant middle finger to the establishment. And so I'm not like, I'm okay with it. I wasn't going to vote for Trump. I'm now much closer to voting for him than I was, but I'm really disappointed by this VP choice. I'm really disappointed, and I'm having to work through some feelings on that. And everyone's just going to have to allow me to work through some feelings on that. I think a lot of people are disappointed by this choice. And, but it's going to be an exciting couple of months leading up to November. It's going to be exciting when Trump gets elected. The left is going to lose their minds again. We're going to have all sorts of and I just don't want Trump to suck. That's all I want. I literally just don't want him to suck. Like, I want old Trump back. And I guess we'll see what's going to happen. So I guess we'll see. Guys, please do make sure to mount the like button for me per usual. There's a shocking disparity between the number of people watching the stream right now and the number of people who have mounted the like button. I promise the like button consents to all of your advances. It's okay. Liking the stream lets YouTube know to recommend it to other people. It brings more people into the stream. You could really help me out because I'm perpetually shadow banned on this platform. What's going on right now? Hang on, let me put the. What are they doing? They're just hanging out. They're still band playing. Okay. So we're still just waiting for them to move on. I think they're probably going to be moving on. I think, I think there was supposed to be an announcement, like a formal announcement of JD Vance at 4:30. So that's kind of what we're waiting for right now. Yep. You can, if you don't feel like mounting, you can bless the like button. You can lick the like button. You can kiss the like button. You can high five the like button. Give the like button a kiss on the cheek. Slap the like button's ass. Whatever you want to do is fine. Bot pegged the like button. Well, thank you, bot, for that. You can tickle the like button. Yep. What do you guys think about the VP choice? What do you guys think about JD Vance as the VP choice? Let me know in the chat. And while I'm doing that, I've got Rumble up as well. Hi, Rumble. I see you guys over there. Joshua topped the like button. Gag and spank the like button. Oh, Brian's getting a little, Azerwang is getting a little feisty. Jumped on the like button. Myriad took out her fifis on the like button. Kino is upset about the VP choice. Jeremy says, I don't think he will suck. He had a great last time, and I believe he'll be even great. Jeremy, that's just dumb, bro. I'm sorry. Trump did not have a great first term. Trump did not, okay, for people who are new to me, we hinge into reality on this channel. Trump did nothing to combat the far left in this country. Trump did nothing to alleviate us all from the pain of the leftist cultural revolution that we are all immersed in. So to say that Trump did great last time, you might be comparing him to other presidents, which is he did better than every other president, but we're not sucking Trump's dick here. No, that's just not true. Oh, so Diesel Edge likes being beholden to Israel. Do you like sucking the dick of Israel, Diesel Edge? Let me know in the chat if you like that. Can you drink at these conventions? I don't know. I mean, do they even have a bar there? Because they're out in I guess they could be. I guess they're in like a stadium or something, like a really big venue. So I'm sure there would be bars there. Yep, one big ass. Trump had one job, and that was to not get a VP that sucked. I don't think that this is a statement of endorsement. This is the typical conservative, who do you want? It could have been worse. Again, it's like, why? Can some Republican in the chat please explain to me why you guys always settle for the worst people? And your rationale for settling for the worst people is that maybe it could be worse. Maybe we could have even picked someone even worse than the worst person that we picked. We picked here's what Republicans do. They pick out really, 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 really shitty candidates. They pick out shitty candidates that don't care about them, that will never do anything to help them, that will vote against their interests at every single turn. They will then say, I know we picked out a really, 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 really shitty candidate. I know he's horrible on every measure, but it could have been worse. We could have picked out an even worse candidate. Why do you guys do that? Every election, every single election, this is what you do. Are you guys ever going to start picking out good candidates? Is that ever going to happen? T-Bone Man, I'm kind of bummed about it at the same time, as long as the Senate isn't 50-50. No, it is a big deal. Oh my God, this is why Republicans suck so bad. This is why I cannot even stand this. It's a terrible pick for America and America first. Yeah, JD Vance is not America first. MAGA boomers, if there are any MAGA boomers listening to me right now, JD Vance is not America first. JD Vance is Israel first, not America first. Israel is not America. I can't wait to hear what Nick has to say about this. I cannot wait. I'm just scrolling through the chat, guys, see what you guys have to say about this. Oh my god, there are so many boomer conservatives in my chat that just don't get it. Then congratulations, Jeremy. If you've been subscribed to me for 3 years, you've learned exactly nothing. In the 3 years and I don't recognize you, bro. You don't come into my chat on any sort of regular basis, so how can I be surprised that you've learned nothing? But being subscribed to me for 3 years means nothing to me if you don't show up. Let's see. We're just waiting to see what happens at the convention, guys. They were supposed to make some sort of announcement, I think, about JD Vance, so that's what we're waiting for right now. We're just kind of killing time. We got a lot of stuff we're going to watch tonight. We're going to watch some leftist protest stuff. We're going to watch some speeches at the convention where I'm going to be streaming all night. I'm going to be yelling at people who think that JD Vance is good. There'll probably be a lot of yelling tonight. Yeah, Nick is going to have a fucking aneurysm over this. We'll watch. Here's what's going to happen. I'll yell at you guys if you like JD Vance, and then we're going to watch Nick have a meltdown over JD Vance, and it's going to be great. Marcus says, I'm a Republican. Vance is not America first. Trump just might as well have picked Nikki Haley or Tim Scott. Exactly. See, Marcus knows. Boomers fucking sold us to Israel. Of course they don't get it. Yeah. Why is it that younger people get this? Maybe it's just because I hang out with the Groypers now, but like, why is it that the Zoomers completely 100% understand this and their parents do not? No, bot. I announced earlier there is not going to be a Zoom. I posted announcements on Substack and on Locals. So, guys, if you're in my supporter community, we will not be doing a community Zoom for tonight because I'm going to be doing this. But if you guys want to catch up in the voice chats on the Discord, then please feel free to do so. Oh, Lauren Chen had a response to the Destiny meltdown. Did Nick respond on Twitter or something? Hang on, I'll pull up Nick's response on Twitter. If it's there. I'm assuming it's there. Well, we're waiting for this music to get... That's not Nick's Twitter. That's not his Twitter. I don't see Nick responding. Where did you see Nick's response? Everyday therapist. Dr. Lupus reposted it. Nope, that's not Nick's response to the nomination. That was Nick talking about JD Vance. That's not Nick's response. That's an old video. So, we'll definitely go to Nick's response at some point, though. Again, guys, we're just waiting for this band to stop playing. And if they don't stop soon, I'm just going to watch something else. Actually, let's look at that video that Dr. Lupus posted. Let's look at that. Let's look at that. We've got a couple minutes. Let's look at that. Let's look at Nick Fuentes talking about JD Vance. I'm not sure exactly when this is from, but this is old, but we'll still take a listen. This is back when he had a mustache.
Problem number one, he went to Yale Law School, which is a big red flag. If you're from the Ivy Leagues, particularly if you're from the Ivy League law schools, that means you're part of the same club as
Okay,
George
we'll look at that
W.
after.
Bush and John Kerry and Barack Obama and all the Supreme Court justices and most of the people in Congress and the Senate and in the federal judiciary. And if you're at the elite Ivy League law schools, you're in the club, or at the least, it should be suspected that you're in the club. Red flag number one. Red flag number two, he was in the military. Red flag number three, he was not only not in favor of Trump in 2016, he was anti-Trump. He said that Trump was an idiot, and all kinds of other negative things about Trump. What's more, he not only was not pro-Trump, he was not even just anti-Trump. He backed Evan McMullin, who was a CIA operative who ran for president in Utah and served as a spoiler candidate to sink the Trump candidacy and give the White House to Hillary Clinton in 2016. So all of that taken together is very, very bad. Yale Law School, military, didn't support Trump, was against Trump, backed Evan McMullin so that Clinton would win. When Barack Obama left office in 2017, J.D. Vance wrote a glowing article about it in the New York Times saying that white people hated Obama because they're racist and they were jealous of how smart he was, which that's only not true. Obama's an idiot, but also it reeks of elitism and a very specific kind of liberal attitude. I mean, I think if you think Barack Obama is cerebral, like J.D. Vance said he was, I think you're just wrong, and I think you're naive, and honestly, I think you're just not that smart. But what's more, it's not just that that's an incorrect and foolish thing to say, it also betrays a very specific kind of mentality. They said that, he said, along with lots of other liberals, they said that the working class and the white people and the conservatives didn't like Obama because he was just too smart for them, and they resented him for his intelligence. And to me, this is a very particular racial view. I think there's in there towards whites. I think there's a certain bigoted attitude towards whites within that whites prejudiced and hateful, that, whites are ignorant, or at least whites within the interior of the country are ignorant or something like that. It carries with it this very liberal, elitist, coastal, anti-white mentality that we hate. To say that the Americans hated Obama because they were jealous of how smart he was, you know exactly the kind of person you're dealing with. The kind of person goes to Yale Law School and works in the military and then backs Evan McMullin, the National Review Bill Kristol spoiler candidate. He then, after that, goes to work for the American Enterprise Institute, which is like ground zero for neoliberal, neocon, con Inc. rhetoric. American Enterprise Institute is one of the worst. They supported the war in Iraq. They support all this free market Koch brothers stuff.
Exactly.
That is one of the worst institutions in the country.
Again, he did it again.
And then he goes to work as a CNN contributor.
So I'm sure we're going to hear Nick railing on this more tonight. Aaron said that Nick just posted to Twitter, so let's just see if Nick did actually just post to Twitter. What did Nick say? Here he is. Vance was a never-Trumper in 2016, voted for CIA agent Evan McMullin. He was only seated in the Senate in 2023 after his mentor, CIA contractor Peter Thiel, put up $10 million and Trump endorsed him. Now he's Trump's VP in a heartbeat from the presidency. This is a mistake. Again, guys, Trump could have picked anyone. After, like, I understand picking a safe pick prior to getting shot in the ear and almost dying. I can understand it, like, before that, but once Trump almost died right in front of us on live fucking television, he could have picked literally anyone. Literally anyone. He could have picked Vivek. He could have picked Thomas Massey. He could have picked Rand Paul. He could have picked anyone. He could have, you know what? I mean, a lot of people said maybe he should pick RFK. Now, I don't like RFK Jr., but even to be quite frank, even RFK would have been a more interesting choice, at least for me, than JD Vance. I'm not saying I would have been happy about it because I don't like RFK, but at least it would have been interesting. It would have been something. I mean, it would have led to Trump. I mean, like, Trump's already going to win, but like you have to admit, having RFK would have led to an absolute landslide. Trump always makes the worst possible choices because Trump has shitty advisors. Trump listens to the wrong people every single goddamn time. And Kristi Noem would not have been better. Nope. Just so disappointing. Well, I mean, Vance has already seemed to have accepted. Benjamin, they wouldn't have announced it if Vance hadn't accepted. And Vance left his house. Like, the indication to me that it was going to be Vance was Vance left his house in a motorcade today. I saw the video earlier. The minute I saw JD Vance leaving his house in a motorcade, I was like, oh, here we go. Here we go. Anyway, guys, let me show you some other stuff I've got up here. Leftists have been protesting outside the RNC, where we could watch some live footage from Unicorn Riot, which is a socialist channel that documents like boots on the ground protest stuff. There are a lot of leftists in Milwaukee. There are a lot. There are a lot of leftist groups that have been coordinating all over the country. We watched some of them on Friday for happy hour. The socialist presidential candidate gave a speech in Milwaukee the other day. I've got that pulled up if we want to watch that while we're kind of killing time with other things. But there are a lot of like leftist protests going on. I've also actually, why don't we just watch this? This is a feed from my friend Iggy Normus, who's on the ground. This is his live stream. Let's just see what the left was doing according to this live stream. This is just a guy I know that was there. And I'll put this on, and we're going to keep an eye on what's going on in the Republican convention. And if anything happens there, I'll bring us back to that. But right now, they're just like standing around and they have a band playing. And they're like dancing in all these boomer ways. So let's see what protesters are doing outside the convention center.
Thank you for visiting our city.
So what they're chanting right now, if you can't hear it, when queer people are under attack, what do we do? Stand up, fight back. When people of color are under attack, what do we do? Stand up, fight back. You can see this has got Stop Trump, a racist sign. They've got all sorts of Palestinian flags.
What do we do?
This is in Milwaukee. Just I mean, if people aren't clear about that, these are protests outside of the RNC right now.
What do we do?
Fight back.
Bruh. It's been so long. Hi, everybody.
Nope. 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 No. 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 Jeremy, you said you've been watching my channel for 3 years, bro. You claimed to me you had. These are not paid protesters. That's conservative bullshit. Anyone who believes that the only reason these people are protesting is because they're paid, you need to stop listening to whatever conservative pundits you're listening to. These people did fundraising to be here. Do you know how we know they did fundraising to be here? Because we watched their meetings. We watched them do it. They were raising in small donations to get there. They're renting out Airbnbs and putting as many people in Airbnbs as possible. You think these are paid protesters? They're paying to do this out of their own pocket, bro. They're not there is no Soros funding. That's absolute conservative bullshit. And the more that you guys keep lying to yourselves about this, like, you want to know why the right will never defeat the left in our lifetime? Because the right continues to lie about who the left is and what they do and how they operate. So, Jeremy, if you've been subscribed to my channel for 3 years, I highly recommend you go back and watch the stream I did literally on Friday, where we were watching their organizing and planning and fundraising meeting for this exact thing, and you can hear it out of their mouths yourself. And that was in a private meeting, bro. That was in a private meeting. So why would they lie to each other about funding in a private meeting? No, conservative. No, wrong. You want to keep lying to yourself, you go right ahead, but that's not correct. They basically use the same chants at every single protest. And as a reminder, guys, these guys have been protesting for years together, so they all know each other. They all know the chants. They basically use the same ones. We right now are watching protests outside of the RNC. I have the RNC up. I have the RNC live stream over here. I'm keeping an eye on it. All they're doing inside the convention right now is listening to a band. But as soon as they actually start doing something, we'll go to them. But they're just not doing anything right now. And so we're watching leftist protest coverage from outside of the convention center in Milwaukee. Yeah, see, this is the thing. Leftists have a ground game. Conservatives have one ground activist, and that's Scott Pressler. These are all true believers, guys. These are true believers. And by the way, these aren't Democrats. For people who might be new and are confused about this, these are not Democrats. These are not liberals. These are not progressives. These are socialists. Democrats are not socialists. Liberals are not socialists. Progressives are not socialists. Real socialists hate all those people. And Jeremy just keeps proving how much he doesn't fucking know. Jeremy, I literally show these people all the time on my channel. Don't fucking come into my chat and say, I've been subscribed to you for 3 years. You're just regurgitating conservative talking point bullshit, bro. This isn't real. This is made up bullshit by conservatives that comes out of the mouth of conservative pundits who have no fucking idea what they're talking about. Stop listening to people who lie to you. Thank you, Nathaniel, for becoming a member on the channel. I really do appreciate it.
Unironically. The crowd smells terrible.
Most of these people don't get paid to do this. They pay out of their own pocket to do this. So no, they're not. Oh, are you talking about conservative? Yeah. Yeah, if you're talking about conservative pundits, they're absolutely grifters. Absolutely. 100%. Sorry, Joshua, I misread. And you've learned nothing, bro. Congratulations. You've learned nothing in 4 years. You've learned zero from me. Jesus. Well, your opinion is wrong, and your opinion is regurgitated conservative talking points that are wrong. So if you want to actually learn something, stick around and we'll teach you. But don't pretend you know more than us, not for 1 fucking second, bro. So true. So true. Yep. I mean, indirectly, yes. Indirectly, although most socialists are not Jewish, and this is something you guys are going to have to accept. That's just not the case. But I understand the point you're making, Luke. I understand, but I'm just saying that most of the people who are watching here right now aren't Jewish. Indirectly, yes. No, they're not. No, incorrect. Conservative bullshit. It's all conservative bullshit. It's not real. Guys, socialist activist groups, for people who are new, socialist activist groups make their money from usually about 4 different places. They make money from their members paying dues. They make money from private donations that they solicit from their members. They make money from like event ticket sales that they do. They do trainings and conferences and events all the time. And they make money from book publishing because they like socialists publish a ton of books. There are a ton of socialist specific book publishers, and the socialist space is like it's like a closed ecosystem where like the money they make stays within the closed ecosystem. So no, they are not funded by Soros. They are almost entirely self-funded through dues, through donations, through event ticket sales, and through publishing. That's how they're funded. Anyone who tells you that these people are funded by Soros doesn't know what they're talking about. Jeremy, you're the one that's misinformed, bro. You're the one that's misinformed in this equation. All right, people are saying the music is done on the RNC. Let me pull that back up. Let's see what they're doing. Oh, yep, here comes Mike Johnson. Hang on, 1 sec.
Brenna Bird. Please join me in giving her a warm welcome.
It's a VP nomination.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for us to determine our nominee for the office of Vice President of the United States, Senator J.D. Vance.
Why don't we liberate these United States? We're the ones who need it most. Let the rest
Boo.
of the world help
Boo.
us
Hiss. Boo.
rebuild the very first law. Our highways and bridges are falling apart. Who's blessed? Who has been cursed? There's things to be done all over the world. Let's rebuild America first.
Everyone boo this man in the chat. Israel first. Fuck.
Who's on the hill and who's watching the valley? Who's in charge of it all? God bless the army and God bless our liberty. That comes the rest of it all. Yeah, a man in position of backing away. Freedom is stuck in reverse. Let's get out of Iraq, get back on the track, and let's rebuild America first. Once more. Why don't we liberate these United States? We're the ones who
That's funny, Aaron.
You think I'm blowing smoke? Boys, it ain't no joke. I make 20 trips a year coast to coast.
Because he's an Israel first still. And he's a terrible pick.
Why don't we liberate these United States? We're the ones who need it most. Let the rest of the world help us for change, and let's rebuild America first. Our highways and bridges are falling apart. Who's blessed? Who has been cursed? There's things to be done all over the world, but let's rebuild America first. Who's on the hill and who's watching the valley? Who's in charge of it all?
Is he giving a speech? Is he supposed to be entering the fight? Go up to the stage, bro. Why is he stopping to give a speech? We're waiting here, JD.
Backing away. Freedom's stuck in reverse. Let's get out of Iraq, get back on the track, and let's rebuild America first.
JD Vance is making us listen to horrible, horrible music right now. Because he wants to shake as many hands as possible and give us speech on the floor that no one can hear. Yes, Akshay, they have officially nominated Trump, and now they're doing the vice president.
Why don't we liberate these United States?
This is all JD Vance's fault right now.
Need it the most. Think I'm blowing smoke? Boys, it ain't no joke. I make 20 trips a year.
JD Vance is not even qualified to walk up to the stage in a proficient manner. Oh, is he just staying with the Ohio delegation or something? Is that what it is? Does he ever want to go up to the
Time for a
stage?
little convention business here. The chair states that in compliance with Rule 40B, the chair has been furnished with evidence that a plurality of the delegates from each of 5 or more states severally support the candidate who will be presented for the nomination for Vice President of the United States. The chair would like to remind delegates of the provisions of Rule 40A, which provide that in part, if there is only one candidate for nomination for Vice President of the United States who has demonstrated the support required by this paragraph B of this rule, a motion to nominate for such office by acclamation shall be in order.
Oh, good. So we
and
don't
no
have to go
calling
through
of
all
the
these
roll with
states. That's
respect to
actually
such
good.
office shall be required. At this time, the chair states that she has been furnished with evidence that there is only one candidate for nomination for the office of Vice President who has demonstrated the support required under Rule 40B of the Rules of the Convention. Delegates and alternates. The chair recognizes and is pleased to introduce John Husted, Lieutenant Governor of Ohio, for the purpose of nominating. Please give him a warm welcome.
Why does Guam have such a prominent position? I don't get
Are we
that.
ready? Are we ready to nominate a vice president? How about you, Ohio? Yeah! That's awesome. I'm John Husted, the Lieutenant Governor from the great state of Ohio. It is an honor to speak to you all this afternoon to formally nominate the Republican nominee for Vice President of the United States. Ohio is the heart of it all, and that is certainly the case once again here today. The vice presidency is an office of sacred trust. The man who accepts this nomination accepts with it the awesome responsibility to give wise counsel to the president, to represent America abroad, to preside over the Senate, and to be ready to lead our nation at a moment's notice. Such a man must have an America first attitude in his heart. He must, amen.
Except that he doesn't.
He must embrace his obligation to the American family, the American worker, and the American soldier. He must believe that America is exceptional. And be prepared in the tradition of our founders to pledge his life, his fortune, his sacred honor to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. He must share the values and principles of our presidential nominee and be trusted to faithfully implement the will of the people. J.D. Vance is such a man.
JD, 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 JD.
A man who loves America and will represent our people with moral courage, strength, and honor. JD is a living embodiment of the American dream. He came from humble beginnings. And even as his life took him to places
God, this is
he might
reminding
have
me of when
never
Hillary
imagined.
Clinton got nominated.
He
I'm having
never
like
forgot where he
flashbacks to
came
when
from.
Hillary got nominated, and
Ohio
the Democrats
values
were like,
are in his
Hillary came
blood.
from humble beginnings and has a lifetime of public service. And I bought into that shit. I convinced myself it was true, even though I
He
hated her.
served our nation in the United States Marine Corps.
Oh, it's going to get worse, Aaron. I've been watching this for hours. It gets worse.
He is
than
a
this.
graduate of The Ohio State University. He graduated summa cum laude from Yale Law School and is the author of the best-selling book Hillbilly Elegy.
Eulogy?
And he is a crusader for the people of the Ohio in the United States Senate. He has never forgotten the working people of our country, and he never will. He fought to bring investment
J.D.
to
Vance
middle
is skull and
America
bones.
as a
Exactly.
businessman and has fought to
J.D. Vance
defend
is
them
skull and
every
bones.
single day in the Senate. And this I know, he will faithfully stand by President Donald Trump's side as they win this election and change the course of our nation.
Ugh.
They will change the course of our nation to the benefit of all American citizens and truly make our country great again. It is therefore my honor to nominate Ohio Senator J.D. Vance for the office of Vice President of the United States of America.
I know, right? Just imagine how young I look when I get like a Nazi hat or something like that. That's not. I'm joking. YouTube. I'm joking. I would never do that. That's wrong.
Delegates and alternates, pursuant to Rule 40A, a motion to nominate by acclamation is now in order. The chair now recognizes Delegate Bernie Moreno, Senate candidate from Ohio, for the purpose of making a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Bernie Moreno. I'm honored to be the Republican nominee for the U.S. Senate from the great state of Ohio. I know firsthand that my dear friend JD is a selfless and brilliant fighter. He is a patriot who loves America. He loves Ohio. He loves his family. He's a great father. He's a great man. And that's what we need in this nation today. The J.D. Vance, America First, is not just a slogan. It's his North Star. He has followed it every moment of his life and career. He knows what it's like to live in poverty, forgotten by Washington politicians. He is dedicated to ensure that no American is ever forgotten again. Madam Chair, it is a great honor to move that J.D. Vance be nominated by acclamation by this Republican National Convention as its candidate for the office of Vice President of the United States of America.
Without objection, the previous question is ordered. The question is on the motion that Senator J.D. Vance be nominated by acclamation. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nay.
All those opposed signify by saying no. In
No.
the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Delegates and alternates, ladies and gentlemen, I am proud to announce that Senator J.D. Vance has the overwhelming support of this convention to be the next Vice President of the United States. The chair is pleased to make the following appointments to the escort committee for Senator J.D. Vance, his vice presidential nominee. Usha Vance, thank you, and God bless America.
His wife is the only member of the escort
Ladies and
committee.
gentlemen, please welcome back Speaker Johnson.
Oh, God. Oh, we're so fucked. Does anyone know when Nick is going live?
What a great night. Pursuant to Rule 40D of the rules of the Republican Party, I formally declare President Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance as the Republican nominees for President and Vice President of the
Is he
United
just doing
States.
his normal show?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back RNC Chairman Michael Watley.
What a great afternoon for the Republican Party, and what a great afternoon for America. It is now time to take the official convention photograph.
Oh, God.
If all of the delegates would please stand and turn to the center camera directly opposite the stage,
Seriously?
we will take the official photograph.
Oh my God, this is like the most Republican thing that's ever happened ever. It's like a big family fucking reunion photo. Vice President just got nominated. They've got a lot of people watching. They're like, we're going to pause for a photo. Oh, God.
Camera's right there, right above it. See the guy with the big telephone. Thank you, delegates.
Everyday therapist, I love and
At this
appreciate
time,
you. I just can't
please
promise this,
welcome
though. I can't.
Leora Levy,
But we love you.
delegate and National Committee woman from Connecticut, who will lead us in a benediction.
Oh, God. Okay, well, they're doing whatever silly prayer thing they're doing. Why don't we head over to and listen, man, I'm not trying to insult Christians or anything, but why don't we go to Nick's Twitter account and get watch some clips of Nick talking about JD Vance, because he just posted some and like, I don't want to listen to a benediction. I want to listen to someone complaining. Okay, let's listen to this. This is with Nick and Keith Woods and Sneeko.
From Ohio, Blake Masters, Senator J.D. Vance, Senator from Ohio, Blake Masters tweeted it.
You don't like that guy at all?
No.
Okay.
This is, you heard it here first.
Uh-oh.
Vice President pick J.D. Vance.
Why do you know that?
It's a rumor. It's not 100%, but I heard on good authority from several people that Vance is the pick for vice president.
Nick knew.
Big problem.
What's the reason behind that? And when do they have? How much time do they have to announce the VP?
Well, there's no deadline, but the convention, I think, is in July or August. So typically they announce it in the month or two leading up to that. It's like June. Could happen earlier than that. They say, because it's surprising, J.D. Vance is a freshman senator from Ohio. So he's only been in office for 2 years, barely 2 years. And the other thing about him is that he was an anti-Trumper. He didn't vote for Trump in 2016. And in fact,
he's a young guy, right?
Relatively young. Yeah, I think he's like late 30s, early 40s. But he loved Obama. He voted for Evan McMullin, who is a CIA agent in 2016, who was picked by Bill Kristol. Bill Kristol is like the #1 neocon that pushed the Iraq war. He was hand-selected, and J.D. Vance voted for him. Never Trumper said Trump is a racist, a nut job, toxic, everything you can imagine back in 2016. And now they want to tap him to be the vice president.
And then there's this other clip.
you, who works for CNN and AEI, everything I just said, given your background, I want to hear someone ask the question and I want to hear it addressed. It's not good enough for people to tell me, oh, well, he's good. Just trust me. He's good. No, I don't trust that. Actually, I don't trust him. I don't know him. And I feel like somebody like him would call somebody like me racist. So I want to hear from JD Vance why it's not a big red flag that he called Trump a racist, that he's in love with Barack Obama, he's an Obama lover, that he worked for AEI and CNN. I want to hear from him, and I want to hear the question asked on Tucker Carlson or something, why we should trust this guy, because I haven't heard it asked, and it's very suspicious because I see him getting shilled all the time on the timeline. Curiously, right after he gets all this money from Peter Thiel, gets this huge cash injection from Thiel, and now all of a sudden, you see all these people on the timeline posting his videos. Everyone's working for him. Everyone's shilling his stuff. And I feel like the only guy that's asking these like, and it's not like I'm being picky here. People are saying you're purity spiraling to ask why the Evan McMullin, Obama guy, AEI, CNN, Yale guy is suddenly a populist nationalist. That's a purity spiral. That's too high of a standard for someone to pass. I'm asking, can he explain? Can anyone who's shilling him explain why these things are not red flags? And I don't get answers. I get defensiveness. I get people saying, well, he's the best in his field. Well, maybe change his mind. That's just not good enough. People can change their minds, but I want to hear him explain why he did, what his new views are, how that happened. I want to hear it from the people that supposedly believe in what we believe in, but support him.
All right. Now let's go back to the convention. They still seem to be doing the benediction or whatever.
Unite the American people to work together for the betterment of our nation and of the entire world. May America be a light unto the nations and an emissary of clarity and leadership for the world. Grant peace, goodness, blessing, grace, loving kindness, and mercy to us. Bless us, our Father, all of us as one, with the light of your face. Amen.
This is harder for me than watching far leftist content. I'm
In a
going to suffer
moment,
this week for
we
all of
will
you.
recess until this evening's session.
What the hell?
This evening's session will reconvene at approximately 5:45.
Oh, half hour. Okay,
However,
that's fine.
I will instruct delegates to please
Half hour,
return
that's
to the
fine.
hall at 5:30 p.m. in order to be in your seats by 5:45 p.m. I thank you for consideration.
Wait, what time zone are they
The
in?
chair declares that the 2024
We might have more
Republican
time.
National Convention is in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
They're in Eastern time? That is Eastern time? Okay. So that means we got about half an hour, guys. And what I want to do is I want to watch some of the leftist protest coverage from today. Let me just get this RNC thing over here because there have been leftist protests. We were watching one earlier, but I want to go to Unicorn Riot because Unicorn Riot usually does a pretty fair job of this. Let me see. Unicorn Riot has like 5 different videos. Let's go and watch let's see what's happening outside of the RNC with leftists. We're gonna watch our socialism. Okay, so that's what I thought. I thought Milwaukee was in Central Time. So they are reconvening at 5:45 p.m. Central Time, which is 6:45 Eastern Time. So we basically have an hour and a half to kill, which is fine because we can watch some socialism. Everyone ready to watch some socialism with me to find out what the leftists are doing? And then we will reconvene with the RNC when that comes back online. And I think there's going to be lots of speeches tonight and stuff like that. But I'm really curious to see what the leftist protesters are saying. So let's open this up with part 1. And And by the way, guys, my stream today is absolutely going to get demonetized because I'm playing copyrighted music. And so if you would like to support the work I'm doing, please feel free to send in some super chats. I would like to get probably at least a couple $100 in super chats today to justify streaming this stuff all day for you guys. Other ways you can support the work I'm doing are by, actually, let's do that first. Other ways you can support the work I'm doing are by heading over to my Substack, signing up for a monthly or annual donation, $8 a month, $80 a year. That is my preferred way to donate to support the work I'm doing. And as a reminder, in the Unwoke Art store, which is unwokeart.com, you can also find a link pinned to the top of the chat. I did re-release some of my Trump items that I've made over the past, year and a half or so. I've got a lot of cool Trump stuff in the store right now. Of course, we have the Trump icon t-shirt that just got released the other day after Trump got up after getting shot in the ear. We've got the Trump American Gangster t-shirt with the mugshot. We've got the Trump Indictment Victory Tour t-shirt. I actually love this t-shirt because not only does it have Trump on the front doing the victory sign, it has every single Trump indictment listed on the back, just like a concert t-shirt. And so that's one of my favorite Trump pieces of merch. And then we do have the Trump Get the Last Laugh, but also it comes in the special golden Trump version. And that's kind of like, that's a great thing to buy for right now to celebrate Trump getting renominated as president. This is one of the most popular selling items in the store. Thank you, Andrew, for the super chat. I really do appreciate it. I am on locals, but I don't trust Dave Rubin so far as I can throw him. The Substack is way better than locals. Substack is a million times better than locals. So I am on locals. You can find me at kb.locals.com. Link in the description below. If you're on locals and you prefer to donate through that method, you absolutely can. I will definitely take your money. I just, it's not my preferred method. It once was, but now I've kind of moved over to Substack. But I appreciate that. Well, yeah, but leftists do the best on-the-ground protest coverage of leftists, and so we're going to watch leftist coverage of that. Nathaniel, paying my dues for you watching this travesty. Maybe one day the conservatives will wake up. Haha, who am I kidding? Hey, Nathaniel, I appreciate you. Thanks so much for that. So, guys, if you want this Trump merch, you can head over to the Unwoke Art store. It's actually all on the homepage right now. Just scroll down a little bit, and you'll find the entire Trump collection. And this is going to be available through this week only for the RNC. And, of course, all purchases do go support the work I'm doing, and I really, really, really appreciate it. All right, let's go back to our leftist protest coverage. Well, okay, so the Zooms are... hang on. So for my supporters, we're not doing a community Zoom today, which I announced earlier on both locals and Substack. So you should have gotten that announcement earlier that I canceled today's community Zoom. And because we're going to do RNC stuff instead. But if you're a member of locals or a member of Substack, you will get the Zoom links, and that has not ever changed. So I mean, listen, Coldwater, if you don't want to switch over, you don't have to. Like, you can maintain locals if you want to. I just don't trust Dave Rubin as far as I can throw him. And so and also locals hasn't developed ever since they sold out to Rumble. So like if you want to use locals, like, I don't care. Like, please go ahead. It's fine. It's available. Diesel Edge, thank you for the $5 paying my stupid tax. Hey, I appreciate that. All right, let's see. I'm just going to get to where the speakers actually start. Actually get some action here.
It's going to be a press conference.
Hey, this guy's talking. Benjamin! Thank you, Benjamin!
Hey, everyone.
Benjamin, thank you for the $50 super chat. You've always been such a great supporter, and I really, really appreciate you. Thanks so much.
We're here live at the 2024 Republican National Convention here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Thank you all for joining us. And so it's going to be a press conference first, then there'll be a rally and some speeches. Then there's going to be a march that'll be heading into the so-called soft security zone over towards the convention center. So we really appreciate your support, everyone, for tuning in. If you want to support our work, you go to cornriot.ninja/donate. We're going to keep trying to bring in also the Democratic convention in months from now. Up on there. Go. Testing.
Here we go.
All right. Okay, it's working. Good morning, everyone. And welcome to Milwaukee. Welcome to the March on the RNC, brought to you by the Coalition to March on the RNC 2024. My name is Alan Chaboya. I'll be the MC for this press conference. We're going to hear from some fantastic speakers who are going to share a little bit about their different points of unity and the particulars of what brings them here today to Milwaukee to march with us on the RNC. So up first, we're going to hear from Kobe Guillory of Freedom Road Socialist Organization.
The people united will never be defeated.
The people united will never be defeated.
El pueblo unido jamás será vencido.
El pueblo unido jamás será vencido.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Kobe Guillory. That's Kobigiullory for the press. I'm a middle school science teacher from Chicago, and I'm also a member of Freedom Road Socialist Organization.
We watched them.
I came here to loudly and proudly oppose
Freedom Road Socialist Organization. Freedom Road Socialist Organization is the organization we watched on Friday. So we actually watched their planning call for this on Friday. So see, I told you guys I was ahead of the curve on this bullshit yet again.
the racist and bigoted agenda of the Republican Party. For decades, Republicans have been on a mission to deprive the majority of people of this country of their basic human rights. Their attacks on Black and brown people, on women, on immigrants, on the LGBTQ community, and on the working class have destroyed the lives and the livelihoods of millions of people. Defeating the Republican agenda is a matter of life and death for working and oppressed people. We have to protect ourselves in this country, and we have to stand in solidarity with oppressed people around the world. Our government, in a bipartisan initiative, is committing genocide in Palestine with our tax dollars and reinforcing deadly militarism and fascism around the world. Everybody say that ain't right. So we live in the belly of the beast. This is the headquarters of the world imperialist system. That means it is our responsibility to destroy that system so that people here and internationally, people in Palestine and the Philippines, people in Venezuela and Sudan can live their lives with peace, justice, and equality. That's why we're here protesting the RNC. That's why next month we're going to be in Chicago protesting against the DNC.
The protests in Chicago outside the Democrat convention are going to be massive. I hope everyone understands that. It's going to be insane to watch. I almost thought about going to Chicago, and I was like, I'm not putting myself in the middle of that. But and that should be proof, by the way, like all the groups you're seeing here are going to be protesting in Chicago as well. But there's going to be even more groups protesting the DNC, which should really be all the proof that you need that socialists, the real left in this country, they hate the Democrats. They hate Joe Biden. They consider them to be neoliberals. They consider them to be too close to capitalism. And they hate the Democrats even more than they hate the Republicans.
This fight is bigger than the ballot box. It is bigger than any event. We are fighting against a class of exploiters and oppressors who have committed crimes against humanity for over 400 years.
Right, that's right.
And the only way we're going to destroy this system is united in solidarity. So we're going to continue to show up in the streets and say no more oppression, no more repression, no more exploitation. The only reason that we are not living on plantations right now is because of working and oppressed people who came together and fought for justice. So we have to show, as we have shown historically, that the power of the people is greater than the people in power. It's the power of the people that makes history and changes the world. And that's what we're going to do here at the RNC. That's what we're going to do at the DNC in Chicago. And that's what we're going to keep doing until all of our people are free. All power to the people! All power to the people! And I've been told I have a couple minutes for questions. So if anybody has any questions for me, I'll be able to answer them. If not, I can just step aside for the next speaker.
Yes, sir. Hi, Owen Fairclough from Associated Press. Can you tell me, in light of Saturday's events, how much the attempted assassination of the former President Trump has changed the mood, the tone, what you might be trying to achieve here?
So his question was something about what happened on Saturday. That's not relevant to our plans. What we are doing here is bigger than that, and we know how to keep each other safe. We've had these plans for years. We know what we're doing. We are very experienced at protesting. We're very experienced at fighting the power. We're having a family-friendly demonstration here, and that what happened on Saturday doesn't change our plans at all. So I'll pass it back to Adam if there's no more questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Kobe. Thank you so much, Kobe, Freedom Road Socialist Organization. Up next, we're going to hear from a representative of the students movement. That is, we're going to hear from Victoria Hinckley with Students for a Democratic Society.
These are all.
Please welcome Victoria.
These are all the same people who were on the organizing call on Friday, guys.
When I say student.
Oh, shit. Hang on. I didn't mean to do that. Apologies. My bad. Hopefully. Come on. Dang. Hang on. I gotta find where we left off. I gotta find when that girl came up. Sorry. I hit the wrong button. Sorry. Now my browser doesn't want to work. Hang on. One sec. Apologies. Hang on. Almost there. There we go.
Hinckley, Hinckley. As I said, I'm a representative from Students for a Democratic Society. I'm a proud member. I've been a member for about 3 years.
Good to see you, Jaya.
This year, we marched on the RNC to stand against the attacks on women's and reproductive rights, on Black and Chicano folks, on LGBTQ folks that are pushed by the Republican agenda. Since the overturning of Roe v. Wade in 2022, we've seen countless attacks on reproductive rights, with SDS mobilizing against them each time.
What do you guys notice on the arm? What's that? That's a socialist tattoo. Anytime you see someone with really bad black line tattoos on their arm, that is a socialist thing. They're trying to queer tattoos. They're not good tattoos. They're not like the tattoos I have that are good and done by really good tattoo artists. They're like really bad. They look like janky prison tattoos. It's a tattoo style called ignorant tattoo styles that specifically, like, socialists specifically do this. They like where they basically like take a tattoo thing and they're just like it's like they're coloring. But that's one of the ways you can identify them in the wild, is that they all have shitty tattoos. Well, not all, and not everyone who has shitty tattoos is a socialist, but like a lot of them are.
Dobbs' decision was a direct result of Trump's presidency. In fact, he takes pride in this. Shame! Women and students around the country have been suffering since the Dobbs decision, and SDS is dedicated to fighting for abortion and reproductive rights until it is readily available for every person in America.
To be really clear, it's not hipster. It's not hipster. That's not what we're talking about. There is a specific style of tattooing. I wrote about it on the Substack called ignorant tattoos that are basically they're tattoos that are designed to look bad and childlike. They're designed basically to look like a children's coloring thing. The whole idea of it is queering looks, because queer goes against normativity. So if you take like good tattooing where the tattoos look like nice and polished and stuff like that, they want it to be the opposite of everything that's good. That's what queer is. It's the opposite of normativity. It's not about being gay or trans. It's just a really bad tattoo style. So hipsters actually oftentimes have good tattoos. Hipsters have like old school tattoos. And they're done really nicely and stuff like that. This is not that. It's just really ugly bullshit. Yes, exactly. It looks like shit on purpose as a form of counter signaling. Exactly. Exactly right.
These attacks on reproductive rights, reproductive freedom, and abortion access are harshly felt, especially in the South, in states like Florida and Texas,
Exactly.
with the
That's what they're
emergence
doing.
of anti-abortion bills banning abortion within the first few weeks of pregnancy. Shame. Bills like these are supported and introduced by Republicans across the country as we see copycat bills spread from state to state, aiming to strip people of their bodily autonomy and the right to decide their futures. These policies that Republican officials enact worsen the livelihoods of women and queer folks, as we see with issues such as abortion access threaten people's lives, their health, and their financial stability. And that ain't right. This makes it crucial for us to mobilize and protest against the reactionary agenda that we see at the RNC. National Students for a Democratic Society demand safe, legalized, and accessible abortion and reproductive freedom for all. We refuse to accept these continued attacks, and we refuse to take another step back for reproductive rights. When reproductive rights are under attack, what do we do?
Stand up, fight back.
What do we do?
Stand up, fight back.
What do we do?
Stand up, fight back.
Thank you, and I can take any questions.
Ooh.
Okay, go.
That'd be pretty sweet.
Thank you.
I
We,
wouldn't
will-
mind
we will be
that.
taking questions for any of the speakers after everyone concludes, just to make the process a lot smoother. Thank you so much. And above all, thank you to Victoria and the Students for a Democratic Society. Up next, we're going to introduce Cody Urban on behalf of the International League of People's Struggle. Give it up to Cody.
All right, y'all, when I say starve the war, I want y'all to say not the people, all right? Starve the war! Not the people! Starve the war! Not the people! Starve the war! Not the people! That's right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Cody Urban, CODYURBAN. I'm the vice chairperson of the International League of People's Struggle.
I mean,
An anti-imperialist
socialist.
and democratic formation of over almost 400 organizations.
Anti-imperialist. Imperialism is the highest form of capitalism, according to Lenin. Democracy, as a reminder, anytime you hear socialists say democracy, what they really mean is socialism, because they believe that the only pure form of democracy is socialism.
In about 40 different countries. And we're proud to join y'all with the march on the RNC today. The 2024 Republican National Convention starts today.
That's a good
And
question about the lightning bolts. I don't know, because that to me looks very National Socialist. So I don't know the answer to that. I haven't seen that before. So, good question.
Most utterly fascist elements of the U.S. ruling system have descended upon Milwaukee. For much of the last few years, false promises of economic recovery and ultra-nationalist fervor have been used to mask the intention of both the Biden and former Trump regimes as the presidential election approaches. In the midst of this ruling class power struggle between the backers of both the Democrat and Republican candidates, the entire U.S. ruling system is exposed for its inherent ability to serve people's needs as an economic depression looms and previously held legal democratic rights are stripped. Working and daily living conditions are becoming more destitute as energy, food, and other basic prices rise. And more workers, including in the U.S. and internationally, are being pushed out of secure employment and forms of work, and many are forced into so-called flexible work hours. And
Let's just take a look at some of these signs. Defend women's LGBTQ plus and reproductive rights. So as a reminder, guys, reproductive justice, which is what they call abortion, is always linked to transing kids, always, forever. A lot of people don't realize that. Hang on, let me just go back. I'm just going to get the signs pulled up.
And
again.
many are forced
Up with liberation, this sign says. Liberation means to liberate oneself from capitalism. To free oneself from capitalism. Stand with Palestine, stop the genocide, let Gaza live.
so-called flexible work.
Defend and expand immigrant rights. Socialists believe in completely open borders because they think borders are a sign of capitalism. Everyday Therapist, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the Destiny stream. I spent a bit of time watching it today. He was so very hard to listen to. Yeah, wasn't he? Especially since the firefighter who lost his life at the Trump rally and I have an overlapping group. Oh, I'm really sorry to hear that. I'm Everyday Therapist. I mean, Corey, the firefighter who sadly died at the Trump rally, he seemed like to be a really stand-up guy, and it's really sad, and I really feel for his family, and I'm sorry that you have a connection to that. That's just got to be very, very shocking. But I appreciate the super chat.
Hours and contractualization and work deemed quote unquote criminal by the state when there are no options left. Attacks on women and their right to reproductive health care are on the rise. LGBTQ plus folks are facing a wave of violence and repressive laws passed to push them back into the shadows of decades past. Migrants and all people of color are met with xenophobia and racism that fuels waves of mass shootings across the country. The Republicans lead proudly with these policies at the forefront, while the Democrats pay lip service for campaign contributions. Both are to blame. War and militarism are the only options left that the U.S. has to defend its corporate class interests and keep the people from rising up. Indeed, we have two of the largest war criminals fighting over control of the world's largest military. The U.S. armed Israeli genocide in Palestine, the continued fueling of war in Ukraine and Eastern Europe, attempted interventions in Haiti, Bolivia, and many countries in Africa, an enormous expansion of overseas bases and military agreements in the Pacific, massive militarization at the U.S.-Mexico border, and many more examples show.
Listen, I'm going to be really honest with you. You are fooling yourself if you think that you make decisions completely rationally. That's not the way the human brain works. We make decisions emotionally, we justify them rationally, and if you want to know why the left is winning, they do a 100% better job of appealing to emotions than the right does. So you guys like to hold this up as though it's some form of badge of honor. We don't make decisions emotionally, we make them rationally and analytically, and we get no. That's actually why you're going to lose. And also, it's just not true. It's not how the brain works. Your brain is not wired differently than anyone else's brain. You might think you're being completely emotionally detached, but I promise you're not. And so, I don't mean to be a bitch, but like that's just a fact.
Showcase how many lives the U.S. is willing to destroy in order to maintain its failing position as sole superpower. Until we build a new system that truly belongs to the people, we will never have peace, justice, or equity. We march against the 2024 RNC to expose its true character, but we do so also to rally the people of the U.S. to fight for a true people's platform for genuine social change. We must build a united anti-imperialist, anti-war movement that fights against wars of counter-revolution and aggression, struggles for a just peace based on social equity and economic justice, and defends the rights of people to self-determination by any means necessary. We must shut down the U.S. war machine and all of its tentacles. We must end all U.S. aid and weapons sales to regimes that are using them to repress their people. And we must act in solidarity with movements that are fighting against U.S. war, occupation, counterinsurgency, sanctions, and intervention in all their lands. Thank you, everyone. We'll see you on the streets. All power to all the people. And long live international solidarity.
Solidarity with the comrades.
Thank you so much, Cody. Up next, I'm going to invite mi compañero, Carlos Montes, who's going to be speaking on behalf of legalization for all. Carlos.
Thank you very much. All right, everyone. Mirak. I'm going to step back. No hate. No fear. Immigrants are welcome here, everyone. No fear. Immigrants are welcome here. Thank you very much. My name is Carlos Montes, C-A-R-L-O-S-M-O-N-T-E-S. I represent Legalization for All, a national network of immigrant rights activists. My family's from Mexico. We came from northern Mexico to the border and ended up residing in Los Angeles, California, where I live now and I grew up. I'm going to read a statement from Legalization for All. The Legalization for All network is uniting to march on the Republican National Convention to defend immigrant rights is one of our main demands. The other demands include legalization for all, no to the racist border wall, no border militarization, and no more deaths on the border. Stop the exploitation of undocumented workers with low wages. Stop the deportations and the separations of families. Stop the sterilization and sexual violence against undocumented in the detention centers at the border. Texas Governor Greg Abbott continues his unending mission to attack and destroy immigrant lives at the U.S. border in Eagle Pass. I've been to Eagle Pass and I observed the human rights violations. He continues to be supported by Trump and various other bigots in their quest to use every imaginable dollar to hurt and oppress asylum seekers. Trump has vowed to make one of his main goals to stifle immigration, specifically from non-European origins. He specifically targets out Latinos and Mexicans. This is why the Legalization for All is marching here today in a contingent from Minnesota to Texas to California. We have MIRAC right here, a Legalization for All banner.
Like, really think about that for a second. Like, for the Republican convention, leftists brought in groups from around the country. These are not local people. We saw people from Chicago, from Minnesota. He just said from Texas, from California, from Florida. There are socialist groups coming from all over the place just to protest the RNC. Does the right ever do anything like this? The right can't even hold a rally except for a Trump rally in like a city and have people in that city come out for it. The left can very literally get groups organized from across the country. And no, it's not because they're funded by Soros. They're almost entirely self-funded. They do fundraising efforts to do this. Yeah, the sign says KKK plus SS, but I don't know what that means. I don't know what that sign means. A lot of them are teachers. Not all of them are teachers, that's true, but a lot of them are teachers, for sure.
We are joining this march against the Republican convention because Trump has vowed to increase the tax on immigrants and asylum seekers. We have learned about Trump's ability to push and encourage vigilantly racists like the ones who drove for hours to El Paso, Texas, where my sister and her grandson live, and shot and killed 23 people that he perceived as immigrants, primarily from Mexico, and many of them were U.S. citizens, by the way. We will be marching today to protest Trump and the many Republicans for the continued treatment and terror against the undocumented. Thank you very much. All right.
Thank you so much, Carlos. Continuing the theme around justice for immigrants, it gives me great pleasure to introduce Christine Newman Ortiz with Voces de la Frontera.
Voces de la Frontera Action is Wisconsin's leading immigrant rights organization. Voces de la Frontera Acción es la organización que lidera la lucha de los inmigrantes aquí en Wisconsin. Y estamos participando hoy en esta marcha para condenar la violencia política y también el esfuerzo de asesinar cualquier líder político, mientras nuestro corazón se parte para las personas y las familias que murieron y que también fueron lastimados el sábado. We march here today to also condemn political violence and the attempted assassination of any political leader. We grieve for the families of those who died and were injured on Saturday. At the same time, it's undeniable that Trump's rhetoric, policies, and actions have contributed to a climate of increased violence And
that makes more sense. So that's what they're calling Republicans. They're saying Republicans are members of the KK and the SS. Colossal cunts cult. Thank you for deciphering that for us, Loki.
legitimize hate crimes by white nationalists. A la vez, no se puede negar que la retórica, las políticas y las acciones de Trump propio han contribuido a un clima de violencia y ha legitimizado crímenes de odios por personas que creen en la supremacía blanca. And let's not forget that Trump led the assault at the Capitol, resulting in 6 deaths, and demanded the hanging of Vice President Pence.
Oh my God.
Or brought the white supremacist and armed Proud Boys into the political mainstream, or opposed common sense gun control. También no podemos olvidar que Trump lideró un esfuerzo en el Capitolio de golpe de Estado que resultó en 6 muertes y exigió que cuelguen a su vicepresidente. También que normalizó a los Proud Boys y también que se opuesta a regulaciones sobre las armas. His hateful and dehumanizing rhetoric against immigrants and calls for mass expulsion have led to an increase in hate crimes against people of color and immigrants. Es su odio que dehumaniza a los inmigrantes y que llama para la expulsión masiva que ha resultado en más crímenes de odio en contra de gente de color y inmigrantes. Tragedies like those here in Milwaukee, with the fatal shooting of Hmong parents and a Puerto Rican father by a neighbor in their apartment complex in front of their children, saying, "You have to go." Or when a man threw acid on the face of a U.S. citizen from Peru, saying he was illegal and had to go back. Or nationally, with the deadliest attack on Latinos in modern history in El Paso, when a white nationalist carried out a mass shooting, killing 23 Latinos. Tragedias como aquí en Milwaukee, con la matanza de padres Hmong y un padre puertorriqueño enfrente de sus hijos, cuando vivían en un apartamento y uno de sus vecinos los mató, diciendo, tienes que irte. O cuando un hombre tiró ácido en la cara de un peruano ciudadano, también diciéndole que era ilegal y tenía que regresar. O lo que pasó en El Paso, con la matanza más grande de latinos en la historia moderna, resultando en 23 latinos muertos. The GOP's embrace of a xenophobic and violent platform includes the pledge to carry out the largest deportations in the U.S. history, the use of military force on the southern border against asylum seekers that would contribute to more vigilantism and human rights abuses. El hecho que los republicanos apoyan una plataforma anti-migrante de violencia.
The most deportations and a militarized southern border, like don't get me excited over here. My God.
Que incluye una promesa de las deportaciones más grandes en la historia de los Estados Unidos, el uso de las fuerzas militares en la frontera en contra de gente buscando asilo, va a contribuir a más vigilancia, a más violaciones y de abusos de derechos humanos. It would also include an end of our family-based immigration system and renewed attacks on funding for so-called sanctuary cities or states. También incluye la eliminación del sistema de inmigración de petición familiar y nuevos ataques en contra de lo que nombran ciudades o estados santuarios. But because we lived through a prior administration of Trump, we say we will never go back to family separations where children are taken from their parents and deported with the purpose of creating trauma and endangering their lives. Pero como nosotros hemos vivido debajo de una administración Trump anteriormente, podemos decir que nunca más vamos a regresar a políticas de separación familiar donde les quitan niños de sus padres en centros de detención y los deportan con la intención de causar trauma y poner en peligro sus vidas. In 2018, we lived through the largest race in our state's history.
No, are you serious? Let me pull up CNN. Are you making this up? I can pull up CNN right now. I can do it. Don't make me watch CNN. They're already, what the fuck? Hang on. We're going to fact check this in real time. Come on, Xfinity, load my stream. That's actually a good idea. I didn't even think to pull up CNN. Come on, Xfinity. Don't fuck around with me. Come on. Oh, come on. Seriously. Xfinity stream. Oh shit. It finally loaded and I went off the thing. Hang on. Ah! Come on, Xfinity. Load. Not MSNBC. Let's see what CNN has to say. Watch.
And Governor, I'm glad to be with you. Look, you endorsed Trump.
Ah, Krista Doo-Doo! Oh, God! Oh, God! Kill it with fire! Kill it with fire!
Get straight to it, Governor Wright.
Figuratively, not literally. I would never wish death on anyone, but seriously, Krista Doo-Doo sucks so bad.
Here we are.
He sucks
JD
so
Vance.
bad.
Does JD Vance make you more or less comfortable with a possible second Trump administration?
I think he makes every American more comfortable with a second Trump administration. He's a Marine. He's a dad. He's incredibly smart. Came out of Yale. Pulled himself out of his. Pulled himself up from his own bootstraps. I mean, he's a great example of what you want to see in an executive position, driving policy, driving results for Americans in all facets of life. Whether it's someone that's struggling that needs better income, someone that is dealing with abuse issues, someone that's dealing with drugs, someone that just wants to support their business and help their employees. This is an individual that comes with a full package. And I think Donald Trump did a great job picking JD
Governor,
to be the
did
next
you
vice
hope
president.
After the horrible events of Saturday night, was there a part of you that hoped that maybe the former president would go with Nikki Haley at the last moment and go for a broader, more unity type of
He
feel?
endorsed Nikki
Did you have
Haley.
that hope or no?
He's my governor. He endorsed Nikki Haley.
Well, I don't think Saturday played into that at all. I didn't think the former president was going to pick Nikki as a vice president. I don't think Nikki necessarily brings more unity than a JD Vance does. I think they're both great public servants, and both would have. I would love to see Nikki as vice president. That would have been phenomenal. But I don't think anyone had any premonitions that was going to happen. But she's there at the convention. I think she's going to have a great presence there, to be sure. But JD is the full package, believe me. And I think a lot of folks are very excited. If we can get to a vice presidential debate
speaking
to see
tonight.
JD Vance,
Maybe this
talk
is
about
what we should
real
watch instead of
issues with
leftist.
Kamala Harris, not this scare tactic, fear, polarization stuff
Maybe
that
we
you're
should see
seeing.
reaction to
Real
JD
issues
Vance.
about inflation, about the border, about the opioid crisis, things that every American is dealing with on a daily basis.
Kamala Harris, I should say, the vice president did, we understand, call JD Vance once news came out that the senator had been selected for the VP slot on the Trump ticket. And she didn't get a chance to talk to him, but she did leave him a message. So that call, I understand, did happen. I am curious, though, Governor, how you look, and you have a unique perspective on this because, as I said, you called Trump effing crazy at one point. I mean, you were very strong on this. Now you back him. JD Vance was you on steroids in terms of some of the things that he said about Donald Trump back when he did not like him. Here's a couple things that he said, just a couple.
I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I can't
Even
stomach
CNN
Trump.
is
I think that
dragging
he's
JD Vance.
obnoxious.
Okay, so Governor, do you believe, that you can go from that to what he is now, right? All in every way. Do you think that that's the case?
Well, of course. Look, you're never going to find two individuals that agree on every issue, that agree on every issue of politics or whatever it might be. I'm sorry, don't we have Kamala Harris, who once said that did disagree with Joe Biden on his issues of race and busing and called him out on a national debate stage harder than anybody we had ever seen before? I mean, come on. So
all of it
like
gone.
this is not something new. So it's, I think, again, look at JD's background. Look at what he's brought to the
All
table.
of a sudden, we're like, we went from being like, Trump took a bullet for us and then got up and pumped his fist in the air. And like 2 days later, right after the JD Vance pick, we're all like, Trump only got shot in the ear. He's fine. Nothing really happened. Like, let's just all move on, okay? It's amazing.
That is incredibly bright. His service in the military as a Marine, I mean, that's phenomenal. That's exactly the kind of leadership that people get excited about.
All right. Well, Governor Sununu, I appreciate your time. Always do. Thank you very much. And we do have some breaking news on the Mar-a-Lago classified documents case coming out. And we just talk about the unbelievable developments here of these past days. Evan Perez
Trump
joins us
another
now.
Case.
And Evan, this in legal terms, I mean, this is a bombshell that we're learning of today.
That's right, Aaron. The judge, Eileen Cannon, who has been overseeing the documents case, the Mar-a-Lago case, decided that this case should be dismissed. She said that under the Constitution, Jack Smith, the special counsel, is not authorized to bring this case. Essentially, she's saying that if the Justice Department wants to bring a case like this, that they have to bring it by someone who has been confirmed by the Senate. In this case, perhaps a U.S. attorney. Jack Smith, of course, was not confirmed by the Senate. He was brought in from outside to oversee this case by Attorney General Merrick Garland. And just this hour, we're just in the last few minutes, we've heard now from the special counsel saying that they are ready to appeal this case. They said that they have received authorization from the Justice Department to appeal the case. And so the dismissal, they said the dismissal deviates from the uniform conclusion of all previous courts that have looked into this issue. So Wolf, we expect now that this is going to go before the 11th Circuit.
Let's just check in on MSNBC to see how they're covering this, just for fun, just for kicks. Oh, it's Nicole Wallace this time. Oh,
I'm sorry, Carl.
On a commercial. Okay, let's check in on Fox News, I guess. Let's see what's going on over there.
Me for 3 years when 9/11 happened. When I saw on the television,
there's some sort of gay, like, okay, RNC thing. All right, let's go back to CNN. Fine. They go to commercial. They're going to commercial now.
When we look back,
all right, well, I guess we can kind of keep that up. Let's go back to our leftist protest stuff. And like, this video is almost done, so we can keep up CNN and all that stuff too. And checking back in with them in a second. But let's finish up this part one of the leftist protests outside of the RNC. If you're just joining me, guys, we are doing full coverage of the RNC. We're both watching the RNC, which is in recess right now. They're scheduled to come back in about 45 minutes to an hour, so we're keeping an eye on that. But this is leftist protest stuff that occurred outside of the RNC today. We'll also ping around to like CNN and MSNBC and maybe even Fox News to get their takes on it. I'm going to be doing RNC coverage all week for you guys. Please mount the like button if you would be so kind. If you're not comfortable mounting the like button, you can smash the like button. You can high five the like button. You can give the like button a pat on the back. You can give the like button a kiss on the hand. Whatever you want to do, just do something to the like button to let the like button know that you appreciate the like button. And let's just watch the rest of this video.
The last 20 years in a failed attempt to intimidate families before a key governor's race. En el 2018 vivimos a través de una de las redadas más grandes en los últimos 20 años, en un esfuerzo que fracasó de tratar de intimidar a nuestras familias a salir para las elecciones claves de gobernador. People of all races and religions rose up with mass protests to condemn family separation policies. Gente de toda raza y religión se unió con protestas masivas para condenar separación de familias. In 2018 in Milwaukee, we organized a 60,000-strong Day Without Latinos and Immigrants general strike and march to end 287G and force the resignation of Sheriff Clark. And we won. We passed sanctuary policies to protect our communities and families. And we assert.
How does it feel that Nick will ever have sex with me? I mean, I'm married, so I can have sex whenever I want. So I feel pretty okay about that. Nick is saving himself for marriage. I'm very supportive of Nick saving himself for marriage. He's going to be a virgin until he marries his young, hot, Italian Catholic virgin wife, and they will only ever sleep with each other. And then it's only going to be for procreation because Nick isn't, all that stuff. So I'm I'm okay with it. That's fine.
Our values as a welcoming city and state. We march today to say that we are not afraid of those that demonize us and promote hate
I'm
and
married to
violence
an
and
Eastern
division.
European, yo.
We stand united and firm for justice and human rights. And we are proud that in 2020, we also contributed to defeat of Trump and his MAGA politics, and we will do so again in 2024. Sí se puede.
Gracias. Sí se puede, sí se puede. Sí se puede, sí se puede.
That's basically the end of this video. Let's go back and see what the news channels are doing. Let's go back and watch MSNBC complain. You guys want to listen to MSNBC complain?
He called him things that no one, I mean, I've had a lot of guests on over 8 years who have a lot of strong passions about Donald Trump, but I don't think anyone has said the kinds of things about Donald Trump that J.D. Vance once said about
They're
Donald Trump. He called
dragging
him
J.D.
cultural
Vance so
heroin.
bad.
Cultural heroin, yeah, we have that in our show tonight, along with his background, because he's an interesting person. He's an unusual Republican compared to the average member of Congress, right? Coming out of sort of finance and Yale and all that, and having spent less time in politics. But the way he rose in politics was arguing there's something other than Trumpism, that there should be a different kind of conservatism. Now he's on the ticket.
Yeah. It's interesting. And what's interesting, we've been covering Project 2025. I know you have too.
Yeah.
You know, a big pillar of that is the loyalty test. They're going to purge every federal agency of people who aren't loyal. I wonder if you just had someone on paper without J.D. Vance on it and he wasn't the VP, if you could pass John McEntee's test, right? Because he called him cultural heroin, an idiot. Called him, I mean, all these horrible, horrible things. I wonder if by
We'll
Project
watch Nick tonight
2025,
too. We'll watch
writing,
Nick's
he
reaction
could
to
be
all this
hired into
tonight.
Donald Trump's
I want to hear what Nick
administration.
has to say
It's
about
so
J.D.
interesting.
Vance.
I hadn't thought about it that way. When you put it that way, that, oh, you have these litmus tests now, and people at the top of the ticket, and also depending on how far back you go in Donald Trump's life, some of the things he used to claim about being a Democrat in New York, which again goes to the type of politics we're in. And then we have all this very serious stuff that you've been covering as well. We're going to cover tonight. So you're busy. We're all busy. Our whole teams are busy out there and working the convention. I'll see you more tonight.
See you in an hour.
I'll see you in an hour.
Okay,
as we
have a good
say.
show.
Our thanks to Nicole, as always, and good evening to you. I am Ari Melber, joining you this Monday, July 15th, and we're reporting on these several stories. The Republican National Convention beginning. Donald Trump announcing his running mate, as Nicole and I were just discussing, Ohio Senator J.D. Vance. He is now, tonight, we can tell you, formally nominated. That was within the last hour. Selecting a running mate is a major decision in any campaign. That's always true and always a big deal. But this one today comes amidst the many other significant developments right now that we're covering and that, frankly, we're all living through as a country.
By the way,
this whirlwind of activity
did you
includes
guys
a lot of
hear
things
that MSNBC took Morning Joe off the air today because they were deathly afraid that Mika Brzezinski was going to say something ill-considered about Donald Trump getting shot? So they just pulled the entire show from the air to prevent Mika from saying something that would come back to bite her in the ass.
Firefighter attending that rally also tragically killed. This was a harrowing attack that echoes across our nation and the world. I'm showing you just some of the headlines here. And it's also driving very important questions about what is a clear security lapse. And as a nation, we care about that because that would affect the Secret Service's competence and the confidence we have in it to protect all of the people under Secret Service protection. That would include, of course, the current president, the presidential nominees, and others. This convention, meanwhile, begins with official business today. The state delegation roll call vote, which does make Donald Trump the official Republican presidential nominee. If you recall all the conversation last couple weeks about when the Democratic nomination becomes official because of the questions about the president after debate. Well, here's an example in real life today. You're looking at that raucous, patriotic environment, the roll call vote.
That stage looks
He is
good.
the nominee. And as
That
Trump
stage
readies
looks
to
great with all
return
those different monitors.
through the convention this week, he also got a huge win in court against Jack Smith today in the documents prosecution. A judge tossing that entire case, a Trump-appointed judge. The Justice Department making news late tonight as I was just getting ready to come on air that they will appeal that ruling, and we have more on that important case later tonight. As for Senator J.D. Vance, since jumping into Senate politics about 2 years ago, he has branded himself a Trump loyalist. So recent Vance is Trump on policy and style. He auditioned as a fighter, traveled to attend Trump's criminal trial.
It's okay, Will,
launched
no
political
worries.
attacks that go really beyond even what Trump himself would sometimes say. And he has a conservative voting record for the brief time he's been in the Senate. That, as I tell you, as a factual matter, is recent Vance. But as a rookie senator, he has far
He's
less
about to drag JD
of a
Vance.
record or experience than most people on the national ticket. He's been a senator for 2 years. At 39 years old, he is one of the youngest running mates. And this is a time where, again, we say this carefully,
He's only
judiciously,
39?
respectfully, but this is a time where
I'm older
the
than
death
JD Vance.
of a potential or current president has
JD
been
Vance
discussed.
looks older than
frankly,
that. I'm sorry.
about
Maybe I
both
just look really
presidential
young, but
nominees. So if
he's only
Senator Vance assumed
39.
the presidency, say in the short term,
How
in the
do I
next
look
year
as
or
young
two,
as
he
I
would
look?
be
I
one
don't
of both
understand it.
the least experienced and youngest presidents ever.
What happened?
Quite a combination. Now, Vance has cleared those hurdles with Trump, clearly, who touted his Yale pedigree and his service as a Marine.
Does
Now,
JD
Trump
Vance
is
just
not
look
necessarily
really
known
old, or
for
do I look
reading.
young?
He talks
Yeah,
more
he looks
about
old,
other
right?
medium than, say, long-form books. But today, former President Trump mentioned Vance's book, Hillbilly Eulogy. And what is striking is that since that writing, Vance has used basically his writing, political commentary, and
The
ultimately
fact that Vance
the
has changed
platform
his
of
mind.
that
Trump
book
tells me it's his new and
as a way
well.
of arguing for a separation
It tells
from
me
what
that he wanted to be in a position
essentially
of
a kind of
power.
honest or
I
old school
appreciate the super
conservatism
chat. Yeah,
as distinct
he's at least 10
from
years older than
emerging
me.
Trumpism.
At least.
Before Donald Trump won in 2016, Vance, announced today as Donald Trump's running mate, called Donald
thank
Trump
you,
noxious,
Andrew.
reprehensible, and a quote, idiot.
Yeah.
He
I
likened
just
Trump's
look
ability to
young.
hook the needy and the gullible as a use of kind of, quote, cultural heroin, something our colleague Nicole Walls just mentioned. That is some of the past criticism. Vance, now promoted by following a current recent Republican tradition when it comes to dealing with Donald Trump.
I have no skincare routine.
If you can't beat him,
none.
Join him. Now, joining us first from the RNC reporting is Vaughn Hilliard. Vaughn, this is truly breaking news. We've seen now Senator Vance on the floor there where you are. He was there recently. What is the reception? What are you seeing in your reporting and the reception of the delegates? Because this is new information. They'd heard Vance was on the short list. Now he's the running mate.
Right. I think, in conversation with a few of the delegates that this is being well received because let's be very clear. JD
Oh
Vance,
God,
over the
Rachel
last several
Maddow coming on
years
at 7
has
p.m.
been somebody that is, I think, been a not only
And Joy
ardent, loyal
Reid.
supporter of Donald Trump, but also an articulate messenger for what a second Trump administration could look like and what this America First ideology looks like in the vision of Donald Trump, and better shaped by some people like him and Josh Hawley. And JD Vance, he was elected just in 2022. He's only been in the U.S. Senate for 18 months. But the folks here, of course, they know him from the Hillbilly Elegy story. And there is sort of a national recognition of who he is largely off of that. There is a connection that is based off of that identity.
Oh,
And
that
so
New Hampshire.
for
There's New
Donald
Hampshire's
Trump
delegation.
picking him as his running mate is notable
That's-
here.
well,
We
I
are
guess
in the
that's
middle
actually
of what is
okay.
essentially
Right in
the
front of the
convention
stage, but-
dinner break here. Everybody should be convening the more than 2,000 delegates about a half hour from now. You're going to see the likes of Marjorie Taylor Greene, Glenn Youngkin, Senator Tim Scott speaking here on this Monday night, the first night of prime time. And of course, you saw JD Vance walk out here to cheers. And this was a moment where, let's be very clear here, Ari, I would say that there was not a clear-cut favorite to be Donald Trump's running mate. Of course, there may have been nobody more loyal to him than Mike Pence for a little more than 4 years until January 6, 2021. But when you're looking at the folks who he was considering, a good number of them had either said negative things about Donald Trump in the past, or they were perhaps not palatable to a larger part of the electorate. I say a Marjorie Taylor Greene or a Matt Gaetz. And that is
Hey,
what
thanks,
ultimately, despite the
Oh,
8-year
Matt
history
Gaetz would've
between
been
these two men,
great.
led to Donald Trump
I would have loved
selecting
Matt Gaetz as
JD
VP.
Vance as
That would've
the
been a
running
boss
mate
pick.
and vice presidential candidate with these 113 days left.
Yeah, and Vaughn, when you look at what I mentioned before, we are living through this absolute horrific, tragic attack, this attempted assassination of a former president and current, now today, presidential nominee officially of the Republican Party. That is a huge and significant thing that hangs over all of this. From a governing perspective, as we all understand, that's why the running mate, potentially, if elected, the vice president, plays a significant role. You couldn't really script a more dramatic, albeit tragic, on-ramp
Oh, that's
for
right. One of
Vance,
them would've
having
had to
everyone
move
held
or
their
change
breath
their
to see
residence.
whether any of
You're
those
right.
shots aimed at the nominee's head connected. He lived through it, and that is hanging over the convention as you'll be covering for us. So can you walk us through what that feels like today and the relative, not only inexperience we mentioned, but also youth, a very young person backing up a nominee who, like the current president, both of them, as we've mentioned, are elderly candidates?
It doesn't matter.
39 years old, and in a lot of ways,
matters.
Don Jr. has become especially close with J.D. Vance, and in these last months was at the forefront of pressing for him to be that vice presidential nominee here. Of course, watching the events unfold just about 48 hours ago now was a cloud that was hanging over this entire convention. I was talking to one delegate earlier who said that everybody here in this room has been to a Trump rally before, and they viewed what happened there as a situation they each could have found themselves in. Dave McCormick, the U.S. Senate candidate for Pennsylvania, he was there in that front row at that rally. And, you know, for each of these elected officials, they usually have those prominent seats here. And so
can we hinge into reality for a second? There was a time when Trump had both houses, and do you know what he accomplished? Nothing. Trump, like, listen, Trump isn't. Oh my God, Republicans never learn. I swear to God, you guys actually still think Trump is going to save you. Trump isn't going to do anything, guys. He's actually probably going to be worse in the second term than he is in the first. You'll learn eventually when it's too late.
The U.S. Congress is a major factor as opposed to somebody like a Doug Burgum, who is serving the state of North Dakota as a governor.
Vaughn Hilliard on the convention floor there. We will be coming back to you all night and all week. So thank you for your reporting. Stay safe and rested. I turn now to Bill Kristol, who is a bit of a vice presidential expert himself, having advised and served in the White House for a Republican vice president. You also, as we know, have been critical of Donald Trump in your current work. Welcome back. Bill, we've met through our reporting many times. We meet here at a very serious time after watching the terrible attack and the political violence this weekend, and now onboarding into everything that's happening today.
It's going to be
Let's start with
them,
J.D. Vance.
like the terrible
what does he
attack
bring
on
to the
Trump.
ticket? What do you see as his strengths? Obviously, the nominee here who's in a good position, Donald Trump, thinks this is a strengthening of the ticket. And what do you see as his potential pitfalls?
You know, Ari, it's really a radical pick. I'm not sure people have fully focused on this. J.D. Vance is not just, I mean, Trump had other picks of people who were loyal to him, who would cater to him, who would bow down to him, but who were not election deniers, who were not against aid to Ukraine. J.D. Vance's position on Ukraine is not that of Speaker Mike Johnson. It's not that of Tim Scott or Tom Cotton, or a lot of other people who are pretty pro-Trump.
Don't do it.
Vance is, if anything, more anti-Ukraine than Trump has
Don't
been
make me like J.D. Vance.
Vance is all totally on board with election denial, with being pro-January 6th hostages. Vance has gone further than the Heritage Project 2025 report in saying we not just we should have 50,000 political appointees, but we should fire every civil servant and have loyalty tests instead.
MSNBC is
Vance
making
is
like
radical
J.D. Vance.
Whatever his views were 8 years ago, one can talk about that and talk about his sincerity. But, you know, many authoritarian movements end up staffed by people who didn't start off as authoritarians and who were ambitious. But he is there, and he is a radical authoritarian. And Trump is picked.
Well, you're drawing people's attention to his positions, which also fit into the political position of the nominee, Donald Trump, and what he thinks he needs to do. Last cycles, he needed to shore up other wings of the party. And Mike Pence, while many people would say on certain policies, certainly on church and state and other issues, was a very strong conservative. On other issues you just mentioned, the Constitution, democracy as opposed to other attacks on it, he represented something different. And it may have been through the need to build a coalition.
Now all of us who hated J.D. Vance 2 hours ago when this stream started, now we're like, maybe it's not so bad. What's going on? Listen, man, if Bill Kristol and MSNBC have consternation about J.D. Vance, they're obviously afraid of him. They're probably more afraid of J.D. Vance than they are of Trump.
Nikki Haley type voters who kind of care about helping Ukraine, who don't want to see every civil servant politicized, who aren't really fond of the election denial. He doesn't seem to think he needs those voters. I think, from my point of view, this is a scary pick. It's, in my view, more dangerous for the country if he's vice president, but it's a risky pick for Trump because I do think it's not as politically it's not obviously his politically smartest pick. Vance is a smart guy, so he'll do okay, I suppose, in debates and interviews. But at the end of the day, this really is doubling down on MAGA. It's not a unity pick. It's not what former President Trump talked about after the terrible assassination attempt. I don't think you can plausibly say that. This is not Tim Scott. It's not Doug Burgum. It's not Marco Rubio. It's not others who clearly have come from a somewhat different part of the Republican Party. This is doubling down on MAGA.
Right. And again, you're speaking as someone with Republican experience. You're drawing us as well to a point that the former president has not appeared in public or given a speech yet, but he gave interviews with the New York Post and others over the weekend, and he said that his response to the shooting, he said, would be to change things, to change his convention speech to pursue unity.
How much
and you're
Bill
saying in
Kristol
this
hates
first
him.
big decision since then, whether it was made in advance or not, you don't view it as a Republican unity pick, given your background, let alone a national unity approach, which is interesting. Bill, please stay with me. We're covering all these stories and the convention. So Bill's going to come back. We also have President Biden speaking out exclusively to NBC's Lester Holt. There is new material, not what aired earlier, and you'll see the brand new material airing for the first time later this hour.
Really?
Also, the news in Jack Smith's classified documents case. We have a breakdown on that. I'm going to give you the legal
All
understanding.
right, let's pop over to CNN and see what CNN is saying. Guys, the RNC should be coming back in about half an hour.
He's more determined to make America great again. He's got incredible fighting spirit, no different than when he was pumping his hand in the air with blood running across his face. And I'm really proud of him. I've never been more proud as a child, as a son. He's a remarkable human being. He's got backbone that's unlike any person I've ever met before. And as I said before, we're going to win and we're going to restore prosperity to this country. And he's going to make America great again.
It's determination, it's defiance, and it's also unity, not just in the family, but Republican Party writ large, something we're expecting to see over the course of the next several nights, Aaron.
All right, Phil, thank you very much. Wolf?
Aaron, thank you. I want to bring in Larry Hogan right now, the former Republican governor of Maryland, who is now running for the U.S. Senate from Maryland. Governor, thank you so much for joining us.
I know
Donald Trump is now calling on the country to unite after the failed assassination attempt on him. Is there anything he can say or do right now to get you to rethink endorsing him for president?
Well, look, I think it's, I'm glad to hear that that Donald Trump and Joe Biden are both now talking about lowering the temperature and trying to talk about, trying to unite the country. It's something that I've been very passionate about and focused on for many, many years. And look, right now after the horrific assassination attempt on the president, I think we really need to encourage not just Joe Biden and Donald Trump, but all of the people on both sides of the aisle. If ever there were a time for us to come together and to stop the angry, divisive, toxic politics, it's certainly right now at this moment as we're reaching an inflection point. I mean, the whole country is a tinderbox, and we've got to be very careful about how we proceed.
I spoke with Senator J.D. Vance back in May, just a couple of months or so ago. He's now the vice presidential nominee for your party, the Republican Party. At that time, I asked him whether he was okay with the Trump campaign attacking you for saying Americans should respect the verdict in Trump's hush money case in New York. Listen to what he said at the time. Listen to this.
I'm okay with the fact that we need to criticize and call this ridiculous.
Chris
legal
Lasavides is
proceeding
one of
out.
Trump's
Larry Hogan's trying to
advisors.
win a Senate race in a blue seat. Obviously, I disagree with Larry Hogan. The problem is not criticizing the sham prosecution. The problem is the sham prosecution itself, and we need leadership to call it out.
Governor, are you comfortable with him as the Republican vice presidential nominee?
Well, look, I don't know Senator Vance. I don't believe we've ever met. I know that we share very different views. It's not really for me to decide. I'm not there at the convention. I'm focused on my race in Maryland, and I'm out there talking to people every day, trying to convince them that send me to Washington to try to clean up the mess and the divisiveness and dysfunction.
Governor, I know
There's a
you
reason
recently
that he's
said
not
that you're not
mentioned.
seeking
Byron
Trump's
Donald's this
endorsement
That's
for your
good.
Senate campaign in Maryland. Has that changed at all since Saturday's shooting?
No, look, it doesn't really have much impact on Maryland. I've been out there trying to convince people on both sides of the aisle that I'm the right person to send to Washington that I have the courage to stand up to the current president, to the former president, to the Democratic Party or the Republican Party. And, I didn't seek President Trump's endorsement. Quite frankly, it's not much of a factor in Maryland, where he lost by 33 points and I ran 46 points ahead of him.
You've been a very strong voice in your Republican Party, Governor, calling for an end to all the divisive rhetoric that's out there. Here's the question. Why aren't you speaking here in Milwaukee at the Republican convention?
Because they didn't invite him.
Well, I've been a strong voice, not just for to convince the Republican Party to lower the divisive rhetoric, but the Democratic Party as well. And it's what I've been focused on. I literally formed an organization 6 years ago focused on trying to do something about the toxic politics. And I've been calling that out on both sides, and I'll continue to do so. I'm not sure it makes much sense for me to be out there in Milwaukee. I'm out trying to convince undecided voters here in my state in Maryland.
Former Governor Larry Hogan of Maryland, thank you very much for joining us.
Thanks, Wolf.
And coming up, Vice President Kamala Harris now saying she's actually ready to debate J.D. Vance. How popular will Trump's pick for vice president be with voters?
I wanted them to be dragging J.D. Vance more. When are we going to see that? Guys, we're just waiting for the RNC to come back. We're checking in on the major networks to see how they're covering the news.
Heard it all, but as Molly said, also the sorrow about the gentleman who was killed and 2 others seriously wounded, and the sense that anything can happen in life and in politics. It does, as you said at the beginning, and you said it respectfully, I think, but I think you did say it respectfully. I mean, the vice presidential pick it does bring home the importance of the vice presidential pick. Thank God we haven't had, the Kennedy assassination type situations since then, in terms of people succeeding because of a murder, because of an assassination. We've had close calls with Reagan, but the combination of the age of both the President Biden and former President Trump, and now the reminder about violence, does put the vice presidential pick on the line. One other thing I would say is I didn't mention earlier in my one other way in which J.D. Vance is radical is he's gone so much further than really almost any other, I'd say, mainstream, respectable Republican, a few random members of Congress have it, in basically saying the Biden campaign is responsible for this assassination attempt on Donald Trump. And he's tweeted that about 2 hours, I think, 4 hours after the attempt on Saturday night, before anything was known. We still don't know that much about the motives of the shooter and his background and so forth, his politics, whether there were any politics involved. I did think for a while there that might deter Trump. I mean, it's got to be politically useful for him, I should think, to be the candidate of unity for a little bit at this point. And he took the senator, I think really literally maybe of every Republican senator, Molly can correct me, she follows this by a little more closely, who went furthest in just saying the Biden campaign, really the Biden campaign is responsible for this assassination attempt.
Yeah, I think that's relevant to covering him and his public statements, Bill. And many officials spoke out. We should note many people in both parties said the traditional and responsible things that you say after an attack like this. And that's not very hard to call for, prayers and thoughts for the person who was murdered. And you oppose all political violence in all its forms. And many stopped there. Many Republicans stopped there. As you say, J.D. Vance did immediately post something without evidence, trying to essentially politicize it. That was that response. So I do think that's
how dare they politicize an assassination?
In terms of the type of
how dare they? Clutch your
Bill Kristol
pearls.
and Molly Ball, I want to thank both of you for joining us as we cover the convention. We'll be hearing from both of you again. Tonight, we also have a special report where I'm going to dig into understanding what we do know and what happened about this terrible security lapse and what happened at the actual rally where there was this attempted failed assassination of a former president. Also tonight, the NBC exclusive, we've told you about President Biden sitting down with Lester Holt. New pieces of that interview airing for the first time from our friends at NBC. We have that in this hour. But first, the other big news, Special Counsel Jack Smith making news tonight. He will appeal this huge ruling today.
God, is this more painful than watching leftists? Let's see what I guess Fox News is saying.
Cheater will appear before the House Oversight Committee in person next Monday.
expect intense questions
Oh
from both
yeah,
sides of
the
the
Secret
aisle.
Service lady
David
is going to
Spahn,
be
Justice
testifying in
Department.
front of
David, thank you.
Congress. That'll be good.
Well,
We should
President
definitely cover
Biden
that.
is calling for Americans to turn the temperature down on political rhetoric. He's also facing his own political crisis in the Democratic Party, the effort by some in his own party to try to get him off the November ballot. The president spoke with Lester Holt of NBC News this afternoon for an interview to be shown this evening. We have a brief excerpt to show you tonight. Senior White House correspondent
Morning
Jackie
Joe
Heinrich joins
missing
us
coming
tonight,
up.
live from the North Lawn. Good evening, Jackie.
Good evening, Brett. This interview was supposed to revitalize President Biden's campaign amid his party's calls to replace him. Now he's navigating new messaging while trying to maintain confidence in his administration's ability to investigate the attempt on his opponent's life.
You said it's time to put Trump in the bullseye.
What I guess I was talking about at the time was there's very little focus on Trump's agenda. I didn't say crosshairs. I've been bullseye. I mean, focus on him. Focus on what he's doing. Focus on his policies. How do you talk about the threat to democracy, which is real, when a president says things like he says?
Now a subtle shift in the president's language.
He's a clone of Trump on the issues.
The Biden campaign is sticking to its message that Trump's agenda is extreme, but White House officials appear to be struggling to convey their full view without stoking hostilities.
Does the president view Trump's agenda as a threat to democracy?
Look, what I will say is right now we're not going to politicize what happened on Saturday. What happened on Saturday was horrific.
Democrats would never politicize something, guys. They would never do it. Never.
And we got to move forward in the way that we respect each other, that we don't have this type of discourse.
Just one day before a gunman tried to take Trump's life, this was Biden's framing.
Trump is a threat to this nation. Trump said if he wins, he'll be a dictator on day one. He means it, folks. We're not going to let that happen. Over my dead body will happen.
Asked how Biden is going to lead his own call to turn down the temperature, White House officials pointed to his actions in the immediate aftermath, calling Trump personally, giving multiple updates on the status of the investigation, and delivering an Oval Office address to call for unity. But where this all goes from here, Brett, is an open question. Brett.
Jackie Heinrich, live in the North Lawn. Jackie, thanks. Up next, the media's role in the country's political divisions.
I want to see Fox News talk about Morning Joe.
And later, what a difference a year makes. Last summer, the GOP presidential field came here, right here in Fiserv Forum, to debate on Fox.
Remember when Mike Pence actually thought he could be the nominee? Yo, remember when Mike Pence actually thought that maybe he could be the nominee? All right, guys, we are just watching some coverage before the RNC kicks back into session, which should be in the next 15, 20 minutes or so, maybe half an hour, give or take. We'll have to see. If you're just joining the stream, please do make sure you mount the like button for me. I would really appreciate it. I do want to let everyone know, if you've just joined, that I do have a special Trump collection in my merch store right now, which is the Unwoke Art Store. You can find the link at you can find it at unwokeart.com. The link is in the description on YouTube and on Rumble. I also have it pinned to the top of the chat on YouTube. And I've got some Trump merch that I've been making over the past year and a half or so. I brought back some special items that were previously limited editions just for this week only. That's it. It's not going to be available after this week, okay? Let's see what we've got. We've got the Trump icon t-shirt that I made to basically commemorate Trump's badassery in terms of like getting shot in the head and then getting up and pumping his fist in the air. Most badass thing I've ever seen in my life. I wasn't originally going to do a shirt, but I had to. So you can buy that in the store right now. This shirt is 25% off. Discount will automatically be taken at checkout. You don't need a promo code or anything. So pick that up if you would like it. We've got the Trump American Gangster shirt, which is the mugshot in the orange steel and just says American Gangster on it. That's going to be available. We've got the Trump Indictment Victory Tour t-shirt. And what's cool about this one is this one was based off of concert t-shirts. So it has every single Trump indictment on the back, just like if you were getting a concert t-shirt, and it would have all the tour dates. So that's actually one of my favorite shirts. It actually looks really cool in person. So you can get that in the store. And then I brought back the original Trump merch, the first Trump merch I ever made, which is the Always Get a Last Laugh t-shirt. A lot of these t-shirts, by the way, are available in different colors if you want them in different colors. Not all of them are, but some of them are. So you can go and check that out. And of course, I have mugs that are with all of these designs. We've got the black mug for the icon design and the Victory Tour t-shirt. And then we've got the classic, the iconic golden Trump. This right here is one of the best-selling things ever in my store. I've seen pictures of people posting this mug. It looks so cool. And I think that Trump is truly getting the last laugh this week. So if you're looking for a gift for the Trump lover in your life, I promise you will not be disappointed with the golden Trump Always Get the Last Laugh mug. It looks really cool in person. So you can pick all that up. And even if you want to wrap it up, I've also got some Trump wrapping paper, which people love. I did this specially for Christmas as kind of a gag, but it is actually like really high quality wrapping paper, and it looks cool. And I do actually have some of it in orange, Kyle. So actually, if you go to the Trump American Gangster merch, I do actually have that in orange, and it looks awesome. Not all designs work in all colors though. So you gotta kind of play it by ear. I've got that one in orange. I think I've got this one in orange as well. So some of them are in orange. It just depends. Also, I've got all sorts of other great stuff in the Unwoke art store, guys. You can get the Plague Doctor t-shirt, the limited edition black on black Plague Doctor t-shirt that will only be available for this month. You can get our zine t-shirts that are just awesome. They look so cool. You can get the 4 goals of the woke left design, and this is specially designed by Bot. Lots of cool stuff in the Unwoke art store. You can get the dystopian collection, which is my take on like dystopian movie posters. Like this one is They Live. Looks really cool. We got different colors on that one. Let's see. What else do I have? This is Fahrenheit 451. Actually, for all the groypers in the house, actually, check this out. This is my version of Clockwork Orange, my like homage to Clockwork Orange, and it says Notice at the top. I love this shirt. I think this shirt looks so effing cool. It's one of actually my favorite designs. We got it in a whole bunch of different colors. Actually, it does come in orange. That actually looks pretty badass rather. And so lots of cool stuff in the store. And of course, all purchases in the store do go to support the work I'm doing. And I really appreciate it. All right, let's go back. I want to watch Fox News talking about, I want to watch them talking about I want to watch them talking about Morning Joe. Yeah, I think I'm going to be doing a sale on that Notice shirt because like obviously I've been getting into more red pill stuff lately, and obviously noticing is a big part of red pilling. So I think I might do a special on that shirt next week. So stay tuned for that.
Welcome back to Milwaukee. Here are some other headlines today. Israel struck a southern and central Gaza Strip again today. This follows a weekend attack targeting Hamas leadership. Palestinian officials are saying at least 90 people were killed Saturday. Israel not saying yet whether senior Hamas commander Mohammed
the shirts
Diaf
are a really nice
was one of those
jersey.
people
They're very
killed.
nice light jersey.
Nearly
It's
half
really
of
good
all
fabric.
Americans are under some type of heat alert
I
today.
want to
An
do that at
excessive
some point.
heat
I just
watch is
couldn't
in
get a
place
design that I
for
liked,
cities
but I will
including
do Brave New
Boston,
World at some
Philadelphia,
point.
Washington, and New York. Heat index readings could hit
Really?
110
I didn't know that.
through Tuesday. Tonight we look at
Elon
media's
Musk
role
is
in the
debating
country's
Destiny like
political division
live,
and how
like in a
calls for
space or
unity
something, or
may
just on
affect that.
Twitter.
Interestingly, one of the most critical of all the anti-Trump programs
Shit, do we need
was
to
missing
do
from
breaking
the
news?
MSNBC lineup today. We get details from Fox News media
Is he just
analyst
doing
and
it in
host
the
of Fox's
replies
Media
in a
Buzz,
space?
Howard Kurtz.
Oh shit. Hang on. I'm sorry. If Elon Musk is in a space with Destiny, that's actually more important. Oh, it's Adrian. Oh, it's Adrian Dittman. It's not Elon Musk. It's Adrian. It's Elon Musk. Like, all right. Let's just go to that real quick and just see. Hang on. I don't actually think that's Elon Musk. I think that's someone that works for Elon Musk, though. I definitely think he's connected to Elon Musk. All right. Let's just check in. Why not? We've got some extra time. Let's do a Let's do a detour over into this. Actually, fuck. Hang on. I can't show you guys my super secret spy name, so I have to sign in under my normal account. Hang on. You guys can't know like my sock account. Okay, it's top secret information. It's on a need to know basis. For me only. Let's see. What's going on?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't think any Democrat has called for open borders. If they did, can you explain why would they have the support in Congress to pass legislation to reduce immigration?
Thanks, D.
When was this exactly?
A few months ago, when the Lankford bill essentially was before Congress, and Donald Trump said, "Don't pass this."
I mean,
And then people like Ted Cruz went on TV and they're like, "Oh yeah, like it doesn't go far enough. We're not going to pass this." And Donald Trump said not to.
I wonder what else is contained within that, because oftentimes when laws are made, they're packaging something else within it. So perhaps there may have been some element to that was not satisfactory. I wouldn't know.
Well, let's say that was the case, then why wouldn't they try to rework it and pass it slightly modified?
I think he works for
Like,
Elon.
it's not like Republicans
they
said
know
that-
each other. They're
Okay,
friends.
well, they didn't. It just got shot down. Like I said, like
Is Destiny
in Congress, they were ready to pass this bill, and then Donald Trump came out and said, "Hey, we don't want this passed because we need to keep this open for the election because I'm the only one that can fix the border, basically."
And perhaps that is an argument. I wouldn't know.
Yeah, Destiny's
I think a legitimate argument is the ex-president should be forcing the country into a worse position to give him a better negotiating
How would it be a worse
position.
position? I mean, how would you know it's a worse position? I wouldn't know what it is.
Well, I think right now we're in a worse position because the asylum seeking at the border is out of control.
It is true.
Yeah,
but why would it
Destiny's
force
trying
you
to
into
sound
a worse
incredibly
position
calm because he's trying
if
to
you
get
wanted to deal with a
monetization
certain
back.
problem?
We could have passed legislation to help cut that significantly, and Donald Trump stopped it to keep it open for the election.
Okay, perhaps that is an argument. Hang on, what is this? Dear God. Hang on, I'm trying to keep up with the comments as we're speaking as well. Yes, I do have a YouTube channel. Yeah, it's basically the same user name handle. Yeah, just like on X. Okay, sorry.
All right, this is kind of boring. It sounds like. Is anything interesting going to happen in this space? All right, I give up. I give up on that. It's boring. Let's go back to news. Destiny's streaming that though, guys, so we can check in on that later. I want to see them talk about Joe Scarborough.
Please raise your hand if you would.
Some pointed to Trump's legal battles and the impact they could have on his candidacy.
The Republicans are in a bind because we have a nominee that's facing felony convictions.
I will not be endorsing Donald Trump in this campaign.
The one thing I know for sure now is I am not voting for Trump under any circumstances. If the American people are stupid enough to nominate these two guys, it doesn't mean I have to be stupid too.
Others grew closer with the presumptive nominee. Have you talked to the former president about a possible VP choice?
The only thing I'm talking to the President Trump about is how to make sure he gets 4 more years.
It doesn't really matter who President Trump's
One in
VP
the
is. The
chat
guy
if
is
Tim
so
Scott
strong
is
across
gay.
every
Two in
demographic.
the chat
On
if Tim
abortion
Scott
in
is
North
straight.
Dakota, he signed something legislation handed
One
him.
if Tim
Does
Scott
that
is
hurt
gay.
him?
Two
Well, it's
two
a
if
little
Tim
bit of
Scott
an
is
issue. It's
straight.
a pretty
Let me know what you
strong
think.
ban.
Abortion is a top issue among Wisconsin voters. Republican candidates on that stage took the opportunity to weigh in Milwaukee.
Governor Haley, what do you say to your party and to your state, which today confirmed a 6-week abortion law?
We need to stop demonizing this issue. This is talking about the fact that unelected justices didn't need to decide something this personal because it's personal for every woman and man.
Vice President Pence, you're shaking your head.
When the Supreme Court returned this question to the American people, they didn't just send it to the states only. It's not a states only issue. It's a moral issue.
That debate is still playing out as the Republican committee released its platform, which states that the party, quote, will oppose late-term abortion. Conservatives, like former Vice President Mike Pence, called the stance a profound disappointment.
The abortion issue is much simplified right now because I brought it out, by getting rid of Roe v. Wade.
The platform also lacks details over the future of aid for Ukraine, an issue Republicans have been debating for the past year.
You would not support an increase of funding to Ukraine?
I would not. I think that we have to put the interests of Americans first.
First of all, the American
Hey,
president
thanks,
needs to
Liza
have moral
Jean.
clarity. When you look
Appreciate
at the
you.
situation with Russia and Ukraine, here you have a pro-American country that was invaded.
Well, we're not doing
by
Joshua
a
anymore.
thug.
Joshua
So when you
and I
want to talk
decided to end
about
that
what
show,
has
but
been
we got a
given
new
to
replacement
Ukraine,
coming up. Don't
less
worry.
than
Maybe Justin should.
3.5% of our defense budget has been
Sadly,
given to
Joshua will
Ukraine.
no
In
longer
fiscal
be
year
with us, though, but we
2023, the
appreciate
Congressional
you, and
Research
I thank you
Service
for the super
estimated
chat.
about $27 billion in security assistance went to Ukraine. For fiscal year 24, Congress has allotted about $9.7 billion so far, making up 1.1% of the defense budget.
Sending weapons to Ukraine and Israel isn't foreign aid. It's an investment in the world.
And every time that Zelensky comes to this country, he walks away with $60 billion. He's the greatest salesman ever. The European nations together have spent $100 billion or maybe more than that, less than us. Why doesn't he call them and say, you got to put up your money?
The party remains united on one thing heading into this November's election rematch.
The best thing Joe Biden can do for America on the global stage, stay off of it.
Biden has been a catastrophe.
He's the worst. He's the most corrupt, the most incompetent president in the history of our country. And we have to take it back from that party. That's an evil party.
And now that party here, gathered on the convention floor, seems galvanized behind the former president as they wait to see the ticket together on the stage. Trump-Vance is the ticket.
Yeah,
Up
we
next, the
watched
panel
that.
measures,
We watched it earlier.
The GOP ticket
Hang on, not
versus
that
the
one.
Democrats. But first,
We watched that
Milwaukee
video
and
earlier.
beer. Well, it goes back a long way. Wisconsin is known for a few
Ugh.
things. One of them is beer.
All right, let me see what's going on MSNBC or CNN. Let's go to CNN. We're going to be tuning back into the RNC, guys.
You spoke to
as soon as
Mr.
it starts
Trump
again.
afterward. Can you give me a sense of that conversation?
Very cordial. I told him how concerned I was and wanted to make sure I knew how he was actually doing. He sounded good. He said he was fine. And he thanked me for calling him. I told him he was literally in the prayers of Jill and me. And I hope his whole family was weathering this.
Well, let's talk about the conversation this has started. And it's really about language, what we say out loud and the consequences of those. You called your opponent an existential threat on a call a week ago. You said it's time to put Trump in the bullseye. There's some dispute about the context, but I think you appreciate that
I didn't say
words matter.
crosshairs. I was talking about focus on. Look, the truth of the matter was, what I guess I was talking about at the time was, there was very little focus on Trump's agenda.
Yeah, the term is bullseye.
It was a mistake to use the word. I didn't say crosshairs. I meant bullseye. I meant focus on him. Focus on what he's doing. Focus on his policies. Focus on the number of lies he told in the debate. Focus. I mean, there's a whole range of things that, look, I'm not the guy that said I want to be a dictator on day one. I'm not the guy that refused to accept the outcome of the election. I'm not the guy who said that won't accept the outcome of this election automatically. You can't only love your country when you win.
Mr. President, you've been in politics
Nick
a very
just
long time.
tweeted,
So
and
let's
worst
speak
of all,
frankly, we're all
JD
adults here.
Vance is fat.
Has this shooting changed the trajectory of this race?
I don't know, and you don't know either.
I don't know, but
No, Nick isn't live yet. He just tweeted.
I've thought less about the trajectory of the case than two things.
Nick
One,
is Italian. Nick
what
will
his
get
health
fat
is,
at some
that
point.
was
Just wait.
secure, number one.
It's going to happen.
And number two, what happens from here on in terms of the kind of coverage that the president and vice president and former president and new vice president get in terms of, look, I've never seen a circumstance where you ride
Nick
through
doesn't like
certain
going to the
rural areas of
gym.
the country.
It's all
People
over.
have
Nick is
signs
about,
there,
guys,
big Trump signs with
Nick
middle
is about to turn 26. Nick is sliding down the hill towards 30. So he doesn't go to the gym. He eats McDonald's. It's all over. I promise you. Listen, I have experience with turning 25 and all of a sudden having all of your body redistribute itself out of nowhere. You wake up, you go to sleep one day and all your clothes fit. You wake up the next day, none of them fit. It's just a fact of life. Nick is going to get fat. Unless he starts going to the gym.
Storm, on this issue of whether you should be on the ticket or not?
Look, 14 million people voted for me to be the nominee in the Democratic Party. Okay?
Yeah, Nick's gonna find that wife soon before he starts. Before
In your last TV interview, you were asked if you had watched the debate. Your answer was, "I don't think so. No." Have you since seen it?
I've seen pieces of it. I've not watched the whole debate.
The president also responding to news of Donald Trump's new vice presidential pick.
I want to ask you about
Nick did kiss a
just shortly
girl
before
over
you
on
and I
Rumble.
sat
Nick
down.
kissed a girl in high school
Former
or
President
something.
Trump named his vice presidential pick, J.D. Vance. What does that tell you? His qualities. What does that tell you about?
Yeah, someone should do that.
Former President Trump's values in terms of
Be like,
who
Nick,
he will
this is
surround
your
himself
future.
with in the next administration should he win?
Well, it's not unusual. He's going to surround himself with people who agree completely with him. Have a voting record. I support him.
It was an accident.
Even though if you go back
he
and
didn't
listen
mean
to
to
the
do it.
things that J.D. Vance said about Trump.
And the president had a lot more.
All right, let's discuss with our political experts who are listening very closely to what the President of the United States just said.
Amber Rose is speaking tonight.
The first thing
Oh
was
my
is,
God.
on the question of the status of his candidacy, Lester Holt asked him, do you believe you've weathered this storm inside your own party? I didn't hear an answer to that. All I heard was 14 million people voted for me to be the nominee. I listened to them. That does not answer the question of whether or not he thinks he's weathered this moment of Democrats in his own party asking for him to step down as the nominee. And I thought that was telling. I also thought, just in the comparison to the interview with George Stephanopoulos, again, and we saw this a little bit at the NATO press conference, he clearly seems to have gotten some advice that he needs to not be as defiant in this moment, but have a little bit more humility. And I think he was still trying to strike that tone, though clearly indicating he plans to honor the primary process and he's the nominee. And I'm sure his plan hasn't changed to remain the candidate.
Audie, how did you see it?
Well, there was a sense that the seriousness of the attempted assassination had quieted any other political chatter on any other topic. But the truth is, by the end of this week, there will be the almost obligatory post-convention bounce, and I'm sure Democrats will freak out.
I mean,
all over
Amber
again,
Rose is
and
also
that
black.
dialogue will return.
Yeah, but the longer that they wait,
Republicans love nothing more than a black
Joe
woman who
Biden
likes their
making a move off the
candidate.
ticket,
It's like their
the more this
favorite thing in the
benefits them.
world.
We're going to move closer to the likelihood that the Democratic Committee would do some sort of virtual roll call vote to
All right, this is boring. Let's go to MSNBC, check in with them. We're just waiting for the convention to get started again, guys. It should be getting started in the next 10 minutes or so. Hang in there. Please mount the like if you haven't already, and we'll pop around to different coverage throughout the night. Why are the fuck are women in the Secret Service? I can understand being like, you know, an administrator or something. Why that, like, women should not be guarding the president.
We're joined by a 20-year FBI veteran, Frank.
I'm sorry.
Figuzzi.
I said what
Frank,
I said.
From a security
Got all these
perspective,
little
what
women
do you
around
see
all
there?
these big men. It makes no
I
sense.
see a failure. Ari, the Secret Service uses the phrase zero fail to describe its own mission. They failed. It's a very high bar. You can't get it right all the time, but they failed. The question now, of course, with an independent investigation,
If women
ordered
want to
by
do
President Biden,
admin
is
or camera
to answer the question
monitoring
why.
or
Why did they fail? It's like a Polaroid photo that's coming
analysis,
slowly into focus, but it is
fine.
getting sharper as NBC News
Not guarding the
reporters gather
president.
more information. What are we learning? We're learning it appears that this was outside the Secret Service perimeter. They totally acknowledged it during an advance that it was a threat for two reasons. One, 150 yards or so, easy shot by a sniper with a rifle, and elevated. That's two strikes against that building. But they put it outside the responsibility of the Secret Service perimeter.
Moron.
That means logically that they must have delegated it to local, county, or state police. And that's where something broke down horribly. But there's a greater issue here because the reliance on local and state police at these rallies and at all other events, Ari, is going to come to light as this investigation plays out. It's far more than we would think. It's part of the plan. Why is that? They are a stretched agency, stretched to the max. This weekend, where was much of the Secret Service? Milwaukee, Wisconsin, adding to the resource issue. They're a tiny agency.
You're telling me they can't
roughly
get on a fucking
4,000
plane?
special agents to literally cover the world.
Yeah.
And one thing we're not hearing about, Ari, is all the
They
other
could have sent the
responsibilities that
women to
agency has for
Milwaukee.
investigation.
Let's
It had the men
slow
come
down
to
the
guard
important point
Trump.
you made. Much has been discussed about this going into the RNC, the former President Trump announcing, for example, that he was going to go ahead with his travel motions. He didn't want to change many of his plans, having survived the attempt. But you're saying, based on your understanding, that these could be related in the sense that the vulnerability, which has now been exposed, came at a time when they were very preoccupied with all of the officials, including Trump, for 4 days at the RNC.
Are you shitting me?
Yeah, 25 years in the FBI, including sometime being the FBI lead in a Democratic national convention early in my career, doing many special events alongside Secret Service. Yes, I do think when you're dealing with stretched resources and you've got to put a significant percentage of your agents in another city, yes, I think that factored into the plan to delegate this building to local police.
And final question, 30 seconds. When someone looks at this type of security failure by the Secret Service in this domain, should that raise concern and questions about how they're handling other protectees? From a federal law enforcement perspective, do you look at this failure and say, terrible for any lapse? Does it also raise questions about other protectees, including the president?
It does, and now they're about to add another protectee, J.D. Vance and his family. So yes, they have too many protectees and too few resources, and something has to give.
Frank Figliuzzi, thank you. That was our special report on, again, what more we've learned in these days since the attempted assassination, including the wider view now that we have an understanding of what happened in the timing, the way that the shooter was approached, and some of these security failures that are still coming to light. Turning back to the RNC, we are joined by presidential historian Douglas Brinkley. Welcome, sir.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for being here. It is a big night in all the different ways. You see the first night of the convention now with so much more interest, scrutiny, sympathy even, of course, for Donald Trump and his family, as well as the person who was killed at the rally that we were just covering. What is on your mind looking at what history might teach us about what will certainly be a week remembered in history as the RNC really begins in earnest with its primetime programming tonight?
Well, Arias, you just pointed out by putting up a timeline, that's what we got to follow, event after event. And we're still in an early stage of understanding what transpired in Butler County, Pennsylvania. And the Secret Service they're so honorable. Ever since William McKinley was assassinated, they've done an amazing job of trying to protect presidents. But when John F. Kennedy was killed, there became a rule that you make sure all the buildings are covered, that the Secret Service would never allow somebody
I'm
on
going
a
to just check
rooftop.
back in with Fox News one more time, guys. And the RNC stream is back up. They're not really doing anything right now. We are going to be resuming live coverage of the RNC in less than 10 minutes. I'm just clicking around to all the major networks to see what they're talking about. Just killing some time.
America is watching.
Oh, you just went to commercial. Let's tune in back to CNN one more time. They're all so boring tonight. Saying the same thing over and over.
Drawing the contrast with Donald Trump again. So this is a re-engaged campaign right now. Not dismissing the calls for unity or keeping the temperature down on rhetoric. We'll see if that holds. But certainly the political activity that paused after that shooting is very much real.
President Biden is going to be doing another interview.
I was going to say the same thing, Wolf, that the moment after J.D. Vance's nomination, J.D. Vance was picked to be on the ticket, Democrats were out hammering him. They did not. I was actually kind of wondering, will they hold back because of – no, they didn't hold back. In fact, the Biden campaign came out and just absolutely hammered him, called him an extremist and all the rest. And you can expect tonight the people who are speaking here tonight, they are some of the more conservative members, some of the stauncher Trump allies. They're not going to hold back. They're going to go after Joe Biden very hard. So that brief moment where there was unity, that was not going to last very long.
In some ways, that's what Biden has been signaling in some of these interviews, with Biden basically saying there's a way we can still campaign post-assassination. I am a little shocked that it seems to have gone through the, sort of the political bloodstream already. The assassination attempt, it was just, 48, 72 hours ago, and here we are. Oh, J.D. Vance is, going to be the VP. This is the point.
It's celebratory.
Yeah.
And I think one of the things that's interesting is you're going to have a party here that's going to celebrate basically vitality and resilience in its candidate. And meanwhile, Democrats, they're still kind of holding their breath. Every one of these interviews for Biden is still a moment of like, well, did he make it through this sentence? How did he explain himself? I think there is still a little bit of a testing going on, and that's not what they have to worry about, right? They're going to have their Lazarus, so to speak, come to stage with their fist raised and showing that there's life in the party yet. And that's such a far cry. Here we are on the third nomination for him from 2016, where you had tons of Republicans who didn't show up. When you had Ted Cruz get on stage and say, vote your conscience, not this guy.
Going to be a lot of old ladies dancing tonight, guys.
Very much embodied in
this is going to be
Boomer
cringe.
He's got another one coming up on BET.
Yeah, and of course, like
Biden's doing an interview on BET.
Taraji Henson actually got on stage and mentioned Project 2025, and that sent the Google alerts for that soaring. So there's an audience there that is still interested in more information, and
Nick
that's
is live.
Opportunity, I guess.
Hang
All
on.
right, everybody stand by. We got a lot more news coming up. Everyone stay with us. Aaron
Let's
and
go
I
to
will
Nick.
be back as our special coverage of the Republican National Committee convention continues next with a special edition of Out Front.
Oh, he is live. Hang on. Let's go to Nick and see what Nick has to say. Oh, wait. He's not live yet. Nick's stream has started, but he's not live yet. All right. Well, we're going to be getting into the convention here in a sec, guys. Let me actually just pull up the convention live stream. I do have Nick's live stream pulled up. It's just that Nick isn't actually live yet. And I do want to hear what Nick has to say. Has he tweeted that he's going live? Because what Nick does is he sets up a live stream and then he leaves it. Yeah, so Nick is not live yet, guys. Nick is not live until you actually see him on the stream. But what we will do is we'll go to the RNC stream. Okay, so again, how Nick works, and I've explained this 10 or 12 times now, so I need people to listen. He sets up a lobby, but he doesn't actually go live. It's just a lobby. He's not if I watch Nick's stream right now, you're not going to see Nick. You're going to see you're going to see video, you're going to see promo videos. That's it. So when Nick actually goes live, then we'll go to Nick. But I need everyone to understand this because you guys keep doing this to me where you're like, Nick is live, and then I go and it's the lobby, it's a waiting room, and I'm like, okay, yeah, he's not live yet, but then people, it's nothing to apologize for. I just want to make sure people are clear about this because you guys keep doing this to me and I don't like it. So I get all excited and then I'm like, and then nothing happens. But we'll keep an eye on it. When Nick goes live, I want to watch it, so. New rule. I only want to hear that Nick is live when he is actually live. Nick is not gay. He's not gay. And I still got the network videos up, guys, so we can go back to those. But I think this is going to get started here. Hey, as a reminder, thank you guys for tuning in with me for coverage of the RNC. I really do appreciate it. I hope to give you a variety of different perspectives tonight and add my own commentary onto it. I do have a super chat goal tonight of $300. We're about halfway to that goal. So if you appreciate the coverage, we're going to be going all night. Please feel free to show your love by sending in a super chat. I would really appreciate it. If you want to become a monthly or annual donor to my work, head over to carlin.substack.com. A link is in the description below. You can sign up on there. And of course, I've got some sweet Trump merch in the Unwoke Art Store, link pinned to the top of the chat on YouTube. You can also find it in the description below. It's unwokeart.com, and you can get some cool merch on there. And all of that does go to support the work I'm doing, and I do really appreciate it. But I would really, really love to get about another $160 in super chats tonight to like cover the time I spend doing this. So you know, feel free. If you're able to. If you're not able to financially, that's fine. And I don't want to pressure anyone, but like if you're able to contribute, mother effers, we do this for hours.
Delegates and alternate delegates, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin.
The RNC only wants to appeal to old people. That's it. Well, because the entire Republican Party is run by old people. And the way the Republican Party works is you have to wait your turn in order to get into a position of power. That's literally how they think. And it's so stupid. Hey, newly awakened. Hang on. Appreciate the super chat. Good evening. Glad you're back at it. Can you keep this up so I can watch later? Yeah, I'm going to keep this up. I'm going to be doing RNC coverage all week, so feel free to check back later. I do really appreciate it. Hey, thank you, Fish Addict. I appreciate the $5. Thank you, guys. We are now past the halfway point for the super chat goal. I appreciate everyone contributing. If you enjoy the stream, please throw in $5, $10. I appreciate it. I'm completely funded by you. I don't have any like GOP money. I'm not even getting funded by Iran. Apparently Nick's getting funded by Iran. I'm not getting funded by Iran. Where's my Iran money? No, my Iran money is super chats. That's what I'm funded by. That's it. Never even got that PragerU money I was accused of getting. Never got it. All I have is you guys. That's it. And guys, I do have Nick's stream up too, so I can see when he goes live. I really do want to hear Nick's opinion on JD Vance. Ugh, Trendlin. It was going to be too painful for me, Trendlin. It was a lot. It was a lot to even just watch it. Hey, thanks, Angel Eyes. I appreciate you. I appreciate you buying some merch as well. Yo, Julie!
America has reached the highest inflation in 40 years.
Thank you, Julie. Appreciate you.
The Wall Street Journal has reported today that Americans' incomes have gone down 3 straight years. A new report says 1 in 5 seniors are skipping their prescription medicine due to costs.
Gas prices today reached the highest in history, over $5 a gallon. Interest rates have skyrocketed on everything from car loans to housing.
Credit debt has reached a new record, and the majority of Americans say they are living paycheck to paycheck.
According to the LA Daily News, Bidenomics has been a disaster for Americans.
Trump had better make base cabinet appointments. I swear to God, if Trump doesn't even do that right, I'm going to be so upset. I want to see Vivek as the education secretary. Hey, thanks, Alex. I appreciate it.
Ladies and gentlemen, the chairman of the Republican National Committee, Michael Whatley of North Carolina.
This convention will come to order. Delegates and alternate delegates, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2024 Republican National Convention.
Hey, thanks, Steve. I appreciate you. Thanks for the super sticker.
To give the invocation, please welcome Most Reverend Jerome Listecki, Catholic Archbishop of Milwaukee.
Catholic. All right, everyone be respectful.
And let us pray. Lord, we thank you for our nation. Our founding fathers held these truths self-evident, that all are created equal, endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, including life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. For 248 years, we have sustained this vision to guard the dignity of every life from conception to natural death, to protect their liberty, especially to speak freely and to worship you, and to support their pursuit of happiness through this life to the next. We pray that you assist our elected officials and candidates always to protect our freedoms, to preserve our democracy, and to govern fairly. Grant them the wisdom every day to place the good of our nation above personal interests and to cherish our union. Teach us all to respect justice and our equality before the law. Lord, protect our military. Teach us gratitude, that we may never forget their selfless sacrifice, and protect also our first responders, police, firefighters, and EMTs, for their bravery too gives us peace. There is a sacrifice that all Americans make to participate in the political process. We ask you to receive his servant, Corey Compantadere, and we pray for those who were injured, demonstrating their commitment to our democratic process. Let us offer a moment of silence. In the words of George Washington, Almighty God, keep the United States of America in thy holy protection and incline the hearts of the citizens to a brotherly affection and love for one another. Through Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen.
Please rise for the presentation of colors. The colors are presented by the Hartford Police Department Honor Guard. Let's give them a warm welcome.
Left. Left. Left.
Hey, thanks, Brennan.
Left.
Good number.
Left.
Chaos is found in greatest abundance wherever order is being sought. It always defeats order because it is better organized. Yo, ain't that the truth, Brennan? Ain't that the truth? Great super chat. Appreciate you.
Detail. Halt.
Guys, we are now $90 away from the super chat goal for the day.
Arms.
It's pretty rad.
Ready. Cut.
Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance and the national anthem.
Right shoulder. Arms. Present. Arms.
Benjamin Jackson again. Benjamin Jackson. Love you, bro. Thank you so much for the support. I appreciate it.
If you will, follow me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Libertarians don't believe in doing the Pledge of Allegiance. I'm just saying.
Now, to perform the national anthem, please welcome the Great Lakes Adult and Teen Challenge Choir.
Hey, Andre, I appreciate the super chat. Thank you. Yeah, ain't that the truth? All right, everyone, be respectful. That was so special. That was very, 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 very special. That was very special indeed.
Please remain standing while the colors are retired.
Very special. Extra special,
Forward.
some might say.
March. Left. left, left,
You know, they did a good job. They're special needs people. We shouldn't shit on special needs people. They did a good job. Okay? They're probably all very nice people. Everyone be respectful. Just because I lost 25% of my viewers during that national anthem, that doesn't mean anything.
Together we will make
no,
America.
Is Nick live yet? Everyone mount the like button. Help me get my viewers back. Everyone ran
Together
away.
we will
Everyone
make
mount the like
America
button.
powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again.
I agree, Andrew. It was symbolic of something. It was symbolic, that's for sure. Symbolic of something.
Today I'm joining RNC co-chair Laura Trump to humbly ask if you could chip in $5, $10, or $25.
Don't send your money to
Grassroots
Trump. Send it
supporters
to
like
me.
you keep this campaign
Don't send it to
alive.
Trump.
A gift of just $5
Trump doesn't
could make
need
the
it.
difference between victory
Trump has
and
like
defeat in
87
November.
gajillion dollars.
Please chip in any amount. I know with your support right now, we will make America great again.
Why isn't Nick live? Why are we watching commercials?
Our southern border in crisis. Enemies of America pouring in. Your family at risk. Working families struggling to pay the rent, buy groceries, pay for gas. Yet Washington is paralyzed. But this week at the convention in Milwaukee, Republicans are developing a plan to end inflation, secure the border, make groceries and life affordable again, to right the wrongs of the last 4 years. Tune in to watch the plan unfold.
Hey everybody, this is Ronnie Jackson. I was a White House physician for 3 presidents. I know better than anyone what it takes physically and mentally to be president. While Biden's cognitive abilities continue to decline, President Trump is doing everything he can to save America, but he needs your help. Patriots like you are the reason President Trump is still in this fight. So I have one ask. Can you chip in any amount right now to President Trump's campaign to make America great again?
Send it to me.
It's not about how much you donate.
Send
it
it
can
a
be
super
$5,
chat.
$10, or any amount you can give.
Buy
What's
some
important
merch.
is that me, you,
Get a
and the
shirt.
entire MAGA
They're
movement join
rad.
together
They're awesome.
before he accepts his nomination. Please chip in now by texting
I thought
donate to
Alex, I thought the amount was
88022.
perfect.
Thank you.
I thought it was perfect, bro. 14 cents? Yeah, right on. Do I have my vape? Yeah, I do. I'm gonna save it for later, though. It's a long night bot. All right, I don't need to. Okay. Why did it? What? What the fuck is that sign? What does that say? What is that? Do they have a Trump sign in Hebrew? Is that what that was?
Ladies and
fuck was
gentlemen,
that?
please welcome back RNC Chairman Michael Watley.
Lame.
Delegates, guests, elected
Shalom,
officials,
Trump.
and Republicans across the country.
This is live, bot. We're not
Welcome
rewinding.
to the 2024 Republican National Convention.
Oh.
We are honored to have you here in Milwaukee. Just days ago, we witnessed a horrifying assassination attempt against President Trump at his rally in Pennsylvania. We are praying for President Trump. We are praying for the injured. We are praying for the family of Corey Compatore. We must unite as a party, and we must unite as a nation. We must show the same strength and resilience as President Trump and lead this nation to a greater future. Four years ago, Europe and the Middle East were at peace. Our southern border was secure, and our military was stronger than ever. 4 years ago, America was respected abroad, and Americans could afford groceries at home. Tonight, everything is different. Russia has invaded Ukraine. Iran and its proxies have openly attacked Israel, and China is threatening Taiwan. More than 10 million illegal immigrants have flooded across our border, posing a direct threat to our communities.
Gotta give credit where credit's due.
And inflation is crushing families from coast to coast. I am here tonight as the chair of your Republican Party to tell you it does not have to be this way. And I am here tonight to tell you that we have a solution. Elect Donald J. Trump as the 47th President of the United States. Only President Trump can unite us and restore our economy, rebuild our southern border, and regain our standing in the world. When I became chairman of the RNC, I pledged to do three things to make that happen. First, we are going to get out the vote. Second, we are going to protect the ballot.
You didn't last time. The Republicans have done nothing to protect voting. They've done nothing since 2020.
World-class convention.
Oh my God.
As long as I am your chairman, these will be the RNC's only priorities, because our number one objective is to win this election.
They've literally done nothing to fix all the voting problems from 2020.
I am pleased to say that tonight we are kicking off the biggest and best convention in the history of the Republican Party, and we are united. This election is not just about the next 4 years. It's about future generations of Americans to come. I am so proud to serve as the chairman of your Republican National Committee and to open this convention.
It's Nick live yet.
And I am so proud to work with all of you to elect Donald J. Trump as our president and J.D. Vance as our vice president.
Boo!
And to make America wealthy again, safe again, strong again, and to make America great again. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome United States Senator Ron Johnson of Wisconsin.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome to Wisconsin. "170 years ago, the Republican Party was born here, founded on the principle of freedom and dedicated to the fight to end slavery."
Oh my God, this is the talking point they're going with? Of course it is.
It is an honor and privilege to represent the good, decent,
The Democrats are the real
hardworking,
racists.
and very nice people of Wisconsin in the U.S. Senate.
Don't you know, black people? The Democrats are the real racists.
Like most Americans, they believe the purpose of government is to help improve lives, not make them more difficult. Unfortunately, Vice President Harris and President Biden have made our lives less safe and far more expensive. In other words, a lot more difficult. Back in 2008, Joe Biden ran on a ticket promising to, quote, fundamentally transform America, unquote. They weren't joking. That was the Democrats' new radical far left agenda. Today's Democrat Party is not the party of our parents and grandparents. That party cared about workers and people struggling to get by.
I was right about that.
Now they are the party of open borders, reckless spending, weaponized government, and weakness on the world stage.
That's it.
This fringe agenda includes biological males competing against girls.
It includes more than that, bro, but
and
you guys don't understand it.
sexualization and indoctrination of our children.
That's actually just bullshit propaganda. Well, the indoctrination's real, not the sexualization.
Today's Democrat agenda, their policies, are a clear and present danger to America, to our institutions, our values, and our people. Democrats have forgotten American families. They have abandoned the hardworking middle class. But with President Trump and Republicans, those forgotten Americans are forgotten no more.
It's the same thing every time with these people. We're going to fight for you.
Republicans are the party of opportunity, liberty, and prosperity for all. We proved we know how to make life better for all Americans, and we can do it again. With a secure border, smaller government, less regulation, and lower taxes. Republicans understand that Americans don't want welfare, they want work. They don't want woke equity, they want God-given equality.
All right, I can get behind that.
They want the promise of our founding documents, the right to pursue happiness. That's what Republicans will deliver.
How?
We've repaired the damage caused by Democrats before, and we will do it again.
How? By doing what?
We will complete the mission President Trump first articulated in 2016 to make America great again.
Oh, that definitely gives me some
Thank you, and
details.
God bless
Oh,
you.
thank you guys. Thank you. Thank you for not saying anything of value. Appreciate it, per usual. Oh, God. Seriously. We're going to get Trump dancing montage. Oh, my Trump dancing montage.
There's no need to feel down. I said, young man. I said, young man.
I'm not even mad at it.
There's no need to be unhappy, young man. There's a place you can go. I said, young man. When you're short on your dough, you can stay there. And I'm sure you will find many ways to have a good time. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to
I'm not mad at it. Trump is a dancing icon. He's a disco icon. That should be a Trump commercial, just
Chris
that.
Jansen.
Are we doing a song now?
Everybody at the RNC, top to bottom, somebody put your hands in the air and scream, baby! I love number 3 winning and good fast fishing, bush hogging overtime.
All right.
I like sitting in the stand.
Well, they're doing a song. I want to check in on like CNN or MSNBC or something and see what they have to say. I don't need to listen to no fucking song. I don't like country music. I'm sorry if people like country music and they really want to hear the song, but like we're gonna keep focused on business. We don't have to be focused on nonsense. Okay, CNN, MSNBC isn't doing anything. Let's see what's going on CNN. We're still waiting for Nick Fuentes to go live. I don't know when he is, but I want to get his opinion on JD Vance.
On that stage in a few days and do something great. And it's going to be a
here's
positive
Eric.
message. This country has to come together. It's enough of this stuff already. And we need to make America strong. We need to make America safe. We need to make America great. People love the flag. I mean, look at the happiness in this room right now with people dancing. It's cowboy hats. You've got the American flags. I mean, the spirit in this room is incredible. And that shouldn't be demonized. It shouldn't. If you have disagreements on political issues, they're fine, but it should not be demonized.
Yeah. Do you think it's altered what the next 4 months look like? I covered your dad's first campaign. I covered his second campaign. What does it change about, what these next 100 days would have looked like beforehand?
Well, I certainly hope it does. Politics is ugly business. I never possibly imagined how ugly it would
All
have
right.
been.
I don't really need to hear from Eric. I don't need to hear from him. Let's see what is going on Fox News, see what they're saying about this.
I have to push you on the 50-state strategy that I've been going on and on about. Paying off California, San Diego Union poll has
Jason
Donald
Miller
Trump and Joe Biden tied at 49.
Why is Jason Miller there?
You see huge movement in these old swing states and also even blue states.
This coverage
Will we
sucks.
see Donald Trump in California? Will we see him in those traditionally blue
JD
states?
Vance is going to be on
Well,
Hannity
we're already in a
tonight.
number of traditionally blue states. Minnesota, which a Republican hasn't won in decades, where we're currently leading. You look at Virginia, Republican hasn't won since George Bush. And
Oh my God,
2000.
I
You look
hate
at New
Jason
Jersey,
Miller
we're leading
so much.
more. We're
I
leading in
hate
New
him
Jersey,
so
which a Republican
much.
hasn't won since Bush.
He is such
New
an
York,
inauthentic
single digits.
chill.
A lot of these blue states are moving because here's the thing: the economy.
Someone
the global
tell
economy,
Nick to
inflation
go
impacts
live.
Everybody, not just Republicans, it impacts independents.
Someone tell Nick Fuentes to go live right now. There's nothing good on. Let's go back to MSNBC. At least we can watch a Joy Reid be obnoxious or something.
And night sweats.
Come on.
With 100%
Come on. I need
hormone-free
Maddow and
Vioxx,
Joy Reid being
you can have
obnoxious.
fewer hot
Ugh.
flashes and more not flashes.
Everything
Vioxx
sucks.
reduces the number and severity of hot flashes day and night.
Oh God, Brick
Don't
Suit
use
is there.
Vioxx
Of
if
course
you have
he is.
cirrhosis, severe
What
kidney
a
problems,
shill.
kidney failure, or take CYP1A2 inhibitors. Increased liver blood test values may occur. Your doctor will check them before and during treatment.
Like actually, like
Most-
watching a commercial is actually more enjoyable to me than watching CNN right now and Eric. Someone go tell Nick to get his ass on the stream.
With you, The Source with Caitlin Collins, weeknights at 9.
Now they're on a
At
commercial.
Simply Safe,
Everyone's on a commercial. First night of the RNC, and there is no interesting coverage at all, anywhere.
Stream all of the biggest speeches from every night of the RNC.
They're on a commercial. All right, we're going back to MSNBC. MSNBC should be coming out of the commercial any minute now.
It's a complete game changer. I mean, you might as well be in a doctor's office.
Come on, MSNBC.
Now in a way I never could before.
I need
They have their own
entertainment.
EKG in their
I don't need no song.
With KardioMobile, you can take a medical-grade EKG in just 30 seconds from anywhere. KardioMobile is proven to detect atrial fibrillation, one of the leading causes of stroke. And it's the only personal EKG that's FDA cleared to detect normal heart rhythm, bradycardia, and tachycardia.
Having KardioMobile, it's a peace of mind for me.
Because you can't see your cardiologist every day, but you can see your KardioMobile every day.
No, we're not
Checking
going to
your
watch
heart
the boner
anytime, anywhere
song.
has never been easier. Don't wait. Get Cardio Mobile today for just $79 at cardio.com.
Come on, I want
or
Joy
Amazon.
Reid. I want Rachel Maddow. I want leftist cringe.
My goal weight is
Come
feeling
on.
healthy.
Running a 5K.
Loving how I feel in my clothes. Hers can help you achieve
Oh,
your
this
goals
would be a
through
great
range of
opportunity for
personalized weight loss
commentary. They're just
treatments,
singing.
including GLP-1 injections and support for nutrition, hydration, sleep, and movement. Go for your goals with hers. GLP-1 injections starting at $199 per month.
Look at that! Look at that sparkly jacket.
Get
That's kind of
started
cool.
today
I like
at
the sparkle jacket for
forhers.com.
Trump. Come on, come back. Yes. Cringe.
Madam
cringe,
Chair.
Cringe.
It is a great honor to move that J.D. Vance be nominated by acclamation by this Republican National Convention as its candidate for the office of Vice President of the United States of America.
So Donald Trump turned 78 years old last month. Because of that, and because he already was president once, his choice of running mate is a very overt bid to shape the Republican Party's future.
I sincerely
the
hope
runners-up
not.
for his running mate were North Dakota Governor Doug
That would
Burgum. He is
suck.
67 years old. The other was Senator Marco Rubio of the great state of Florida. He's 53 years old. But the guy Trump ultimately tapped to be his running mate, the junior U.S. Senator from Ohio, J.D. Vance, is very junior. He is only 39 years old. He will turn 40 next month. Vance was also widely considered to be the most radical choice among all the candidates Trump was reportedly considering, at least in terms of his policy positions and his ideological commitments and alignments.
How is he
Let's bring in our
radical?
colleague Chris Hayes, who's been following Trump's decision
Oh,
to
look
pick
at
Ohio
Chris Hayes.
Senator
Oh, Chris
Vance
Hayes
as
is
his,
not
as his
happy.
vice presidential running mate.
Oh,
Chris,
look
I
at that
understand you have a
furrowed
guest.
brow. He is not
I do,
happy.
and it's interesting what you said about the sort of radical nature. I think when you look at those three finalists, Burgum, Rubio, and J.D. Vance, there are some political arguments in the short term for each of them, particularly I think Burgum and Rubio. Rubio obviously has a lot of experience in the United States Senate. He's run for president before. He's a very gifted politician, and he also would be a historic pick. He'd be the first Latino to serve as vice president, the first on a ticket. Doug Burgum is someone who has sort of a wealth of executive experience, built this company, was a governor as well, and you could imagine sort of stepping into the role. Vance is neither of those things. What he does bring is a kind of ideological vision. Let's bring in New York Times political correspondent Michael Bender, who has been covering the Veep stakes on the Republican side, and as someone who's been covering this choice, what do you think this signals? What do you think tipped it over to it being Vance?
Israel.
Yeah, I think it's most immediately for Trump is a signal that he sees Vance as his clearest way to win in November. And that the way Trump sees the way to do that is exactly how he did it in 2016 by winning these, breaking the blue wall once again, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and selecting someone from that region who Trump sees as a effective messenger to get that done, and obviously some pretty big signals about what Trump sees as the future of the Republican Party.
You know, there's the regional component here. We should note that Vance is new to electoral politics. He's only run in one race, and he underperformed other Republicans that race. It was a weird year in a lot of ways, but this is not someone with a sort of long record as a politician, as a public communicator in that role.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. I mean, he has a longer record of being anti-Trump, really, than he does pro-Trump. And there were other contenders, Marco Rubio in particular, who has known Trump and worked with Trump for much longer. But as for Trump spent really the past year talking about wanting a running mate who would help him govern in office, someone who could be step in and be a president if called upon. Vance doesn't seem to fit those as much as some of these other contenders do. But we should note that it's really been in the last few weeks that Trump's public statements have shifted on this. And he's added, in addition to governing, he wants someone who can help him win. And what I attribute that to is Trump has some room to run here right now. Biden is in a major crisis on his side of this race. Trump's poll numbers have been pretty good for a while, and to me, this is a very political pick for Trump. and doubling down on how he knows and how he has won before.
All right, Michael Bender, who's a political correspondent for the New York Times, he's been tracking this Veep conversation. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you.
You know, Rachel, one more note, just, and you noted this before, on the litmus test of would you have done the 2020 coup, which of course is the thing that fundamentally is the reason that Donald Trump needs a new running mate, because his previous running mate, the man who served him as vice president, refused to end the constitutional republic, to topple it or attempt to topple it.
Yeah, Mike Pence is the great hero of
Yes.
MSNBC.
He's given an interview on a Sunday show
live?
where he said, "Yes,
no.
I would have voted. I would have done exactly what President Trump wanted Mike Pence to do, and quote didn't have the guts to do, and I would have done that and let Congress quote fight it out." So on that litmus test, he's on the record.
Yeah, and Chris, I mean, it's not an esoteric point, right? It's not just a point like, oh, if we could time travel and you could replace Mike Pence and be there in 2021 and do this. I mean, we're going to talk about this a little bit later on, but the lead story in the New York Times this weekend on Saturday, before the shooting happened in Pennsylvania on Saturday night, was about the plans by the Republican Party, by the RNC, by groups like the Heritage Foundation that are working so closely with the Trump campaign, to make sure that there is no certified election results, to make sure that Republican election officials at every level in every state in the country feel empowered to refuse to certify the elections, and hopefully for that to result in there being states that don't have certified electors. And the whole reason to do that is to make sure that we don't end up having an election that is decided by the vote, but we instead have an election that is decided by some sort of fight of some kind in Washington, in Congress. And J.D. Vance will be a United States Senator when that happens, but he's also picked as the running mate, having made the pledge that he would be the one to make sure that it succeeded in Washington if they did it again. I mean, it's not backward looking at all. It's forward looking in terms of what we're expecting a few months from now.
Can I just say?
I could not agree more, and I think
Chris Rufo has turned into the most boring,
emphasis and zeal
chilly,
that J.D. Vance brought to that answer, and other things he said about
conservative
firing every mid-level bureaucrat in the federal civil service.
He used to be cool, man.
The Supreme
Chris Rufo used to be cool. Chris Rufo sucks now so bad. I don't trust him at all.
Yale law graduate.
Chris Rufo only knows how to shill conservative talking points. That's it.
Federal government that he should defy
the approved talking points.
Donald Trump that he should defy the Supreme Court if that happens. There's
lies
a very
people all the time.
Clear, zealous, and extreme ideological vision embodied in Senator Vance. And
hang on, song over. Let's go back to speeches. I don't know who this is, but we're going to that. Hang on. Speeches, volume. Oh, Marjorie. It's Marjorie. Excellent. Let's hear Marjorie.
Thank you. Today is a celebration. The American spirit is alive and well. And we have once again nominated for president the founding father of the America First movement, Donald John Trump.
Marjorie is at least spicy.
Unfortunately, this is also a somber moment for our nation. 2 days ago, evil came for the man we admire and love so much. I thank God that his hand was on President Trump. And I pray for the family of Corey Comprator, who was killed at the rally, and for other attendees who were wounded. Corey embodied the spirit of America First. He displayed the ultimate show of love when he shielded his wife and daughter, sacrificing his own life. He reminded America of what we must be, a people who will do whatever it takes to defend the people and the nation that we love.
Really? It doesn't surprise me.
You too. We will honor Corey's memory by building the country he wanted, the country he wanted for his children. and a government worthy of the American people. For far too long, the establishment in Washington has sold us out. They promised unity and delivered division. They promised peace and brought war. They promised normalcy and gave us Transgender Visibility Day on Easter Sunday.
Boo.
And let me state this clearly.
God, conservatives are so
There
easy to
are
rile up.
only two genders.
Okay, all right, Marjorie. All right, I can get behind that. Two genders, okay.
And we are made in God's image. Amen. And we won't shy away from speaking that simple truth ever. The Democrats ripped open our borders and allowed millions of illegal aliens to pour in, driving up the cost of housing and healthcare while slashing American wages and eliminating jobs.
True.
They claim that our economy is thriving, yet hundreds of thousands of American-born workers lost their jobs these past few years. The Democrats' economy is of, by, and for illegal aliens. Our open borders have also unleashed the worst drug crisis in American history. Yet while hundreds of thousands of Americans are suffering, the Democrats spent over $175 billion, your tax dollars, to secure Ukraine's borders. But they tell us the border wall is too expensive. But an American government that serves the interests not of the wealthy, the globalist, or the powerful few, but of all hardworking Americans is within our grasp. Donald Trump has, and he will, make America successful again.
Why is she laughing? This
He will
weird little
make
laugh.
us wealthy again.
Can everyone else hear that? There's
And
a
as
weird
God
little laugh.
as my witness, he will finally give us the country we deserve.
She's got a wit.
Because Donald John Trump is the leader America deserves. God bless the American people. God bless President Trump, and God bless the United States of America.
That was weird, Marjorie. Pardon me for eating on stream, guys. I'm going to be streaming all night. I need to get a snack. No! Is this what they're going to be doing all night? Is playing songs? All right, back to MSNBC. Why is there always a song? I'm sorry. I don't want to listen to country music band.
National Committee and always included in our hey y'all, no matter where we are or who we are talking to. Michael, thanks you. I know we'll be back to you later this evening. Thank you. The Democratic mayor of Milwaukee is going to join us next to talk about hosting the Republican convention in his hometown, especially amid all the new heightened concerns about security.
All right, let's go to CNN, see what CNN's talking about. I didn't realize there was a music break in between every single
out
speech.
there. A lot of the policies of the Biden administration is what I'm hearing about every single day from hardworking Georgians. They can't afford 4 more years of Joe Biden.
At one point, she said the establishment in Washington has sold us out. Do you agree with her?
Well, I think the establishment in Washington for a long time now, from a Republican governor's perspective, there's been a lot of frustration from that, which is one reason that, you know, we have really, I think not only myself, but a lot of other good Republican governors have really tried to take the policy lead over the last several years and be the incubators of democracy. And so, you know, look, I'm as frustrated with the federal government as she is.
As you know, President Biden carried Georgia, your home state, by a fraction of a percentage point in 2020. What does Trump need to do to win Georgia this time?
Well, I've been saying for a long time, and Chairman Watley said this just a couple of days ago in an interview.
The chairman of the Republican
Yeah,
Party.
the chairman of the Republican Party and the chairman of the convention here is talking about this week is a great opportunity for
live?
Republicans to tell people what we are for, why they should vote for us, and stay focused on the future, not look in the rearview mirror, not talk of days
You got me
gone
all
by in
excited. I
2020,
thought Nick was
but really,
live.
you know, to the people that are hurting out there across this country, to the swing voters and
Well, they would
persuadable
never
voters
ask
that are
me, and
out
I wouldn't
there,
do it anyway.
give them a message and a reason
No.
to
I
vote
want nothing to
Republican
do with
and vote
this.
for Donald Trump for president. And I think he's got a great opportunity to do that.
I am
with
eating
not only the record of Joe
a
Biden, but
keto
also
kind
the
of like
division in the
custard
Democratic
made out of
Party right
Greek
now.
yogurt and
What do you
eggs.
think, if anything,
I
the
put
impact
raspberries
of the
in it.
horrible assassination
And
attempt
vanilla
against
extract.
former President Trump over
Wait,
the past
Nick
weekend?
live?
What's going to be the political impact of that going into the
Yes,
future?
yes, Nick is live. Oh, thank God. Thank you, Nick. Thank you for saving us from this sweet hell, Nick. Thank you. Oh. Thank you, Nick. I appreciate you. Thank you. Complain about JD Vance for a little while. We'll go back to the RNC, guys, but I want to see what Nick has to say about JD Vance. I'm ahead of you, okay? Jesus. It was just so boring. The whole thing was so boring. I need entertainment. I've been streaming for almost 4 hours. I'm getting ornery, okay? I want to see a good tie. I'm expecting a good tie. He's got to put on a good show. This is important. No dad tie, Nick. Come on. Nick isn't late. He's on Mexican Standard Time. You're muted. No, he's not.
Our first day
Edit
of
this sound down.
live
No, he's not.
coverage of
My
the
fault.
Republican National Convention.
Oh, Nick is wearing a hoodie.
And it looks like we're about to start the program here, so we're just going to jump into it.
Oh, good. Let's just
We'll
watch
do a little live
coverage.
reaction, and then during the breaks, we'll be analyzing some of the speeches. And, of course, we also have to talk about the vice presidential nominee, J.D. Vance. So we're going to dive in. We're going to watch this speech, and then in the next intermission, we're going to get into it a little bit and talk about some of the news from today.
Sounds good.
I am Mark Robinson. I am the first black lieutenant governor of North
Nick's hair is
Carolina.
doing something weird. A weird swoop thing. Look at that.
And come November, I plan
I'm
on
surprised
being
not
the
wearing a
first
suit.
black governor of North Carolina. But I am not one of the political elite. I grew up poor as the ninth of 10 kids in Greensboro with an alcoholic father who beat my mother.
Okay.
I love to tell you that I graduated from high school, found success, never worried about money again, but I can't. I lost 2 jobs, 2 manufacturing jobs because of NAFTA, which, by the way, Joe Biden voted for. Politicians in D.C. made bad decisions.
Boo.
People like me suffered. I lost my car and my house.
I mean, it's an hour earlier than he
desperate.
normally goes live.
But you know, my story isn't unique. A couple of months ago in my travels, I stopped at a gas station.
I like how he made his
As
window
I was leaving,
daytime.
A man walked out with a beard and he looked very stressed. He got in his car and I could see him holding
The hoodie
an envelope.
matches his t-shirt, though.
My heart dropped because years ago I held one just like it. It was bankruptcy papers. I could see the fear on his face. And it took me back to lying awake at night with that gnawing worrying, debating which bills weren't going to get paid. Unfortunately, many families today are having that same experience.
Seriously.
Under
Yes,
Joe Biden,
seriously.
grocery prices have
Yes, Nick.
skyrocketed.
This is what it's been like for
Gas has
4
nearly
hours,
doubled.
Nick.
In North Carolina, factories just like the one I worked at are closing, leaving families feeling hopeless. But there is hope, and I'm proof. My wife and I never gave up. We kept our faith. We worked hard and made it through those tough times. Now I stand before you on the verge of becoming the first black governor of North Carolina.
Let me know, by the way, how the audio levels are. Let me know if the stream is too loud or I'm too loud. Let me know.
And you know, there's someone else who will fight just as hard for you. President Donald J. Trump.
What's going on with the pyramid? Did you see that?
The brave heart of our time, President Trump had our economy roaring. Gas was up below $2. Unemployment was at a historic low.
Watch next time when they zoom out. He's standing in front of the all-seeing eye from the dollar on the pyramid.
Manufacturing jobs. Under President Trump,
Because it's Make America Wealthy Again night. That's why.
Under President Trump, there was hope. And we need that now more than ever. So this November, let's select the brave heart of our time, Donald J. Trump, to get our economy back on track, restore the American dream, and make America great again.
It's Make America Wealthy Again night. That's why there's $1.
All right. Pretty standard speech. Yeah, what's going on with the all-seeing eye? I know that's just like the money, but why that? All right, so our first speech, was that Tim Scott or was that Ben Carson? I couldn't really, I missed the intro, so I couldn't tell.
And now another fucking song. Seriously.
Was that Kanye? Anyway. So whatever, that's a very standard speech, but we're here. We got interrupted a little bit. We had to watch the first speech, but it's the first day of our coverage of the Republican National Convention. Just so you know, I'll be here all week. This program tonight is supposed to go until, I think, 10 o'clock. But we'll be back here tomorrow, Wednesday, and Thursday all week covering every speech of the RNC. I believe the programming starts a little bit later tomorrow, but it's roughly around the same time. So if you are just joining us, this is the official nominating convention for the GOP. This is the week when Donald Trump becomes the official presidential nominee. And as we've just learned today, J.D. Vance will be nominated as the vice presidential nominee.
Boo.
And so that is the business of this convention. So we'll be covering, it's a stacked lineup. Basically, every Republican is going to be here. It's 50,000 people in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. It's a who's who. Many of the donors will be speaking. Dozens of senators, congressmen, governors, celebrities. And we're expecting an appearance from Donald Trump on Thursday, although he might make a surprise appearance maybe earlier. And historically, the nominee speaks at the very end of the conference on the last day, which is Thursday. But Donald Trump, at least in 2016, made a surprise appearance on the first day of the convention on a Monday. That was his famous WWE entrance.
Maybe Trump will make a
So
surprise
we'll see. Trump has promised many surprises. So we'll see if that's one of them. Maybe a surprise
by Trump
early appearance tonight. It would be pretty remarkable.
Yeah, Nick's swoop hairdo really is quite
of course,
something.
We're coming on the heels of the assassination attempt on Thursday. I did a special show on Saturday night covering the assassin. Did I say Thursday?
Yeah.
The assassination attempt on Saturday. I did a show covering it Saturday night. As you may have already learned, the president is okay. He sustained minor damage to his right ear, upper right ear. They say he's missing a small piece of it. So it'll be interesting to see what that looks like when he walks out on the stage, if that's tonight or Thursday, how intact the ear is, or if they'll get some kind of prosthetic, or I don't know anything about that Hollywood stuff, but it'll be interesting to see if there's any lasting damage or scarring. But the good news is Donald Trump has survived after the assassination attempt. He flew back home on his private jet to New Jersey. And then he flew to Milwaukee
Trump
today,
should wear his
undeterred.
star like a
Initially, he
badge of
planned on
honor.
maybe delaying his visit to Milwaukee, but he said that he would not live in fear. He said he would not allow the assassin to change his plans. So he is in Milwaukee, flew there today, and he's expected to speak. The whole city is on lockdown. I was considering going to the convention, and I might still, but if you don't know how this works, when the convention comes to town, they lock down the entire city. You can't get in or out of the downtown without a credential. You have to be a delegate, a volunteer, or an alternate. All right, but looks like we have another speech. We'll pick this up in a moment.
Thank you. Thank you, Texas.
This
Love
is Tim
you.
Scott.
Love
No,
you,
this
Texas.
is
Wesley Hunt.
Ben Carson. No, wait, this is
A president's greatest responsibility
Shelton Benjamin.
is to protect the American people. And both Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have failed. I'm a military guy. I flew Apaches
All
in
right.
Iraq. Thank you. Thank you.
No, he's actually cool. Wesley Hunt, this guy
Thank
seems
you.
cool. I'm
I
just joking,
understand
of course. I love
that when
black
you're
people.
given a mission, you show up, you identify the problem, and you execute. Biden and
Identify
Harris
the
haven't
problem
showed
and
up.
execute, huh?
They don't seem to understand
No Fed
that
posting.
they are the problem, and they've shown no
Bad,
empathy
Nick.
or
Fed
remorse.
post
Bad.
As the
redacted.
American
Disavow.
people suffer
Disavow.
from their
YouTube.
failed
I don't
leadership.
agree.
They have imposed what Ronald Reagan called the cruelest tax on the poor.
Okay.
Inflation.
Okay.
Today,
Take a shot every
65%
time they
of
say
Americans are
Ronald
living paycheck
Reagan,
to paycheck
as Ronald
because
Reagan
the dollar
said.
is worth less and less every day. Grocery prices have soared. Average Americans are spending $4,300 more on energy bills. But on November the 5th, we, the people, can fix this Democrat disaster.
No Fed posting bot.
Well, we can fix this disaster when we reelect Donald John Trump as president and send him right back to where he belongs, the White House.
My man. Oh, because the theme is Make
Under
America
President
Wealthy
Trump,
again. That's why
American
it's
families
Yes,
have more money
Nick.
in their
Nick
pockets
caught
and
up.
bank accounts.
He figured it out.
American families can invest.
He's a smart
save,
boy.
and buy a home. Under President Trump, we had the greatest economy in our lifetime. And in less than 4 years, under Joe Biden, everything changed.
Excuse me.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is why we must win in November to take our country back.
All right. My nigga.
We owe it to future generations to embrace this pivotal moment. I owe it to my two daughters, Victoria and Olivia. I owe it to my 1-year-old little boy, Willie, and I owe it to all American children and their future.
Love this guy. Very articulate. You're very articulate.
I'm the great-great-grandson of a slave. I'm the son of a retired lieutenant colonel. I'm the product of West Point along with my other two siblings.
Yeah. No. No, Nick. No.
This is what a good American looks like. This is a real American.
And I risk my life in combat to preserve our nation. Now, there's another man who is putting it all on the line to save our nation. His name is President Donald Trump.
Let's go.
And with your help in November, and with his unbending resolve, together we will make America great again.
All right. Let's go.
God bless you, Milwaukee. May God continue to bless these United States.
Someone
of
let me know if
America.
you see the Delaware sign. I'm trying to figure out what the
Okay.
Delaware contingent is. Because I have a friend that's there from the
So
Delaware
they're just
contingent.
like, yeah, you know, I mean, these speeches are not going to be crazy.
James from
Oh, here we go.
Michigan's 10th Congressional District.
Oh, thank God.
We
not
got
another
more.
song.
Okay, are they all black?
Is this Black People Night at the art? Seriously,
Why
is
are they all
everyone
black today? Is today the black day?
It was like everyone black and
So
Marjorie.
the theme of today is Black Day. So all the black people go today.
Why did they put Marjorie in the midst of black
Today's the
people?
colored day. Why did he leave and then come right back?
Apparently,
wait a second. Why did the same guy leave and then come? Was he not finished? The same guy keeps leaving and coming back. This is super weird. Weird. What are they doing this year?
Midwestern boy did a great job.
Are the black people in the chat feeling cancer? Do you feel good about this?
No.
It's kind of weird.
We don't like him.
Another Midwestern boy. You know,
they front-loaded the entire
convention
with black people.
I'll do everything I can, but he might be the first Buckeye to win in Michigan since last time Trump was in office. But those are two great American dream stories from the Hunt family and from the Vance family. But I have another American dream story to tell you about. It's about a little boy from Starkville, Mississippi, who lived directly across the street.
Well, maybe not.
Mississippi State University.
How many people are even watching
he couldn't go
this
there because he was black.
convention?
Despite growing up in the Jim Crow South.
Oh my gosh, dude! Every speech.
He paid his way through college, served honorably in Vietnam, and started a trucking company with one truck, one trailer, and no excuses.
I'm the grandson of a slave. My daddy grew up in the Jim Crow South. He ain't got nothing to eat. He had to work for everything he got.
I grew up in awe of that story because it's my dad's story. It's part of my story. He and my mother raised me, never telling me that this is a racist country. Never.
Oh my gosh! All the white, that's a sea of white people.
Even though we have much farther to
America
go,
isn't
even though
racist.
They endured racism, it did not define the nation they loved. They taught me I could do anything I set my mind to. They taught me to put the Lord first always. They taught me to use my blessings to be a blessing to others. And that's what we're doing here today.
Loomer? No way.
Loomer's there. I saw her earlier. She's with the Florida delegation.
Oh, were they all Apache pilots? This is the same guy. This is the same guy. Were they on the same helicopter? They were on the colored division. Colored Apache division. That's crazy. The last guy was a helicopter guy. That must be like the easy job. That must be the easiest job.
And we'll keep on fighting.
We learned something about the military today. Easiest job is flying the Apaches.
Wow, disavow YouTube. I don't agree. It's a very hard and complicated job.
All right, man, just go fly the Apaches. All right.
I disagree, YouTube. I disavow everything Nick says.
10th congressional district. The #1 manufacturing district.
This is really the RNC's fault for having to be We're Not Racist night.
My family's story is the American dream story. But my biggest concern right now, my biggest
seriously though, why is it just a bunch of black people in Marjorie?
Look back and share that same story. Look, I firmly believe Americans have not given up on the American dream. Joe Biden and the Democrats have given up on the American dream. Joe Biden and the Democrats think they know
I'm
how to
on
spend your money
YouTube.
better than
I
you
can't
do.
be
They wanna
racist.
take your dollars. They want to take
I
your
disavow
voice. They
all
wanna take your
racism and
control
all
and give it back to
anti-Semitism
DC
on
bureaucrats
YouTube.
to execute their woke and Green New Deal agenda. Well, that plan doesn't work because hope is not a plan. Black people were sold on hope. Now our streets are rife with crime. Our kids can't read, and illegals are getting better help from Democrats in 4 days than we've gotten in 400 years.
Freaking cuckfest. So all white people in the audience, is all black people on the stage.
And Marjorie.
And now they're
Look,
being
it's literally
forced on
not
the
one
playing
black
fields and
person in the
changing rooms
crowd.
of biological males. America was sold on hope, and now the world's on fire. Our borders are wide open, and Americans are going into debt to pay for their groceries. But look. We don't even have to imagine a brighter day. We just have to remember under President Donald J. Trump, we had a secure border. Under President Donald J. Trump, we had peace in Europe. And under President Donald
Love the
J.
hat,
Trump,
though. Love that hat.
we had an economy so
Oh,
good.
brother.
Oh, Bot, you
No,
put on a
she's
Trump
cute, though.
hat?
She's
We had
fun.
an economy so good.
Looks good,
Democrats are trying
Bot.
to give Obama the credit for it. Look.
I'm not going to say I did this at AFPAC, but I might. I definitely didn't do this at AFPAC. It didn't happen. I did not. Nope, definitely didn't happen.
But see, here's the thing. By the grace of God and the proven leadership of Donald Trump, for every American, regardless of race, color, and creed, we can once again have a land where a child's outcome isn't determined by their zip code. We can once again have a land where hard work truly does get you ahead. We can once again have a land where you can go from poverty to prosperity in a single generation.
I believe that land is still America. America's the greatest idea that's ever been.
Idea.
Look at that sign. Trump equals success and Biden equals failure.
America,
that's actually a great
I believe deeply in my heart, America's the greatest idea that's ever been. It's worth
It's
fighting
not
for,
an
it's worth
idea.
sacrificing for,
The
and it's worth
Republican
getting out to
campaign
vote for.
slogan,
Because I
Trump
truly believe
equals
in the
good,
deepest
Biden
heart
equals bad.
that with Donald J. Trump back in the White House, the best is yet to come. God bless you. Thank you. God bless America.
All right.
Well,
To show
thank you,
families
Misa.
just how much more
Thank
they're
you.
spending on
Thank
gas
you.
under
Okay.
Biden and Harris than they did under
Nick,
President
talk
Trump.
about JD Vance.
We placed these
Please.
signs
Talk
in gas
about
pumps.
JD Vance.
When President Trump left office, gas cost only $2.20. Under Biden and Harris, gas skyrocketed to the highest price in history, over $5 a gallon.
$5 a gallon.
All
is
I
the
want is
highest
Nick's
historically
opinion on
it's ever
JD
been.
Vance. That's all
It
we're
hurts
watching
my
this
heart.
for.
It hurts my budget. It just hurts.
It hurts my budget.
No, it doesn't.
Gas
Bob.
prices are too high.
It stands for great.
They're outrageous, overpriced.
Our paychecks are like a third of what they used to be. Just
True,
because of gas
though, but
prices.
it's true.
You have to choose between, am I going to fill up my car all
The
the way, or
inflation
am I
is
gonna buy a
real.
prescription?
Whenever Trump was in office, it took me about $45 to fill up, and now it's about $75 to $80. A lot of pain every time you go to the gas pump, and I know I'm not the only
Pain
one.
at the pump?
I literally just want to hear Nick talk about JD
Pain at the
Vance.
pump.
That's all I want.
Anyway, all right. It's so funny. It was 3 black guys in a row, and they all had the exact same deal.
And Marjorie.
But you know what it is? They're not even, people confuse this. When the GOP puts black people on the stage, they think they're pandering to black people.
No, they're pandering to
They
white
think that
people.
black people are going to watch this and say, oh, gee, look, black
they're
people,
pandering
the
to white
Republican Party isn't racist. I think I'm going to vote for them. They think that's what they're doing. What they're actually doing is pandering to white people who want to feel good and not feel racist, who crave to be accepted by black people and liberals. That's who it's really for. That's not the intended target, but that is effectively the target.
True.
Because look at the audience at the RNC. It's all white people. And if you go back to 2016, the people that voted for Donald Trump were 90% white. 90% of Trump voters in 16 were white,
Just
according to the
because
exit
he
polls.
ranted about it months ago doesn't
So when
mean
they roll
that
out
he
these
won't rant about
black
it
people
tonight, bro.
to go up and say,
Stop shitting
I
on
was the
this.
son of a bartender and a maid, like Rubio. I'm a grandson of a slave. My daddy worked for everything he had. And they talk about how they're in the military and this is not a racist country. They all say that. That's when white people, their hair stands up on the back of their neck. When an articulate black man in a suit and a red tie gets up on a stage and says, I believe in America. This is not a racist country. The hair on boomers' necks stands straight up. A chill goes down their spine. They're elated. This is how it feels to chew 5 gum when you get a black person, whether it's Tim Scott or John James or Wesley, whatever, any of these guys, when they get up and say, the American dream is alive. My grandfather was a slave, but I believe in the Lord. White people love that. There's nothing white conservatives love more than for a black person to come up and say, your country isn't racist.
It's so true.
But you know what?
Yep.
That belies the reality of the country, and don't get me wrong, I want to be very clear. I actually think that's great. I actually don't have a problem with that at all. I think that's what we want people to do in this country. Okay. I mean, I make jokes and everything, but I don't hate black people or whatever. We want them to be successful. We want them to be Christian. We want them to make money and everything. All right, hold that thought. We'll pick this up after this speech. Oops.
What's this?
Good evening. I'm Sarah Workman from the great state of Arizona.
Okay.
She's pretty.
I'm honored to be here tonight on behalf of everyday Americans.
She's kind of cute, little chubby
I'm
though.
a single mother who works 2 jobs to support my family. I know Americans can relate.
Thanks for dressing
when I
up.
say that every time I fill up my gas
Not like
tank,
this is a big deal or anything.
go to the grocery store and try to pay the bills, I think, who doesn't miss the Trump days? But it's not just the economic pain.
Oh,
we're
okay,
all
it's a
feeling
dress.
under
She
Joe
looks like she's
Biden.
wearing a sweatshirt.
It's how they're destroying the American spirit. Everywhere we look, there's pain, chaos.
Oh, he thought
and
she was
crisis.
Sarah Workman.
Inflation, open borders, woke indoctrination.
Wait, is she a
in our
congresswoman or
schools,
she's just a
violence
she's
in
a
our
random
cities, and unjust rulings in our courts.
mother?
All of it is eroding
Probably
one of
just in the
America's
like
greatest
delegation.
She's not a congresswoman. She's just a random.
She's probably married to someone who has a lot of money.
I'm gonna look her up. She's just a mother.
She's married to someone who has a lot of money.
Mother
That's
is
why she's
mothering.
Trying to
speaking.
divide us with identity politics. We are here tonight
I'm a mom.
because we believe that America is always
That dress does
should-
look
and
comfortable.
should
I
be
agree.
one nation
Cotton jersey is the only
under
type of thing
God.
to wear. That's it.
Let's go. Love that. America first.
In addition to the economic pain, the Democrats'
said
open
single
border
mother?
policies.
Well, then she's got a
shattered
rich
my
father.
family. With drugs so readily available, my husband.
You don't get a
fell
speaking
victim
slot
to
at the
drug
RNC if
epidemic.
you're not connected to money. I'm sorry.
It tore
That's
our
just
family
like
apart.
Okay.
And now I raise my son alone. But I know there is hope.
there is no way she's just like a rando that with like no money. She has money.
Oh. Beautiful American. We love her. These are good people. These are good people. I love these people.
F
The
that
wall
guy.
guy. This guy's
F
everywhere.
That guy. I hate that guy so much.
God bless her.
That is what this election represents for all of us who have been forgotten over the last 4 years. Hope. We need God in our hearts and Donald Trump back in the White House.
Let's go.
If you're watching tonight and you hear your own story and mine, Donald Trump put me on this stage to show that he hears us, he sees us, and we are
Trump
forgotten
pit.
no more. I find
All right.
peace in God's promise that says, if my people who are called by my name would humble themselves and pray, I will heal your nation.
Love it.
Amen. With
Everyday
faith,
American.
hope, and love in my heart, I know we will make America great again.
She's very pretty. She should become a Republican darling after this. The
Please
whole media
welcome
circuit.
United States Senator
Love
Katie
that.
Britt of
These
Alabama.
are good people. Oh, here we go. All right. Oh, here she comes again. Try not to goon.
It's Katie Britt.
Good evening, Milwaukee.
Oh, I
I'm
hate
Katie
Katie
Britt.
Britt. I hate her so much.
No edging. No edging when she talks. Remember
I
when she
hate
gave her
her.
response to State of the Union?
Oh God.
Turn up the
One
AC.
reason.
Sheesh.
We need to change the direction of our nation.
Don't marry women like this,
She's
guys.
so bad.
And
It's
Donald
crazy.
She would be a nightmare
is
to be
the
married
change
to.
we
A
need.
nightmare. I know you think you want it. You don't.
To my fellow moms and dads across America, I think we all know that raising a family is hard. Add in smartphones and social media.
Don't be
and
confused
we
by that
already
cross.
had
I know what
plenty
the
to worry
Groypers are
about.
thinking.
But then Joe Biden and Kamala Harris came around. Now our lives are
She
that
would
much
be
more
manipulating
difficult
you every
and
single day.
way
She would be.
more
You would be the
expensive.
woman in the relationship if you were married
Under
to her.
Biden
Trust
Harris,
me.
prices
Trust
are
me.
high, and expectations,
Oh,
well,
she's a
they're
state rep
low.
from Arizona. That's right.
Grocery prices are up more than 21%. Electricity is up 31%. Gas is up 48%. Mortgage rates have more than doubled. and rent is skyrocketing.
Yeah, she's an
To me,
actor.
These aren't just numbers. This is pain for millions of
She's
Americans.
like Meghan Markle. That's who she is.
Means that
She is
so many
Meghan
American
Markle.
families have to live with so much less. This is too high.
This is how you're going to get scolded
for an administration
every
that
time
has
you do
brought
something
us
she
to
doesn't
such
like.
lows.
All right, this isn't as hot as the
The
last
American
one.
people won't have the wool pulled over our eyes.
This isn't as hot
We
as the
see
first
how
one.
Biden and Harris keep making things worse.
See, Nick is already being able to see
And
through
we
her.
know
Her
the
true
current
colors are
president
showing.
is not
Shouldn't have been
capable
confused the
of
first time.
turning things around.
I mean, if you guys want to marry someone like
I don't
her,
know
go
what
ahead.
happened.
I'm just trying to warn you. I'm trying to
I'm
steer
not
you
even
right.
chubbed up or anything.
Is costing
No, I'm just trying to steer you right. It's a
our
bad idea.
opportunity, our prosperity, our security, our safety. Each diminished, all in decline, just like the man in the Oval Office.
Yeah, you wanted to marry the other one. You wanted to marry the chubby blonde one. Because she might have been fat, okay? She might be bigger, but she's going to be a lot nicer to you than this one is. She's going to be a lot more pleasant.
Remember
She's
the
gonna
first
make you
one?
things. She's going to cook you
When
snacks.
she gave the
You're gonna eat
response
well.
and she was like,
She's going to take care
they're
of you.
getting raped
No.
over and
no.
over. They're
Meghan
locked in
Markle.
a room on a mattress. That was insane.
Just to make ends meet.
Her response to
Energy
State of the
dominant,
Union was
Stable
insane.
prices, secure borders.
This
safe
is not it.
streets,
This is not
strong
nearly as hot
families
as the
and
first one.
communities. That's what Donald Trump will deliver.
He probably can't even cook. Probably would make you eat all
With
this health
President
food.
Trump,
Probably make you eat
the
salads.
tough choice was which job offer to accept. Now, it's which second job to take just to pay the bills. Your family can't afford this costly and dangerous decline for 4 more years.
She may be hot, but she's
4 more
crazy.
years of Biden-Harris will
gonna make
impose
you eat
a
salad with
lifetime
dry
of
chicken.
financial damage on our children and our nation.
She probably sleeps with her husband's
It
best
is
friend.
time
Yup.
to return
True.
President
True,
Trump
Marcus.
to the
Yup.
White House. Yes.
Let's go.
Republicans will put parents, families, and hard-working Americans first. With President Trump back in the White House, we will reawaken the exceptionalism of the greatest nation ever known. We will defeat decline, dust off our dreams, and forge our future. Because families across our nation deserve better. Once again, America will be the land of limitless opportunity for all. And paving that path starts today. So let's roll up our sleeves, send President Trump back to the White House, and get America back on track. God bless.
Great.
Probably so, Mackie. Probably.
Yeah, I don't
so.
know. What was she going for that one? It wasn't even hot at all.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome United States Senator Tim Scott of South Carolina.
There we go. This guy again. This guy's given another speech. It's like the 4th time he's been up.
Tim Scott is wearing a pink tie.
Bring on somebody else. Is this the nominee or is Trump?
Wow. Wow.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, tie.
Pink ties.
Yay.
That's not on the, you know, when everyone thinks you're
Yay.
gay, you can't really wear a pink tie, I think,
Yay.
actually.
Hello, Milwaukee. Are you ready for
Yay,
4
confirmed.
more years of Donald Trump? Oh,
One
me
in the
too.
chat if Tim Scott is
Yeah.
two in the chat if Tim
No,
Scott
we
is
can't.
great.
No, that's
If you
very
didn't
racist. We
believe in
can't.
miracles before
Can't make that
Saturday,
joke.
You better be believing right now.
Absolutely. He's like wrong about a lot of stuff, but he seems like a nice enough guy.
Almighty, that we live in a country that still believes in the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords.
No.
The Alpha
Not real.
and the
Amen.
Omega.
Not real.
You gotta love them because they believe in
And
God.
our God still saves. He still delivers. And he still sets free.
One if Tim Scott is
Because
gay,
on
two if
Saturday,
Tim Scott is straight in the chat.
the
I
devil
think we did this
came
earlier, but we're doing
to
it again.
Pennsylvania
One if Tim Scott is
holding a
gay, two
rifle.
if Tim Scott is straight.
But an American lion got back up on his feet and he roared.
Three if he's bisexual. Look, Trump success, Biden failure. That's gay.
Yes, he did.
What? Why is he leaving the mic? Is he revving up the crowd? Oh my God.
Love it though.
America,
It's innocent. It's very innocent.
this is a difficult time for our nation. Inflation is crushing families.
Rawr.
Illegal immigration is crushing American workers. Failing schools and victimhood culture are crushing our poorest kids. And the weakness of the commander-in-chief has invited world wars all around our world. Joe Biden is asleep at the wheel and we're headed over a cliff. We hear despair in the voices of a millennial couple raising 2 kids in a 1-bedroom apartment because they can't afford a house. We see pain on the faces of Gold Star parents because their commander-in-chief, Joe Biden, literally forgets their son died in uniform on his watch. America,
I support no foreign aid
better.
for anything. I want no foreign aid for anything ever. No foreign aid for Ukraine, no foreign aid for Israel, no foreign aid for anything.
Much better. I was raised by a single mom in poverty. We had plastic spoons, not silver spoons. But she taught me.
How many times are we going to do this tonight?
To take
Several more, at
responsibility and reject victimhood.
We
Thank
ate
God for my
mud.
wonderful mama.
We ate mud and we lived in
I
a
know
hut.
this is going to offend the liberal elites. Every time I say it, it offends them. But let me say it one more time. America is not a racist country.
Ah!
No, we're not.
Okay, we live in hell.
But if you were looking for racism today, you find it in cities run by Democrats.
I know it's not politically correct to
Everyone
say this,
Look on the
but
south side
America
of
is
Chicago.
not a racist
Poor
country.
Black kids trapped in failing schools. Thousands shot every single year, including one of my former interns, Daquan. But there's good news. It's conservative values that restores hope.
Senator Scott, it's
Republican
Daquan.
policies that lifts
He's in the
people
ER.
up. I partnered with the greatest
Daquan has been
president
shot.
of my generation, President Donald J. Trump.
My intern, Daquan. Oh my goodness.
I'm not even hide. I'm laughing at
Ever
this.
for working people
Daquan.
and single moms. And
Daquan,
opportunity
stay
zones
with me.
For neighborhoods that need the most.
Tell
But
them
Joe Biden and
America's
Kamala
not
Harris,
racist.
They give illegal immigrants free hotel rooms
Oh God.
while our veterans sleep on the streets. Disgusting. Disgusting. Trump secured our border once, and Donald Trump will secure it again.
Hit the Quan. People are saying in the chat, hit the Quan.
This November,
That's funny. We
we are
can't
not
laugh about that though.
deciding simply the fate for the next 4 years. We're setting a course for the next 40 years. I see our heartland filled with huge American factories, powered by abundant American energy, building what America needs, creating generational wealth for blue-collar workers. You see, we are the Republican Party of Frederick Douglass and of Abraham Lincoln.
What?
Of Ronald Reagan and Donald Trump.
Oh my goodness.
But we.
Then I'm a Democrat.
4 more years.
I'm a KKK Democrat. No, kidding. Kidding. People say like FDR likes Hitler and
we are not
we're the Republican Party of Frederick Douglass. My mama know how to stretch a dollar. My mama always told me,
her family farm,
Tim,
an Hispanic father,
you gotta work.
Working 16-hour days in Nevada, and a black teenager in Philly starving for opportunity. We're not just the grand old party of the past.
My mama always told me the white man ain't gonna respect you unless you know your history.
I disavow everything Nick is saying. It's awful and wrong and racist. I disavow YouTube, disavow. I don't want to be. This is a bad idea.
Hear me clearly. And there's only
gonna end up getting in trouble.
One person who can make that vision a reality. Donald J. Trump.
Why does it have to be Black People Night on the first night?
America.
God, I wasn't prepared for this.
All right.
Talk about JD Vance, Nick, please.
Another little break. Coming up, Glenn Youngkin. All right. Okay. I don't think we need to hear from that guy anymore. I think he's been up like 4 times. Can somebody else do a round up there? That's funny, man. Literally, didn't I say that? I'm like, yeah. White people love to hear America's not racist. And then one after the other. My mama ain't had a dollar. My mama ain't got a dollar. And then it's, America's not a racist country. Well, maybe that's part of the problem. Actually, maybe that's part of the problem. When I look around at some of the problems,
okay, I'm not gonna have Nick talking about racism. I can't. I'm on YouTube. Okay, I can't talk about how I can't have Nick talking about how America should be a racist country. So I'm just gonna take this opportunity to say thank you for joining my coverage of the RNC. I do want to hear what Nick has to say about JD Vance. I just really don't want to lose my YouTube channel tonight because we're doing quite well. I'm starting to break out of the shadow ban that I've been in. So please excuse me if I can't have Nick talking about how America should be a racist country. But I just want to remind everyone, please do make sure to mount the like button for me. We will be covering the RNC all week. And I'm about $50 away from my super chat goal for the night. And so if people are enjoying the stream, we've been going for 4.5 hours. We're going to keep continuing for another couple hours till whenever this ends. Please feel free to send in a $5, $10 super chat, $50 super chat. You can even send in a $500 super chat if you wanted to, but definitely help me reach the goal for tonight. And I would really appreciate it. Thank you, Omega Ranger. Why are there still people in the Fauci cult? It's 2024. A small percent of Americans can't let go of a cough. You'd think they'd move on with their lives, and again, they'll vote for a corpse for president. Hey, I agree with that. Thank you for the $10 super chat. I really do appreciate it. All right, let's see what he's talking about.
Average IQ is a full standard deviation.
Okay, he's still talking about racist stuff. I'm sorry. I need to protect my YouTube. Until Nick gives me a cozy channel, I need to protect my YouTube channel. So I can't have Nick talking about how America should be racist, all right? If you guys haven't seen it yet, and we will come back to Nick in a second, I promise. hearing IQ and standard deviation, I was like, oh shit. If you guys haven't seen it yet, I do have some specials in the Unwoke art store this week. It is unwokeart.com. They're right on the homepage. So if you go to the homepage and just scroll down, you'll be able to find it. I have some Trump specials that I have brought back just for this week only. We have the brand new Trump iconic t-shirt to celebrate Trump being a badass and getting up after getting shot in the air and sticking his fist in the air. We have the Trump American Gangster shirt with the orange steel mugshot look. We have the iconic Trump Indictment Victory Tour t-shirt, which not only has Trump on the front, it also has all of the Trump indictments on the back of the shirt, just like a concert t-shirt. And we have the original Trump Getting the Last Laugh design. And actually, it comes in a shirt, but all of them come in mugs too. And the golden Trump mug is like the best-selling mug in the history of my store. This mug looks awesome. And Trump is certainly getting the last laugh for now. So if you want to support the work I'm doing, get some great Trump merch. For, again, this week only, this is going to be in the Unwoke art store. And you can actually get the Icon t-shirt for 25% off. The discount is just automatically at checkout. And all of that does go to fund what I'm doing. And I really, really do appreciate it. All right, everyone cross their fingers that Nick isn't talking about racism anymore. Please. Please.
And this is in rural Pennsylvania. This is in Butler, about an hour north of Pittsburgh.
Oh, thank God.
And so it's all these rural, forgotten white people in Pennsylvania. They go out to see Trump. They're in their merch. They got their shirts and hats on. They go out there to see their hero, their icon. And whatever you think about Trump, what he represents to the people is hope. He represents God, country, order, and true belief itself. He gave them something to believe in. And so when they saw him go down, you could see they were devastated. And when Trump got up and raised the fist, what really gets me, I mean, that's unbelievable by itself, but to then see the crowd get up, literally jump to their feet, screaming, pumping their fist, that's when you realize, like, this is such an awesome movement. All right, we got a video playing. We don't really need to watch the video. It's more just like anti-Biden stuff. But that's what really touched me, because Trump in that moment instinctually recognizes, and this is what a leader does. He sensed the danger, the fear. He got shot. Imagine if if it was Biden, they'd be carrying him out on a stretcher. If it was Biden, he would have crumpled on the floor and they'd be literally carrying his limp body into an ambulance. And imagine what that would have felt like and what that would have looked like. But Trump in that moment instinctually said, no, I need to show them I'm okay. I need to show them I'm not afraid. And so he's literally, and he said this, bullets whizzing past his head. That's how he knew. He heard a bullet whiz past his head and one of them struck him. He's getting shot at. He doesn't know what's going on. He gets up, raises the fist, and the people in the midst of the danger, one guy, God bless him, got his head blown off. A horrible tragedy. And in the midst of all this, everybody else gets up and they reflect, they give that courage back to him. And you realize these are good people. These are decent. They're simple, but they're decent, earnest, innocent people. And they're looking for leadership. And, that's what Trump is giving to them. So, of course, I'm very critical of Trump. The politics is always more complex. Trump is a remarkable human being. He's a remarkable person. The politics is always more complex. And the politics, as you know, I have very mixed feelings about it. But it cannot be overstated what he means to the people. And what he means to them is the power of belief in itself. It's the idea that we can believe in ourselves and believe in a country. And there is something about this. I think there really is a tension between liberals and conservatives. Liberals have this clinical view of everything. Everything is deductive, reductive. It's about reducing, making things small, deconstructing, shining a harsh light on things, and stripping away myth, illusion, these kind of poetic truths. And what Trump and the conservative movement represents is the opposite. It's the power of faith and belief and believing in something bigger and believing in ourselves and telling a story by the fireside and the warmth of the fire and maybe taking some liberties, taking some poetic liberties, but to serve a larger truth that we know on a level that's above the rational. Anyway, but more on that in a moment.
Glenn Youngkin.
Whoops. Why is this doing this?
Come on, Nick, get it together.
Glenn Youngkin.
Yes, Joe must go.
I cannot stand the inauthenticity of these people. It just they all look plastic to me. None of them are real. They're all manufactured.
The governor of the home of Washington, Jefferson, Madison, and Monroe, the great Commonwealth of Virginia. Tonight, we stop for a moment. We ask for God's grace to be on innocent victims. We ask him to be with their families. We thank him for this moment of unity. And we thank him for protecting our next president, Donald J. Trump. And tonight, our nation can have the conversation that so many families have at their kitchen tables. Yes, those tough conversations. How do we make it all work? The conversation young families from Midlothian, Virginia to Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Oh, they use this line every time. They use this in the response to the State of the Union, too.
The veterans from Fredericksburg,
We're all
Virginia,
sitting around our
to
kitchen
Phoenix,
table.
Arizona, whose raises can't keep up with 30% increases in grocery prices and 40% increases in gas. The retirees from Roanoke, Virginia to Reno, Nevada, whose fixed income has been crushed by the silent thief of inflation unleashed by Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Tonight, America, the land of opportunity, just doesn't feel like that anymore. But 8 years ago, there was an outsider, a businessman, who stepped out of his career to rebuild a great nation with the strongest economy, the mightiest military, energy independence, unlimited opportunity, lifting up every American. That outsider businessman was Donald J. Trump, and he will do it again. I'm proud to be a homegrown Virginian from a family like a lot of families with ups and downs and highs and lows.
Yeah.
My mom was a nurse, and she was my hero. She pulled our family together after my dad lost his job. At 15, washing dishes and flipping eggs, I learned that there is dignity in work. At the height of the pandemic 4 years ago, I asked my amazing wife, Suzanne, to go on a walk with me. I told her I planned to quit my job and run for governor. She looked at me with tears in her eyes and a quivering lip and asked, "Governor of what?"
People are saying washing eggs and flipping dishes. Every speech, my parents were poor. I worked hard.
After 12 years of only electing Democrats statewide, in November 2021, Virginians elected a Republican outside businessman as their 74th governor.
Youngkin is nothing like Trump, please. I love how Trump was such a breath of fresh air because he came out there and he's like, I'm really rich.
Another Republican outside
I got a lot of money.
As president of the United States.
Every Republican gets up there and they're like, my parents were poor and I worked hard and I cleaned dishes. And Trump was like, I'm really rich.
Common sense conservative leadership
I have a lot of money. I have $10 billion and a plane.
billion of tax relief, backing the blue.
Yeah.
Billions and billions. And then these guys are like,
Hebrew Trump sign yet?
the son of a bartender and a maid. My dad was a mailman. My mama ain't got no dollar.
Creating jobs, lots of jobs. Virginia now has record job growth, and we were just
Did he say
named
Ronald Reagan?
America's top state for business.
I wasn't paying attention.
Friends, could this election be more simple? It's common sense versus chaos. It's strength versus weakness. Friends, it's not just Republicans who see this. It's Republicans, independents, and lots of Democrats. It's Americans. Under President Trump, America had high growth and low inflation. Under Joe Biden, America has low growth and high inflation. 66% of Americans now live paycheck to paycheck. Moms and dads worrying, can they buy new shoes for their kids going
All
back
you
to school?
care about is money.
Can they write the tuition check for college?
It's all about money.
It's Make America Wealthy Again night.
Under President Trump, 2.4 million Americans were lifted out of poverty. Women.
No one likes Glenn Youngkin. No one is excited by this guy.
Asian
No
Americans
one.
all saw record low employment. Under Donald J. Trump, we once again will have that rip-roaring economy that lifts up all Americans. That is our tomorrow.
But it is the money day. It's Make America Wealthy Again is the theme. So it makes sense. Look at this guy. God bless him.
Where work is celebrated, where taxes are cut, and inflation is slashed, where we cut red tape, where we unleash American energy dominance, where businesses proudly say, made in America.
Yes.
Where entrepreneurs dream and small businesses
Who is the
thrive,
big
where
speaker
Americans
tonight?
from
Who's like
any
the big
background
keynote?
can
Does anyone
pour
know?
their
It's
God-given
gotta be
talents
Trump
into
because,
building
like,
their American
I
dream.
haven't seen anyone that's like a
This
big
is the
closer
moment.
keynote, you know?
This is our moment to make America the land of opportunity
They must be doing
again.
some sort of surprise.
A nation built on a basic truth that we are granted certain unalienable rights, not by a king, but by an almighty creator. And that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Our foundational principles are non-negotiable. They are inscribed on our national soul. My fellow Americans, the spirit of hope is spreading. Everyone can feel it, and it will sweep across this nation when we elect Donald J. Trump, the 47th President of the United States.
Right.
May God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Please welcome the CEO of Goya Foods, America First Policy Institute board member and chairman of the Hispanic Leadership Coalition, Mr. Bob Unanue.
All right. Goya bean. Goya. Goya. W bean.
Buenas noches, familia.
Buenas noches.
This Goya bean supports Trump. And if you got a problem with that, necesitas vámonos.
Wow. Gracias, gracias. 4 years ago, I dared to say that we were blessed by Donald J. Trump, a builder.
I love Mexicans, though. Mexicans are
But more
awesome.
than a builder, he's
No,
a
do not hate
courageous
on Mexicans.
leader. And he will bring
have the
this
best food
nation
by
closer
far.
to God. He will
Sí,
bring
por favor.
strength to America. And he will bring prosperity back to America. And that's what my grandfather did as a 17-year-old in 1903. He packed his clothes and his dreams in a suitcase, and he got aboard a steamship. Like millions of other immigrants, he sought nothing more
I want tacos too now.
than a chance
or
to
burrito
build a better life.
or an empanada.
His American dream began when he opened a small grocery store in Manhattan. With love and determination, he built it into the largest Hispanic-owned food company in the United States.
I want a burrito taco. Burrito is the best. With the sauce on the side.
Goya
and you
Foods
dip the
grew
taco in the
as
sauce.
the Latino community flourished. The Latino community is diverse, but we are united in our values.
Oh, he's actually from
Values
Spain.
that
He's
include an
Spanish.
unwavering faith in God, and an
His
abiding
family
love
came
of
here from
family,
Spain.
and a fierce work ethic. We want the freedom to worship, to love, and to work in a way that gives us purpose, gives us a reason to get
The
up
King of
every
Spain
day.
sent a very nice letter to Trump after he got
The
shot.
Biden-Harris administration disrespects our values and has abused our community.
Okay.
They buried our businesses with inflation and government red tape. They even used the FBI to go after traditional
Goya's
Catholics
yellow rice
as
is
if we
awesome.
were terrorists.
Goya's like instant
Let's
yellow
go.
rice. So good in a burrito.
They put out the welcome mat for drug cartels. Biden's open door policies is all the more insidious because
Let's
it's
go.
couched in soft terms like compassion and sanctuary. In reality, it is cruel. Joe Biden's open southern border facilitates the largest criminal enterprise in the world, which disproportionately victimizes Latinos,
I might try to make burrito
especially
tomorrow.
True.
children.
I make great burritos.
Last year, an HHS whistleblower
The one Mexican guy in the whole, the one
testified
visibly
that the
Mexican
United
guy.
States was the middleman in a large-scale
Boda
child trafficking
Bodona
operation
Trump.
that has lost track of 85,000 children. A number
Very
too
diverse
large for
convention,
most
if you haven't
football
noticed. There's
stadiums.
only been one white guy so far.
Our border
Right?
czar, Kamala Harris. That'd be so bad. And we have enough bad. We need some good. We need
Kamala.
goodness. Was
Gay?
missing in action. Many
Kamala.
Latinos came to America.
That's a
from
new one.
countries
That's like an Hispanic
where the
boomer. That's like a
few
Mexican that
exploit
watches
and
Fox
control
News.
the many.
I don't even know what's going on right now, but I just want to say, if you want to donate to my burrito, I'm going to make burritos tomorrow. If you'd like to donate to my burrito fund, you can feel free to send in a super chat. I'm $40 away from hitting my super chat goal right now, so not going to take very much to get there. And I'm going to make the best burritos out of that. I'm going to get some yellow rice. I'm going to get some. Sometimes I use pork, sometimes I use beef, but we're gonna have some sort of protein, and we're gonna have Cabot hot habanero cheese. Best burritos in the world. Donate to the burrito fund. Appreciate it.
The Cuban philosopher Jose Marti said, mankind is composed of two sorts of men, those who love and create and those who hate and destroy.
Make burritos great again. If you have any burrito recipes, put them in the chat. Let's help each other make the best burritos we can make.
Joe Biden.
Why are they all wearing cowboy
Did they
hats?
all put those hats on just for him or what? That feels deeply racist. I think they all put the cowboy hats on
No, they've been wearing them the whole time.
for the Hispanic guy.
Their
And I'm a
radical
little
policies
offended.
Are wrecking our economy and destroying
Or
our
did they have
lives.
those on the whole time?
On the other hand,
Sometimes you can use tofu in burritos if
Donald
you want healthier
Trump
burritos.
loves this country. He loves us. And he knows how to build and create. He understands that lasting prosperity is built on a foundation of family, faith, work, and freedom.
Now, if they all put on sombreros, that would be racist.
And not the
Just
quicksand
weren't, like,
of government.
There he is again.
and
They
Cowboy
keep
hats
panning
are
to the
not
only
nearly as
Hispanic.
racist as
That's the
sombreros.
third time they showed him.
And
That's
with a
funny.
firm belief that with
Oh,
God,
muchos
all
gracias,
things are
Kristen.
possible,
Muchas gracias, señorita.
will make America great again. Love you guys. Love you guys.
All right.
Talk about JD Vance, please, Nick. Come on, you have one job. JD Vance.
Hate this song. Okay, Goya Bean W. What do you guys think of the convention so far? W or L?
L.
Chat. Hey, chat. What do you think of the convention? W or L?
You guys can vote too. W or L. I say L. This is boring as shit. And now my internet isn't working. Why isn't my internet working? No! What happened? You guys can still hear me, right? Is this just Rumble? Yeah, everyone's saying L. L, L. Thank you, Moxie, for tacos. I could use it for tacos as well. Did Rumble just crash or something? Oh, I'm getting okay. Exit. I guess we can come back to Rumble. Hang on. Let me get Rumble back up. Hey, thanks, Nick. Appreciate you. Hang on. Something just happened where it crashed. I'll take a picture of my.
And it has to do with
I'll take a picture of my
taxes
burritos
and spending.
just for you guys to donate.
And this is something that Trump was talking about. Notice the
$25
difference.
away,
When
guys.
Trump
Come on,
came in
let's do it.
2016, he did talk about deregulating and he did talk about cutting taxes, but he also mainly talked about trade. The first thing he said when he announced he was running in 2016, he came out and said, "When was the last time you saw a Chevrolet in Tokyo? It doesn't exist." That was like the first.
I don't mean to overshadow Nick. I'm not interested in what he's saying right now. I made a pizza earlier with canned chicken as the crust, and it was so good. And it's super easy. You just take the canned chicken, you put a whole bunch of Parmesan cheese in it and an egg, and you mix all that up. And I put some garlic powder in it and some Italian seasoning. And then you pat the chicken into a pizza-like thing, and then you bake it for 30 minutes. And then you take it out, you put sauce on it, you put some cheese. So good. So canned chicken can work for other things too. It doesn't just have to be in a burrito. It can be in a crust as well.
We make in Mexico or we make in
did it!
China,
Thank you,
and we're
guys.
losing manufacturing.
Liz
And he said,
got newly awakened.
if a American automobile company opens up a factory in Mexico, he said, I'm going to put a tariff on their cars and say you're going to make it in America. When do Republicans talk about tariffs, trade, exports? They never do.
Yay! $10
And Trump
more
actually
than the
said that we would use
goal.
tariffs to
All
make our
right,
country
all right.
rich. He said we would use tariffs to fund the government. We would tax remittances to fund the border wall. He said, and we would use trade to reindustrialize America. That is actually a revolutionary platform. And that's actually a platform that speaks to the people that have really been screwed over. Because the people that have been screwed over, it's the next generation. But in the older generation, it's the manufacturing workers that used to have jobs. 25, 30 years ago, there were small workshops.
Make burritos great again. Send
Across
me money.
America. There was manufacturing in America, but all those jobs got sent overseas. And even now, they're not even bringing them back. They're doing friend-shoring or near-shoring, where they bring in Mexico or Malaysia or Indonesia. So the GOP without Trump, without 2016 Trump, is just right back to the neoliberal ideology where it's all about cut the corporate tax rate. It's literally just trickle-down economics. Cut taxes on corporations. That's what the 2018 tax bill was about. Cut the corporate tax rate. And then the theory is that when these companies have more capital, that they're going to be able to invest and they're going to be able to create jobs and so on. But I don't think that that actually tracks with American prosperity.
That's okay, Stan.
Because yes,
all right.
nominally the GDP has gone up over the past 45 years. But in real terms, America is a lot less wealthy now than it was 40 years ago. The only reason that America has a nominally higher GDP is because of the tech companies, because of the shale oil boom. We don't make anything anymore. If you actually look at the structure of our economy, we don't make anything. The productive sectors of the economy only account for 15% of the GDP, and that's agriculture, construction, and manufacturing. 85% of the economy is services.
Why are all these men dancing?
And if you look at the leaders of the stock market, it's all software companies, it's all tech companies that make their stuff elsewhere.
Is that appealing to anyone?
So this whole neoliberal doctrine of cutting taxes and financialization and the rise of private equity and venture capital, it actually hasn't made America richer.
Yeah.
And you can see that this is what happened to Europe.
Entered the boomer.
We can see this in the war in Ukraine. When we put all these tariffs on Russia, guess what? Russia was fine, or rather not tariff sanctions. When we put all the sanctions on Russia, Russia was fine.
Men dancing.
It was Europe that got destroyed.
Exactly.
Because Russia has fertilizer, and Russia has nickel, and Russia has natural gas and oil. And Germany found out that you can't print money and use money to power your factories. You need natural gas, and natural gas comes through pipelines, which take years to build, and it can't be easily or cheaply replaced by LNG. So Trump came in with this revolutionary...
Yeah, Nick is being very smart. I'm being very rude.
Protectionist policy in the GOP and realigned the GOP into a protectionist party. Said maybe we get rid of income tax altogether. Maybe we fund the government through tariffs because the world needs our markets.
You have to admit.
And the world needs our goods. So maybe we put up all these tariffs and we can fund the government that way and then use that to diminish the tax burden on Americans. And we could also use that, by the way, to bring back manufacturing and give Americans manufacturing jobs, which has all sorts of benefits. So in the absence of that, you get the platform that we've heard today, which is all about, oh, inflation is bad. But guess what? The GOP, somebody sent me this article, Leah McGrath, who she's liberal, but I actually like her. She sent me this article right before I went live. They're talking about devaluing the dollar when Trump gets back in. They talk about inflation, but they don't talk about the root cause. Why is inflation out of control? Because 80% of the money that exists today was printed during the pandemic. Because we had record deficits. We had
isn't that crazy?
$6 trillion deficits during the pandemic while we shut down the economy, while we expanded the money supply. And people say, oh, inflation. Yeah, that tends to happen when there's no productivity for a year, but consumption is subsidized by printing and by spending. So yes, of course there's inflation. It's because of the COVID lockdown and the subsequent bailout. So they're talking about the same playbook. They complain about inflation. They complain about people dying of fentanyl in the Rust Belt or in the interior of the country, but they're not talking about the real problem, which is that America has been deindustrialized. We have a financialized economy. It's all services. There's no production happening. And on some level, it's deeply related to the military. They talk about having a mighty military. Well, how mighty is your military when the things that you need for optics, the things that you need for airplanes and for nuclear reactors and even the nuclear arsenal, all those raw materials we get from China? Yeah, we could probably make them in America, but all the raw materials, the rare earths and everything else, it's all in China. It's all in Congo. It's in Zimbabwe. So I wish that at this convention, the problem is here we are 9 years later after Trump came down the escalator and it's the same GOP. That shows the changes were not institutionalized.
Please welcome Governor
So anyway, but that's
South
important
Dakota.
stuff.
Who's this? Oh, Chrissy, no.
Good evening.
Boo! Dog killer.
Exactly.
You all look fantastic. I love the cowboy hats. And a shout out to South Dakota. Hi. Woo.
Boo.
I'm Governor Kristi Noem from the great state of South Dakota.
Thank
She
God
is hot,
she didn't
though.
get the
You
VP.
can't deny it. She is hot.
Thank God she wasn't nominated for VP.
Leadership has consequences. It matters who's in the White House. Now, I've been governor
She's recently
under
had her
both
lips
President
filled.
Trump and Joe Biden. And people ask me all the time, what's the biggest difference? And I tell them that President Trump honored the Constitution. He let me do
She
my
probably
job.
smells really good, though. Imagine giving her a hug. If I gave her a hug, I would totally smell her hair.
People free.
I'd be subtle about it. But I'd take a big whiff.
Now, leadership on the state level.
She probably smells good.
It certainly mattered
That's creepy,
in South Dakota. I am so proud to say that South Dakota's strong economy.
And when she
has
walks
been a
around,
beacon
you
of
probably all her
freedom for
jewelry like
America.
jingles. You could probably hear her
Most
coming
of
like the
you-
click clack of the heels and
Most
like
of
all
you
the
probably
jingling.
first heard
You
about
know, all
me
these like
during
Republican
COVID,
women,
didn't
they
you?
always have the crazy
Because
jewelry.
South Dakota was the
It's
only
all fun
state
and
in the
games until
country
she's shooting
that
a
stayed
dog.
open for business.
Just saying.
All fun
I'm
and
just being
games
honest.
until she's shooting a dog.
We didn't
Nick.
mandate anything.
Oh, you
We never
wouldn't?
ordered a
You
single
wouldn't smell her
business or a
hair?
church to close.
Yeah, right.
I never even defined what an essential business was because I don't
All
believe
fun
that the
and games
government
until you're
has the
shooting a
authority to
dog.
tell you that your business isn't essential.
I'm not mad at him, though.
When other states were
He's
pushing
young. Let him be
mandates and
precocious.
lockdowns, instead in South Dakota, we hit the gas. We embraced liberty. We told our story and we invited people to come and to enjoy our beautiful state. Now, all of the things that conservatives have always talked about, we just did it, and it worked. Our economy took off, and since I've been governor, we broke the national record for the lowest unemployment rate in American history at 1.8%.
She has some
In
weird
South
cheek
Dakota,
implants,
everybody
though.
Works.
It looks.
We
Oh, I
paid off
can't.
state debts and bonds. We fixed dams and bridges. We built roads.
Like, are you guys
We
not
have a
seeing
fully
these
funded
cheek
pension
implants?
plan and a AAA credit rating. We broke records for surpluses and we balanced
Am I
our
just
budget
crazy?
every single year. And last year in South Dakota, we passed the largest tax cut in South Dakota history. Under my administration, incomes in our state have gone up 36%. Women-owned businesses are thriving. We also have the highest birth rate in the nation.
Well, I think she's definitely
People are having
Botoxed.
babies
Like her
because
forehead
they're
looks
happy.
like
W?
she can barely like she's Botox to high heaven, but I think she's also got
And in
cheek
South
implants.
Dakota, we
More
love
white
babies.
People
Our
always
mental
say, hey,
health
save the
challenges have
bees.
gone down.
Save
Our
the white
suicide
race.
rates are declining, and we are
White
the
people are always
#1
talking
state
about
in the
save the
country
bees.
for a decline in overdoses.
Save
because
the
people
wilderness. How
have
about
hope.
save our race? How about save our dying race and have kids?
We're growing so fast that we needed more workers to catch up. So we launched the most successful workforce recruitment campaign in the history of South Dakota. And they have come by the thousands to join us and to live with us. Do you guys remember those ads when I was a really lousy plumber and a really terrible electrician? Do you remember those?
No.
Well, since we started those ads, we have seen a 78% increase in licensed plumbers in the state of South Dakota.
Thanks, Sin.
Okay, but we kind of need like
We've seen a 44%
scientists.
increase in electricians in our state. Now, people aren't moving to South Dakota for our beaches or for our beautiful January weather. They are moving to our state for opportunity and for freedom. And all of this happened because our people were bold. We took action, and I was strong. Now, South Dakota proved that freedom will make America wealthy again.
Somebody in the chat says 1-800 pipe.
And with
You
President Trump
dirty
in the White
dog. You
House,
got to
with
get out of
Senator
here with
J.D.
that.
Vance by his side,
I
we
love
will
all the
prove it
hats, by the
across
way. I love the
America.
construction. Wait, she said JD Vance?
No.
I love the cowboy hats, construction hats, MAGA
Listen,
hats.
2 days ago, the whole
Love
world
it.
changed.
We need more hats.
Evil displayed
Make
itself
hats
in the
great
very
again.
worst way, through a cowardly act. An innocent American lost his life, and we will continue to lift his family up in our prayers every single day. Prior to this week, we already knew that President Donald Trump was a fighter. He is the toughest man that I have ever met. Nobody has endured more than what he has gone through. They've attacked his reputation, they impeached him, they tried to bankrupt him, and they unjustly prosecuted him. But even in the most perilous moment this week, his instinct was to stand and to fight.
Epic.
Faith.
Donald J. Trump is our man in the arena. He will never stop fighting for us. He will never stop, and now he is bringing all of us together. Now, I know that many of you are angry, but now is the time to unite. And we have to get to work. We have to win the hearts and minds of every single American. Wake them up with truth and with wisdom. We need to listen to them. You can't win people over by arguing with them. Visit with your neighbors, at your job, at your church, at the gas station, or even at the grocery store. Listen, there are moments in our history, often after great hardship and tragedy, when true leaders unite our country. At one time, President Lincoln, he united our country. He delivered my favorite presidential address of all time. In fact, it's the only speech or poem or song that I ever made my kids memorize when they were young, when they were little. It was the Gettysburg Address.
Oh, brother.
And it was delivered during our nation's bloodiest conflict. That speech so inspired people that
They never
continued to
talk
fight
about
for
George
years,
Washington.
and
They always
lost
talk about
loved
Abraham
ones.
Lincoln.
In order to preserve this union, we
What
call
about
the
Washington?
United States of America.
What about Hamilton?
Well, there was a whole play written about
It's always
Hamilton.
Lincoln this. And I like Lincoln, but come on now.
Now, at that time, President Lincoln encouraged us to take increased devotion, that this nation under God shall have a new birth of freedom, and that a government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from this earth. Like Lincoln, in the midst of our pain and division, Donald Trump is calling us to be touched by the better angels of our nature. As Paul wrote in 2 Timothy, God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power and of love and a sound mind. We must not be afraid.
Why are all these speeches so boring?
Even in our darkest days, we have never once given up hope. So
Like,
don't
what's
quit on
the use of
America.
having a prime
If we
time
lose this
event if you're
country,
not
where
actually going to
else will
say
we go
anything
that provides
interesting?
more freedom and opportunity for our kids and our grandkids. And I've got 3 grandkids, and I'm counting on a whole lot more. And yes, democracy can be messy.
She's a great, oh my
but there is
God.
a
She does look good for a
great,
grandma, you have to
invisible
admit.
strength to a people's union. We have shown the world that we can endure sacrifice.
All these like
and that we can
19-year-old
still
gripers
unite.
would totally fuck a grandma.
We should still
They had the
aspire
opportunity.
to be worthy of this union, America. President Donald J. Trump is the leader we need for such a time as this. So now, I need you to get to work. Get out there, go do it. Don't quit. Keep fighting, keep uniting, keep talking to people, win the hearts and minds, and may God bless you. And may God continue to bless the great United States of America. Thank you.
Donald Trump's surprise visit to a construction site. Hundreds of cheering union members turned out to meet the former president. It was quite a scene.
These are hardworking New Yorkers, okay, union members who have been working on this big construction site here.
Yeah, like there's just nothing being said here that is really landing for me.
Agree.
You compare the rhetoric
Boring.
of Trump in 2015 and 2016 to now, it's completely different. In 2015 and 2016, it was about something tangible, which is American greatness. It was the idea that we would make things and there would be a new city and the city would be beautiful and it would be orderly. That's really what Make America Great Again was about. It was about imagining and experiencing imminently a tangible future that was far better than this one. Bridges, highways, new buildings, thriving city.
This is the best Republicans can do.
And where we are now is just more talk about freedom and opportunity. What does that even really mean? People say freedom and opportunity. You're going to cut taxes?
Really?
That's not freedom
Elon
and
Musk
opportunity.
is giving Trump $45 million.
They're going to cut taxes
month?
and cut regulations.
Shit.
That's not. People say, "Oh, they're coming to South Dakota for the freedom."
Shit. See, you guys.
No, I think they're coming to South Dakota because of the fracking, right?
Send Trump money to me. You can send some to Nick too, but send it to me.
Steamfitters Local
Shit.
638.
But really think about
All
this.
right.
This is the best messaging
Union
that
guide.
the Republicans can do right here.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Bobby Bartels. I'm a proud member of Steamfitters Local Union 638. And like many of my
Unions
fellow
are
union members,
socialist.
I've been a Democrat my whole life.
Unions are
And like
socialist.
so many of my fellow union members, we have come to expect empty promises from Democratic politicians. In 1986, after a decade of Democratic politicians' mismanagement, Central Park's iconic Woolman Ice Rink had fallen into an unusable state of disrepair. Politicians made promise after promise to fix the rink.
Exactly.
And yet they did nothing.
It's the same thing
That's
over
when
and over
Donald
and over
Trump
again.
stepped up.
Well, yeah, I'm not talking about people who have to be in it. I'm talking about the people who run them. People who have to be in a
He
union are
wasn't mayor.
excused.
He wasn't running for anything, but he was a guy who cared about people and he knew how to get a job done. He put his money and his reputation on the line and committed to getting it built.
Oh, he's talking about Trump fixing that ice rink.
He did it using skilled local union labor
That's
like the men
legit.
of Local
Trump likes working
638.
people. I actually really like how Trump endears himself to working people. I like that he hangs out with like normal people and not rich. Well, I mean, he hangs out with
Together,
rich people.
we
too,
worked
but, like
tirelessly on that project.
Trump isn't one of those
completing it
elitists
on
that
time
won't hang out with like
and
working
ensuring
people.
kids would be
That's good.
skating that fall on that rink. And a quick note to President Biden. That involved working outside the hours of 10 a.m. and 4 p.m.
Yeah. I think it's nap time for you, Sleepy Joe.
Early one hot summer morning on that job, I saw Donald Trump visiting the site. I yelled out, "Are you here to buy
Yeah,
us
Trump
coffee?"
hangs out with working people in a non-socialist way.
President walked right over. He wasn't
Like,
president at the time,
Trump,
but he walked
Trump
right
knows
over,
the names
grinning,
of
and
people that
handed me
work in
some
his
cash
hotel.
and told us
Like,
it was too
just
hot
like the normal
for
workers. It's
coffee. Go
crazy.
buy sandwiches and drinks for everyone.
What a guy.
I've heard people.
I
I've
love
heard his
stories
hotel
like that.
workers
Trump
talking
is such a
about this.
guy.
Like if Trump goes into one of his hotels, he knows the name of the people working
Now,
behind the
more
desk,
than ever,
like the
we need a
bellman.
president who knows how to get things done. We have an open border inviting illegal immigrants to take our American jobs and lower our wages.
W. See, this guy's based.
Out of control inflation is squeezing budgets, and both violent crime and drug epidemic are pushing people out of our cities, all while Democrats do nothing. That's why this union Democrat will be voting Trump along.
Love it. Love it.
Now you just got to get control of the unions away from the socialists because the socialists are using the unions to recruit.
So that's why this union Democrat, along with many of my local union members, will be voting Trump this November.
Love it. Yes.
See, the crowd actually likes these people. They
But
didn't
notice
like
how
Glenn
the
Youngkin.
union guy is the one that mentioned
So that we
illegals.
can take back the middle class, take back the country, and rebuild the middle class that my union has helped build over so many years. God bless America. Thank you.
That was the first mention of immigration, by the way, the
Please
entire
welcome
night.
Congressman Byron Donalds. of
Hi.
Hey,
Oh.
Byron Donalds.
This guy again?
I like Byron
All
Donalds.
right. It's getting a little ridiculous.
Not racist night.
Oh, get over yourself. Give me a break.
I like Byron.
That is so disrespectful and ignorant.
Good evening, Milwaukee.
Look at this cuck fest over here.
You know, Milwaukee, we're on live television. You gotta let me get to the speech now.
Oh, stop. Only at the RNC would you get something so ridiculous.
And I come from the great state of Florida. And I proudly represent the people of Southwest Florida. But I was raised by a single mother in Brooklyn, New York.
Here we go again.
Life was hard. And
Here we go. It's the same speech.
When I was in the first
They all
grade,
gave the same
my mother
speech.
took me out of public school because she could see that public education was failing me.
My mama.
I needed to be challenged, and I needed the opportunity
Oh, you're
that
challenged,
only
all right.
a private school could provide. My mother is an educator, and she truly believed in my potential.
My mama
The
told
Democrat
me.
politicians wanted to trap me in a failing school, but my mom fought for me.
My mom. Why always with the mama? Mammy.
Mom, I just want to take this
I
opportunity.
disavow everything Nick is
to
saying
say
right now.
thank you.
Disavow. I don't agree.
It's black guys and their moms, always.
Nick, you're
Thank
obsessed
you,
with
Mom.
your mom. Nick wants to marry
Words
his mom.
Cannot describe how
She should
deeply
be running.
grateful I am to be your son. When I was in the 7th grade, my mom lost her job. We went on government assistance, and my grandma helped us pay for private school. My
It
mom
is weird how they
and
all have
my
the same
grandma
speech, though.
sacrificed to ensure
They can at least
that
change
I
it up a
could
little
build
bit.
a
They can talk about
successful
some different
future
topics. They don't need to
through
all
a
say the same
commitment
thing.
to academic achievement and hard work. I'm standing here today as a result
It's also
of their
tiresome.
love, good and safe schools, and great teachers. And to the teachers of America who pour your heart and your soul into your students and teach the next generation to love, honor, and serve our great country, we all say thank you. But what about those kids whose parents can't scrape money together for private school? Don't those kids who grew up like I grew up deserve the same chance that I had? Joe Biden and Kamala Harris sent their kids to high-priced private schools.
Oh, school choice
But
speech.
since they
Okay.
are in the pocket
All right.
of the
I'm on board.
far-left teachers' unions, they trap poor kids like me
True.
in failing schools
All right,
with
Byron.
no way out.
I'm back on board.
They say they're pro-choice, but not if you want a choice over what your kids are taught.
True.
Donald Trump believes every parent
Defund the
deserves a
Department of
choice,
Education.
and every child deserves a chance.
One in the chat if you wanted to fund the Department of Education. 2 in the chat if you don't. And I don't know why you're
And
here
in
if you
November,
don't, but like,
when Donald Trump is elected, our nation's 47th president, we will make sure all America's children get that chance. Growing up poor, I know the pain of high food prices, high energy prices, and housing costs. I remember as a kid, my mom yelling at me, "Turn off that light, you don't pay the bill." We know there's a bunch of kids in America today who are hearing that from their parents. The massive inflation created by Joe Biden and Kamala Harris
Grew up
has
in
only
everybody
made it
hates
worse.
Chris
During
household.
my first term in
And
Congress,
they
I
all
served
did.
on the Budget Committee and the
No
Small
dad in the
Business
picture.
Committee.
Mama ain't know
We
how to
told
read,
Joe
but she
Biden
knew
that
the
his
importance of
so-called
education.
American Rescue Plan was going to cause inflation.
Always, every single
the
time.
Biden-Harris administration told us not to worry, but I knew better. I have nearly 2 decades of experience as a financial professional, and the evidence is in.
Was he like a
Go to
financial
any
advisor?
grocery store, buy eggs, buy beef, buy milk. Even housing prices have skyrocketed. All Americans deserve a shot at the American dream. But under Joe Biden's debilitating economic policies, far many Americans, far too many of them, that dream has slipped away. This shows that we were right, that Joe Biden was wrong, and that you, the American people, are paying the price. As Americans, we've all been struggling.
Yes, he was a financial
Results
advisor.
of the Biden-Harris agenda
I just looked it up. He
race,
was a financial
religion,
advisor.
or income. But under President Trump, all
I'm
of
a work in
this will
finance. I'm gonna get my money right. First, you got to get your money right.
And if there was
That's
ever
kind
a
of good
time
advice, honestly.
in our nation to come together, that
Quality
time
advice.
is now. With Trump, our economy will boom again. You will have more money in your pocket again. And your children will have a future again. Together, I know we will make America wealthy again. And together, America, we will make America great again. God bless you, Milwaukee. God bless the United States of America.
I don't know if watching this whole thing was a good idea.
I've had enough of that. I think can we just be done with this guy now?
For real.
He keeps coming back. Every single one. Every single one. Growing up, we ain't had a lot of money. And my mama couldn't read.
Hang on. I want to see what's going on in the other network.
we work
guys.
hard.
Let me see.
We learn how to read.
Thing was not loading earlier.
Give me a break.
I just want to see what's going on in some of the network.
I can't take it anymore. Is that
Nick
like the whole
complaining about
Republican
stuff I can't
platform?
air on YouTube.
And isn't it crazy?
Hang on. We're gonna tune into some CNN or some MSNBC. Let's check in and see how the mainstream media is covering this. Just to be responsible, we can't always listen to Nick complain about convention speeches, okay? I mean, I think this is definitely more watchable with him doing that, but let's see. What's MSNBC covering? Nick is hilarious, but you have to appreciate his humor.
But how big a deal would it have been?
I want to give some context to the laugh. It was because in John McCain, John McCain was such a different figure than George W. Bush.
Joy Reid
George W.
like
Bush, I
clown.
don't think, had tracked Keith Olbermann's move from ESPN to cable news. And so he wouldn't have known the things being said about him. But John McCain watched. And so John McCain knew that on this network, he was called the worst person. So I didn't laugh at you.
Yes, you
I
did.
laughed because I knew how much news John
Okay,
McCain
I can see we're
consumed
doing,
and how hurt he was by some of the criticism.
really
So I just
serious
can't let it stand. that you
commentary
would
going
say
on
that.
So you were laughing
MSNBC where
because,
they're talking about
there's
John
no way
McCain.
I've ever done anything.
Because Phil called me.
MSNBC
Phil Gerber called
is a
me,
deeply
was not my
serious
boss right
operation,
afterwards,
as
and I was
you
like, no,
guys
yeah, I
know.
know. She got me. I don't think so, but I will pass the request.
Okay,
Anyway,
MSNBC isn't talking about anything. Let's check in with CNN. What is CNN doing?
Surgical treatment. Good boy.
Commercial.
And 5.
All right, what's Fox News doing?
Shown a lot of videotape since before the 2020 election.
He's talking
I
to
hope you
JD
watch the
Vance.
show. If you do, you've seen a lot of the tapes.
Oh yeah, there he is,
So
JD
all
Vance.
of a sudden, the world noticed. A few weeks ago, they were claiming real videos, unedited, of Joe Biden were cheap fakes. Oh my gosh, he's a cognitive mess. We got to get rid of him. What is your reaction to all of that? Because I find it disingenuous, and frankly, I believe they're outright lying, and there's been a cover-up. of Joe's cognitive state. Do you believe he'll be the candidate? What do you think of the cover-up? Does Kamala Harris replace him? What are your thoughts on all of it?
Well, literally, Sean, 6 months ago, what you were saying on your program, the media was calling a conspiracy, and now the media is just calling it obvious fact. So you're way ahead of your press.
I wish,
colleague.
well, I was 4 years ahead of him. I wish they would say
Not my
Anthony's right and put it up on about lower third. That would be nice.
That's right.
By the way, hell won't freeze over.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
But look, first of all, the Democrats want to try to run from this, and they're saying that Joe Biden has to step down or Joe Biden can't run for president. That's not public spiritedness. That's political cynicism, because they should have been saying it 3 years ago. Kamala Harris has allowed America to be saddled with a president who clearly doesn't have the mental capacity to do the job. It is not public spiritedness to call for him to step down when he's about to lose an election. They should have been doing it years ago. And it's not just Kamala Harris, it's Nancy Pelosi. The entire Democratic apparatus lied about this guy. And look, being dishonest, that's a problem in and of itself, but it was in the service of ensuring that America effectively had an empty vessel as president for 3 years. My message to the American people, Sean, is we can either reward or punish that behavior.
Are you really,
And the
Kevin,
only
or are
way
you
to
being
punish
funny?
the
Are you
Democrats
actually a
for
doctor?
lying about Joe Biden's
Because
health
Kevin,
and
I remember
saddling
that
us
night
with
where you took too
incapacitated
many edibles and
president is
came
to
into my
vote
chat.
him
We're
out
having a little
office
bit of a
at every
night.
level come November.
Do you really believe,
that
regardless
true?
of who would it take Joe Biden?
Congratulations
I
if
believe
it
the
is. That's
Democratic
awesome.
Party is basically they're a united front.
Sure.
I don't think immigration policy would change. I don't think economic policy
Kevin,
would
if
change.
you're
I don't think
if you're a
foreign
doctor,
policy
you can
would
start
change. I don't
sending
think
some big
energy
super
policy
chats.
would
Then
change.
you've been
Would
watching
anything
my
change?
show for
No,
years and
nothing
haven't
would
really
change.
been
Every
super
single one of
chatting
their
me at the
policies
levels
is
to which
exactly
I
the
feel
same.
entitled.
The
And
one
so,
thing that might change is you might at least have
Kevin,
a foreign
so
or
what
a
you're telling
president
us,
who can
Kevin, is
engage
that
with a
I can
foreign
start
leader
to expect to
without
start
falling
to see some
asleep or
super
forgetting
chats.
where he is. But if the policies underlying that diplomacy and that conversation are
Congratulations,
bad,
though, for
which they
real,
would
for real.
be,
That's
you don't
awesome.
actually
That's a
solve the
really big
problems.
Let me
accomplishment,
go
bro.
back
Good
to the
for you.
question when
We're
we
all very
started,
proud of you.
because after reading a lot, the attacks have already begun on you.
Of course.
You did anticipate them, correct?
Sure.
Okay, let me go back to the issue of
No,
abortion.
don't give him any
And
excuse, Reagan. He's a
there was
doctor
this
now.
article that said, oh, J.D. Vance said it's inconvenient. I want you to address that, and I want you to explain in as much detail as you want what your position is on the issue of abortion, especially in light of the Supreme Court ruling, which I would argue codified first trimester abortion, which is mostly done with a pill. Availability would be nationwide, but what's your position in detail?
Yeah, very simply, Sean. First of all, the Democrats have completely twisted my words. What I did say is that we sometimes in this society see babies as inconveniences, and I absolutely want us to change that. I do want us to be a more pro-life.
That's the word they focused on.
Exactly.
Inconvenience.
But we do see babies as inconveniences, and that's a mistake, Sean. And I want to change that because I do care about protecting people. Now, here's the thing: Roe versus Wade is no more. And what Donald Trump has said very, very smartly is California is going to want to have a different policy from Ohio. Ohio is going to want to have a different policy from Alabama. And it is reasonable to let voters in states make those decisions. Doesn't mean we have to agree with it, but you have to have some respect for the political process. This is really important, Sean, that respect for the political process. Donald Trump is running against a Joe Biden president who wants taxpayer-funded abortions up until the moment of birth. President Trump is trying to identify some reasonable compromises so we can tone this thing down, find some reasonable pro-life policy, like, for example, making it easier to have babies, bringing down the price of homes.
Congrats
so that
on
you can
making
raise a
it. I
family
hope
in a
everything's
house
okay.
if you choose to have babies. These things are, I think, where the Republican Party is going and focused on. The Democrats want the most radical abortion policy funded by taxpayers. So the idea that they can run on this and attack us when President Trump is the one trying to identify some reasonable compromise, and they're the ones who want pro-life Christians to pay for abortions at 39 weeks, it's insane. I don't think any American buys it.
You know, it's interesting. Bill Clinton famously said rare and legal. And I think where Republicans seem to be today is rare, legal, and early, meaning maybe Dobbs 15 weeks. And I see this as the number one issue that they want to demagogue for sure, which we can see in the statements that Democrats have made about you.
This is a big difference, actually, between Democrats of now and 30 years ago. My mama, the woman who raised me, she was pro-choice. She used to say safe, legal, and rare. And I remember, that was her understanding of what the Democratic Party view was. The Republicans were pro-life. The Democrats were safe, legal, and rare. Now the Democrats are saying taxpayer-funded up until the moment of birth. unlimited, that's ridiculous. And for them to try to say that we're radicals on this, Sean, I don't think the American people buy it.
So you completely agree, or in full, complete agreement with President Trump, and is the answer, for example, that he gave during the debate?
My view is that Donald Trump is the leader of the Republican Party, and his views on abortion are going to be the views that dominate this party and drive this party forward. And his views are very simple, Sean. It's, look, you got to follow your heart. You have to believe in reasonable exceptions because that's where the American people are, and you've got to let individual states make this decision. Alabama is going to make a different decision from California. That is a reasonable thing, and that's how I think we build some bridges and have some respect for one another.
Let me ask, last question. I'll combine two issues in one. It always comes up, the issue of LGBTQ rights, now the issue of trans status and what's age appropriate in schools for kids, and the Second Amendment.
Well, look, I mean, I think that we shouldn't be teaching kids sexually explicit anything, whether it's LGBTQ or anything else.
That's not what the question was.
Learn reading, writing, and arithmetic.
JD
And one of
Vance doesn't know the
important things that we
difference
can do as a
between trans
country,
and
Sean,
queer.
is
Right.
cut out the federal funding for radical curricula. A lot of the craziest stuff that you see in our schools, the craziest books and so forth, it comes from federal funding. And I think 90% of Democrats and Republicans, they just want their kids
That's
to get an
not even
education. They don't
true.
want them to be indoctrinated. They don't want
A lot
fourth
of it
graders
comes from
to read
state and
sexually
local
explicit
funding.
stuff. That's not a left-right issue.
That's
That's
not
a
even
common
true.
sense
Okay,
parents'
so
rights
now
issue.
JD Vance
So
doesn't know
if you
what
look
he's
over your
talking
shoulder,
about.
there's
That's
a big
great.
stage down there, and
That's
you have
not
a big
small
speech coming up.
oops, by the way. That's what
Has
he
the
just
world
said is
changed
just
a little
not
bit since
true.
Wednesday, since Saturday, and you're speaking Wednesday?
Just
It's changed a little bit,
wrong.
Sean. Of course it has. I mean, Donald Trump has given me an incredible honor, and we get to go and make the case to the American people that President Trump's next 4 years can be as great as the first 4 years, maybe even better. And that's an incredible thing to do. But Sean, I'm still grounded, man. My faith, I got to spend a few hours with my wife and kids today. We've got a 7-year-old, a 4-year-old, and a 2-year-old. Things are crazy and things are way different, but I'm still a husband and a dad first. And that's going to make me a very happy guy over the next 4 months.
Well, we're going to look forward to seeing you. We'll be out with you on the campaign trail. First of all, congratulations. Congratulations to the great people of Ohio. I have a lot of friends there. We wish you the best of luck in all of this. JD Vance, for my colleagues in the mob and state-run media, they're not going to be your friend, ever. Anyway,
God bless you, Sean. Thank you.
Appreciate you being with us. All right, in case you missed it earlier today, this was the moment that Donald Trump was officially nominated as the Republican candidate.
All right, we don't need to watch that. Let's go back to Nick's stream. Oh God, so JD Vance has no clue what he's talking about when it comes to education. That's really disappointing.
President Biden has become the symbol of an America in decline. This may be our present, but it does not have to be our future.
Okay. Is Yammer still a thing?
We can replace the Biden-Harris cabal with a president who is strong and smart rather than sleepy and senile.
That wasn't bad. I mean, all things considered, that wasn't so
Or,
bad.
in her case,
Is this person the most boring
clueless
person
and
that's spoken yet?
embarrassing. A president who understands that you build the most powerful military in the world to keep America safe, not to play the world's policeman. A president who is willing to talk to adversaries as well as friends.
Yeah, for real.
Because that is the only way.
I
to
fear
make
it will
peace.
be. Yeah, we were saying the same thing earlier, Kevin.
A president who will stand up to the warmongers instead of empowering them. My fellow Americans, we need a leader who commands respect and demands reciprocity from other nations. We need strength and savviness in the White House Situation Room, even if the crisis hits after Biden's bedtime. We need a president who can be president and lead, not a puppet controlled by his or her staff. We need order in our cities, order at our border, and order restored to a world on fire My friends, we need President Donald J. Trump back in the White House. Thank you.
That wasn't so bad.
Please welcome women's advocate Vanessa Fora.
But more on David Sachs after this one, I guess, whenever the next break is.
Wow, you all look wonderful, beautiful from here. Look at that crowd.
Who's this?
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, America.
Oh, boy.
A mother.
My
You see
name is
that guy
Vanessa
was just
Fora.
so checked out.
I was born in Peru, and my family migrated legally to the United States when I was 9 years old.
Okay.
Like millions of legal immigrants, my family didn't begin our
Seriously?
pursuit of the American dream by breaking the law. We respected America.
Yeah, I
and we
thought it would
wanted
be
to
nice.
earn our
I'm going to watch this
citizenship.
anyway, at least have his commentary. Thank you, Milk Tea Groiper.
Are you fucking kidding me?
When we arrived in the Bronx, we lived on the 6th floor of a graffiti-painted building. Both my parents worked 2 jobs.
Yeah.
At
This is
18,
like watching the
I
Democrat
achieved one of
convention.
my
You're right. These
greatest
exact
aspirations.
speeches could
I
be given at the
became
Democrat
a
convention.
United States
Like,
citizen.
I
almost
became a
exactly.
United States citizen. Really? This is our Republican Party?
I asked my father which party I should join. He said that we're Hispanics, we vote Democrat. But the more I learned, the more I saw that the Democratic Party didn't represent my values. Republicans did.
Great.
La-dee-da.
I believe that the most important institution is the family, that the U.S. Constitution is the greatest document
Family
in history,
is everything.
and that
La
every
familia.
human being,
That is actually
born
something we need to be talking about.
is made in
because
the image of God.
Okay, based.
That's the problem.
Let her cook. Let her cook.
That is actually a problem.
Today, I'm proud to be part of an organization that protects the freedoms and opportunities of women across America. I've had the honor of meeting thousands of moms. Since Biden took office, I've heard one message from mothers from all backgrounds. The cost of living is making it harder to meet basic needs. Moms are reaching down the bottom shelf to just save 35 cents. Grandmothers who should be enjoying their golden years are working again to barely make ends meet.
Abuelita, no.
Under the Biden-Harris agenda, we're no
Abuela's
longer living.
pissed.
We're surviving. It feels more and more like I'm back in Latin America. Under President Trump,
Yeah, same actually. Feels like I'm in Latin America. Yeah, I can't imagine. Maybe it's because all Mexicans here now. I feel like I'm in Mexico. Really? Maybe because everyone here looks like you. Like,
to my
hello.
fellow Hispanic Americans and to all Americans, if you believe in faith,
Queso
family,
Presa. What a surprise.
freedom, financial stability, join me in voting for Donald Trump this November. Thank you, America.
Awesome.
Ladies and gentlemen, Charlie Kirk.
All right, let's go.
Oh God! Oh look how! Oh my God!
Hairline's brutal, man. I feel for him.
I was just gonna say the same thing. Charlie Kirk's hairline is bad. That's bad.
Let's see, though. He might be the most based speech, which
you,
is
everybody.
ironic.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Charlie Kirk,
Oh,
founder of
that
Turning
is
Point
an
USA
unfortunate
and Turning
hairline.
Point Action.
Really unfortunate.
Together,
it's
the
also just a
largest
very
conservative
bad haircut.
grassroots organizations in the country. Thanks to our work, I talk to a lot of young
Wow.
people on campuses, at our events, on my radio show, podcast, and social media. Said differently, I visit college campuses so you don't have to. I hear a
And then we
lot
don't turn out the youth
from young
vote at
people
all.
about their hopes, their dreams, and their fears. You see, young people are idealists. They respond to vision. For the past 4 years, They've seen the vision of
Charlie
the
Kirk
Biden-Harris
literally looks
regime.
like Beavis.
That vision is you'll own nothing and be happy.
He really
The
does.
Democrats
though.
say instead of owning a home, you'll rent a 400 square foot studio apartment. Instead of owning a car, you'll rent a scooter using some app. Their vision is this: limit your dreams, give up, aim lower, be content with less. If you're a 20-something in America, life has been really tough. You've watched home prices rise 47% since 2020, 47%. Home ownership is now out of reach unless you make over $106,000 a year. Since I last spoke at the Republican convention 4 years ago, I've become a husband and father. In fact, we have 2 under 2. I think I get extra points for that. For millions of people my age, that is a dream that feels farther away than ever under the Biden-Harris administration.
This is the most base speech.
According to current projections, 1/3 of today's young Americans will never get married. The average American is having fewer children than ever before. Why? It's because for far too many, they simply can't afford them. The basic things our parents enjoyed are increasingly out of reach for Gen Z and millennials. You see, the American dream has become a luxury item for the wealthy elite. Happy countries have children. Broken countries have addiction, depression, and suffering. Democrats have given hundreds of billions of dollars to illegals and foreign nations, while Gen Z has to pinch pennies just so that they can never own a home, never marry, and work until they die, childless. Under Biden, our young people own nothing and they are miserable. Donald Trump refuses to accept this fake, pathetic, mutilated version of the American dream. When he was president, young people were richer than ever before, and he will do it again. Donald Trump.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's
is on a
Butthead, not
rescue
Beavis.
mission
You're right.
To revive
You're
your
right. You're
birthright.
right.
One your grandparents and those before them gave everything to hand down to you. And listen carefully, everybody. This
You're
is
right.
why young men are the most conservative that they have been in 50 years.
Hello? Is that Patrick Casey? No way.
To all the Gen Zers watching this convention on TikTok right now, I have a message just for you. You don't have to stay poor. You don't have to accept being worse off than your parents. You don't have to feel aimless and unhappy. You don't have to support leaders who lied to you and took advantage of you for your vote. America's future is a series of choices. Our current state of slow motion national decline is a choice. This November, we're going to choose success. We're going to choose to put the future of Americans first. We are going to choose to no longer be spectators this election. We together are going to do the work to save America.
Do the
We are going
work.
to choose to work harder than ever before, to chase ballots, to vote early, to register new voters. And all of us together working harder than ever, we will fire the Biden-Harris regime and put Donald Trump back in the White House where he belongs. God bless you guys. Thank you so much.
He's really improved as a speaker, I have to say.
I don't think
Very
that
well
was that
executed.
good.
We take
I
back
didn't
the
like
White
it.
House from crooked Joe Biden, the worst president in
All
the
right.
history of our country. I believe that we're going to have 4 of the greatest.
That's not new. Yeah, that was actually not a bad speech. You know, he's really improved. I have to say, because if you go back and watch his speeches even from like a year ago, it sounds like he's imitating Trump. He's imitating Tucker. And he's obviously borrowing extensively from Tucker with the rhetoric. But that delivery was very solid. The message was better than everybody else's. I mean, for the most part, other than the union guy, I think. So it was an adequate speech. I mean, I feel like, here's the thing. I think that when people talk about the birth rates and the unhappiness and everything, they're leaving out that it's actually feminism. You know, to say like the fertility rate is low and there's no home ownership, I don't actually feel like those are connected. I think that the fertility rate is almost all due to sociological factors because of modernity. It's not because of economics, because poor countries have kids. When he says that it's out of reach, then why is it that the poorest groups have the most kids and the poorest countries have the most kids? So it's not a question of means. He's really mixing the message there and saying, well, we have this low birth rate because people are unhappy. People are unhappy because they're poor. And this is where, and
Can I ask a dumb question? Why is it a problem that the birth rate is low? I really don't understand. Why is it an actual problem that the birth rate is low? Because like, if I go into some cities, there are like way too many people. And so I would like there to be less people.
Oh, but what a great evening it is.
It's not altogether right.
Blackburn from the great state of Tennessee.
Oh, Marsha Blackburn.
Okay.
And yes, last week I did have the honor of chairing the Republican Platform Committee.
Well,
we produced.
I mean, then people are going to have to adapt,
like a platform, one that is dedicated to the forgotten
constraints breed innovation. I'm not worried about
people
that.
People like Brad Bordeaux, a small businessman from White Bluff, Tennessee. Brad leads Bordeaux Metals.
So-and-so.
By the end of the Obama-Biden administration,
I hate when they do that.
Massive government spending and overregulation almost put him out of business. But things changed when we elected Donald Trump. Thanks to President Trump's tax and regulation cuts, Brad and those that worked for him prospered. He hired new workers, expanded the business. Life was good and getting better. But Bidenomics was a four-letter word for Bordeaux Metals. Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, their high inflation, high interest, high taxes, and Green New Scam are destroying
Oh my God,
small
Green New
businesses.
Scam. Ha 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 ha.
So low
Our
IQ.
energy supply.
Green New Deal?
Driving
More like Green New
electricity prices
Scam.
For real.
over
More like Green New
29%.
Shit.
For real.
The day
Like, really?
Joe and Kamala walked into
That's not even
office,
clever.
gas
It's not
was
even good
$2.40
wordplay.
a gallon. Today,
Deal? More like
it is
scam.
$3.54.
So true.
It'd be one thing if they said like Green New Steel. At least it like rhymes.
We will make America energy dominant. You know? And let me hear you now. You know who will make that happen? Donald Trump. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris also think that small business owners are wealthy and they should pay their fair share. We all know that's the left-wing code for you gotta pay more taxes. Well, in Tennessee, I led the fight against a proposed state income tax. We killed that thing. We are income tax free in Tennessee. So when Donald Trump was president, I helped him spread economic prosperity with the largest tax cut in American history. Now, President Trump will make those tax cuts permanent. But if
tax cuts, the
if
Paul
Joe
Ryan
and
tax
Kamala
cut
are reelected, they say they're going to let them expire. That will be the biggest tax increase in American history. Our party's platform commits to making the Trump tax cuts permanent. And you know,
it's a Paul Ryan tax cut.
You know who will
It's a corporate
return
tax
us
cut.
to an era of prosperity? Donald Trump.
I like that sparkle orange hat.
Ma'am, Joe and Kamala, bless their hearts.
Bless your
Well,
heart.
you're not talking about white
themselves.
reproduction. You're talking
They
about the
hired
birth rate. The birth rate is not just white
85,000 new
people, it's
IRS
everyone.
agents to
I don't mind there
harass
being less people.
hardworking Americans. IRS penalties have surged 300%. And they're not on big corporations. They're on gig workers, freelancers, small business owners, and the self-employed. Let me ask you a question. Who is going to look at those 85,000 IRS agents and say, "You're fired"? Donald Trump.
Wow.
Really?
Under Biden and Harris, people are also crushed by more regulations than at any time since Jimmy Carter. Their regulations aren't just burdensome. Often, they include racist DEI requirements. Many small businesses are going bankrupt. Some are throwing up their hands in disgust.
Small businesses don't
Vance,
usually have
Mike Johnson.
who's
the girl?
7 times to
That's
cut
Laura Trump.
regulations that are killing jobs
Laura
and costing
Trump.
you thousands of dollars. Now you know who will slash that red tape and return this country to economic greatness? Donald Trump.
Small businesses don't usually have. Oh, it's not Laura Trump. Never mind. Is that his wife? Is that like Mike Johnson's
The
wife or
harmful
something?
Biden-Harris policies are why so many
Oh,
small
that's Katie
business
Britt's
owners,
like Neanderthal
Shayna Bray,
husband that she like
she
orders
is a
around.
Black female
Katie
owner
Britt's
of
husband is
Great
huge.
Jet Cafe right
Like a
here
college football
in
player or
Milwaukee.
something.
She voted for Biden
He stays
in
home, takes care of the
2020, and
kids.
in
She goes and be the
24,
senator.
She is voting for President Donald Trump.
Katie Britt's husband is basically Prince Harry.
Our platform is a promise to people like Shayna, people like Brad, and President Trump will keep his promises just like he did the first time. So I've got one more question for you. Who should be the next president of the
Okay.
United States? Donald Trump. God bless you, protect you, and God bless and protect the United States. Thank you.
Right.
Well, because
Looks
we're
like
revealing,
coming up to the main
it's
event.
nothing
I
but
see
the
JD
address.
Vance, who of course is selected to be the VP nominee. There he is with
I
David
want the
Sachs.
surprise.
So on David Sachs is Jewish from South Africa, and he's up with Peter Thiel.
Oh,
there's Tucker Carlson, Byron Donalds. Can I get a picture with you? Oh, big fan, big fan. Anyway, so coming up, we got Amber Rose, Teamsters Union. There they are. So David Sachs, JD Vance. David Sachs worked with Peter Thiel on Founders Fund, Palantir.
Yeah, because they're not going to end on a Teamster.
Thiel is part of the PayPal mafia. He's German, but South African roots, just like Elon Musk, who's from South Africa. Palantir is a contractor for the CIA, NSA, Pentagon, winning $100 million contracts, $500 million, $800 million contracts with CIA, NSA, Pentagon. JD Vance is the protege of Peter Thiel. So Peter Thiel founds Palantir. Peter Thiel founds Founders Fund and a whole suite of tech companies that are connected to the national security apparatus. Peter Thiel is a billionaire. He was the single biggest individual donor in the 2022 midterms. He gave $30 million. Peter Thiel put up $10 million for JD Vance's super PAC. Okay, that made J.D. Vance a contender for the Republican primary in the Ohio Senate race. Donald Trump's endorsement elevated J.D. Vance and made him a senator. Now J.D. Vance, protege of Peter Thiel, is tight with David Sachs, business partner of Peter Thiel. Remember, though, that David Sachs initially backed DeSantis.
I can't believe Kimberly Guilfoyle is
back in 2022 in the spring. Or I'm sorry, 2023 in May, David Sachs hosted the announcement of Ron DeSantis for president with Elon Musk on Twitter Spaces.
Gargoyle, exactly.
David Sachs, this Jewish donor right here, who's tight with J.D. Vance, actually hosted a fundraiser in San Francisco for DeSantis in 21, and then did his announcement in 2023 with another member of the PayPal mafia, Elon Musk. So these guys are all connected. David Sachs couldn't get Ron DeSantis to be the nominee, so David Sachs is now behind Donald Trump. David Sachs hosted a fundraiser for Donald Trump in Silicon Valley with Jacob Hellberg, with Keith Raboy, his husband, with those members of the All In podcast, where Donald Trump then went and said that he's in favor of stapling green cards to diplomas. David Sachs and J.D. Vance are both investors in Rumble.
Trump!
There he is, the man. Wait, hang on.
With a bandage.
There he is.
With a
I'm
bandage
surprised
on
that he
his
would come
ear.
out with the bandaged ear.
No, that's what he
That's
needs
very
to do.
unlike him.
No, that's what he needs to do. He needs to show his
So there
card.
he is, President Trump.
Trump!
Bandaged right ear, alive after being shot on Saturday. Literally shot with an AR-15.
Oh, it was an AR-15? That's what I said it was.
I'm surprised, though, that he would come out with the bandaged ear. That's very unlike Trump, you know, because Donald Trump is very conscious of optics.
He's showing the scar.
Very conscious. Who's that? Is that Laura Trump or?
Tiffany.
That's one. Tiffany Trump, I think that is. Anyway, Donald Trump is very optics conscious, and I believe he hates any display of weakness. So I'm actually very surprised that he would show his face with the bandage on. That's why I said earlier, I would think maybe he'd show up after he had it surgically repaired or a prosthetic attached or something. I know that sounds maybe far-fetched, but Trump is very optics conscious. Of course, that's why he raised the fist. But that's also why I believe that he would try to go out with an intact ear without a bandage, because a bandage kind of indicates he's wounded. I know it sounds counterintuitive. He did just get shot, but it does indicate that he's wounded, that he's weak. So I would think that he would not want to be photographed at all with the bandage. I feel like I'm not alone in that. Maybe many Trump supporters would believe the same thing. On the one hand, you know that he wanted to make a public appearance as quickly as possible because that demonstrates strength. He wanted to show that he's undeterred, he's unafraid, he's strong. And that's why people said he wanted to fly to Denver right after he got shot and show up to the UFC. I'm sure the Secret Service said that's not going to happen. But that's why he's here making an appearance in Milwaukee, and we'll see if he speaks.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Lee Greenwood.
All right, Lee Greenwood. But more on that in a moment.
Hello, RNC.
Another song.
Oh, he's going to sing?
Is there any doubt who's going to be the next president of the United States?
True.
Prayer works. This nation based on faith. Prayer works.
Love it.
Because he was sure, as Donald Trump turned his head just slightly, that the bullet missed him just enough to save his life to be the next president of the United States. We have believed for so long that God will make some changes in this country. And he's about to make a change in the current administration and send them home. Thank you, everybody, for being here tonight. Tonight, we make the decision on what's right for America. More prosperity, less gas prices, less food prices, help for our veterans, and God bless our military wherever they are in this United States and abroad. There would be no wars. There
Ladies
wasn't
and
any when
gentlemen,
President Trump was
please
president.
welcome the next president of the United
There he
States.
is.
Yay,
Donald
Trump!
J.
Look at him.
Trump.
See, I told you he'd do an appearance. Very Trump-esque, and I'm sure that was the compromise. He has to come out with the bandage, but it was more important to make a public appearance. The GOAT. There he is, King Trump.
Trump looks great. Trump looks young.
Undeterred, unafraid,
Trump looks like spry.
undefeated. Look at all the Secret Service, of course.
Don Jr. is about to cry. Trump looks like he has lost weight. He looks really good.
Love him.
God, they really tried to assassinate Trump, guys. They tried to assassinate Trump 2 days ago. Like, it's still so crazy.
King of America. There he is. Tucker, Byron Donalds, J.D. Vance.
And that is to elect Donald J. Trump as the next president
Don
of the
Jr.,
United
Eric
States.
Trump, Mike Johnson.
He is here tonight to show his courage.
So I guess this is the team, huh? Katie Britt in the back.
Kill him. You will not take this man down. He has the courage, the strength, and he will be the next president of the United States.
Trump looks humble.
That's the ticket.
He doesn't look like the normal Trump. He looks like humble.
Across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea. Ladies and gentlemen, the 45th president of the
Almost
United
died
States and
2 days
soon to
ago,
be
guys.
the 47th president of the United States. Please welcome Donald J. Trump.
Nick hasn't yet learned about narcissistic women. Lord help him. Lord help him.
And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you.
Bruh. Vance is such a dork.
Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Trump just looks very human, honestly. Like, he doesn't look like the normal Trump. He just looks human. I'm sure Melania will show up at some point.
I don't know. This isn't really working for me.
It's not as
I'm
powerful
just being
as the last
honest.
one. I kind of agree with this.
A little awkward.
It's not like a WWE entrance or anything. He'll do a speech on Thursday.
So he's not speaking, I don't think, right? He's just showing up. Look at Vance.
Vance is doing his best Mike Pence
Please
impression.
welcome Mark Laws from Cedar Springs, Michigan.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know about all that. This is very awkward.
Yeah, I agree with this. There's like humbleness, there's gratitude on his face. I mean, and it looks sincere too. This doesn't look contrived. Like Trump actually looks like
yeah, why would
like
he's
very
shaking his head? He's
human.
not going to speak. Did he not think that would happen? Oh, here we go. Okay, so he's just going to sit there and watch this guy now. Okay. Is he going to start? This is your party, by the way.
Good evening. I'm Mark Laws, and I live in Western Michigan. I'm not a senator or a governor or some other politician, but I'm just a regular guy. But to my kids and my grandkids who call me Peepaw, I'm the guy. I live on a fixed income, so I'm not one of the people that watch their portfolios. No, in the big boy Joe economy, I just worry about getting through the day. But I'm fortunate because I don't have a mortgage. If
This
I
is
did,
very strange.
I'm really not sure how I'd make it. The big boy Joe inflation has turned our dollars into nickels. And in Michigan, we got 180,000 plus people that are in tax lien foreclosure right now. So even though I don't have a mortgage,
I don't blame him for being nervous. I mean, imagine having to follow that.
And if I don't, they take it away. When I'm asked how I'm doing, I answer honestly. I say, I'm doing okay. But don't you remember under President Trump, we didn't have to settle for just okay. We were doing great. I've wanted to make some improvements to my home, but with inflation and the price of materials, that's not possible. So I don't want to go into debt, so I just put it off. I'd also like to spoil my grandkids with some great Peepaw unique gifts for their birthdays. But with the price of gas and groceries, I don't
Peepaw
do that.
gifts?
I settle for cake and ice cream.
His first
Prices
appearance
keep
since
going
being
up,
shot
my
in the
income stays the
face.
same. I just keep putting things off, hoping that I'll be able to afford them again
With his
someday.
vice president.
It's got me thinking. I've been hoping for better days, but life is happening right now, and we can't waste any more time on the big boy Joe terrible economic policies.
Why does he
We need to bring Donald Trump
keep
back
saying
right
that?
now.
Who are like
Look at Trump. Trump's pissed. You could tell he's seething. He's seething. He
We
knows
need
it's
to
not
know and
working.
share the 20
No,
promises
it's
that
definitely
You
Donald
can read
Trump
it
has
on his
made.
face.
We need to get involved with the Trump 47. And you remember, ballots win elections, so that's the best way to do it.
I
know a lot of folks
This
just
poor
kind of tune the
guy.
politics out.
They set
but
this
we really
guy up
can't
to
afford to
fail.
anymore.
Oh, brother.
This poor
Because we're
guy.
not living in the same country
This guy's
that we
dying
grew
up
up
there.
in. Cutesy time is over.
Oh my
Great.
God.
We need to all of us
This
put our
is
shoulder
so
to the
weird,
wheel.
dude. Well,
Why
hey,
would
this
he
is what
do
you
this?
wanted, man.
Mr. Trump, Donald Trump, to be number 47 again. Thank you, and God bless America.
Well, they should have prepared him. Sin. This is an awful thing to do to someone, to not
Standing
prepare
ovation
them
for
or
Peepaw.
train them. Yeah, I
Some
feel
random on a fixed income.
you know what? Like that's awful what they just did to
doesn't
that
just
guy.
have seniors worried.
That's
It has them
awful what
scared
they
to
just
death.
did to him.
Biden's inflation has retirees at risk.
That's
This
the
is
Republican
crazy.
Party's
This is
fault.
crazy.
That's not that guy's fault.
See,
That's
this
the
is what I'm
Republican Party's
talking about.
fault.
I really hope they can turn this around. I hope there's something awesome by the end of this. That was the lamest thing I've ever seen. I guess I can kind of get where they're coming.
See, what I thought they were going to do with Trump, and I agree with Nick on this, like, this is boring. What I thought they were going to do is they were going to have Amber Rose come out and speak, and it's going to be this black, like, feisty, like, porn star or whatever the fuck Amber Rose is. They were going to do that Teamsters guy, and I thought they were going to have Trump do, like, a big fucking entrance to do at the end. What was going to be like last time, like, because, I mean, last time was pretty awesome, where, like, you, like there was going to be smoke and fucking pyrotechnics and like all this shit, and like Trump was just going to appear at the end, and there was going to be this big kind of like photo op on the stage with like JD Vance there, and they were going to do this whole thing, and maybe all the people who spoke were going to be behind Trump going, yes, Trump. Yeah, that's what I thought they were going to do, and that was going to be the big conclusion to it. But no, now Trump is sitting in the chair looking very humbled, and they followed it with some guy who, God bless him, but he wasn't prepared for that, and that sucks that they did that to that guy. He was obviously nervous. They should have trained him. They should have prepared him. They should have, like, I mean, like, there are people that teach you how to do this stuff. They've obviously, I mean, so that was bullshit. I'm sorry.
Patriots.
Another
I'm the
guy.
owner of a home remodeling business that my father Steve started in 1972. During the Trump boom, we were thriving. Under Biden, we are surviving. I know other business owners, like many of you in this room, can relate. With the financial strain caused by the Biden-Harris economy,
What are we doing?
many clients are tightening their belts, closing their wallets, and cutting back on their home remodeling projects. To keep work coming in, I've had to lower my margins, and I mean lower them. I'm now barely making payroll, and our family just has enough to live on.
Yeah.
We can't build up any savings, and we can't move forward. As parents, we want to provide
I mean,
for our children.
I couldn't
But more
stand
and
this
more
if we
parents
weren't
like
watching
myself
Nick. I'm gonna be
have
honest.
to
Like,
look their
his
little
commentary
girl
is like
or their
saving
little
me. It's
boy in
making
the
me
eye
insane.
when they're asked for something and say,
This is
on his
the
phone.
best the
Tucker's
Republicans can
Those
do.
And by the way,
words
I
are
don't even have a
heartbreaking.
phone, Tucker says.
We didn't have to say those words.
And bro's
under
on his
Donald
phone.
Trump when he was
I don't even
president.
have a phone. I don't even watch
That's
TV.
because Donald Trump
Okay, bro.
is a
Republican stuff's
businessman,
so bad.
not a crooked career politician.
We knew this was going to be painful, guys. We knew it was going to be painful. We have to do this. It's our duty. We have to know what's going on. We have to. They want us
President
to turn it
Trump
off. We train for
understands
this.
what business owners need to succeed.
We watch
Because he is
boring
a
shit all the
business owner
time.
himself and has succeeded. He knew we could create millions of great jobs if given the chance, and we did. The Trump's tax cuts and regulation cuts empowered entrepreneurs like you and me and enabled us to expand our businesses. We need him back in the White House.
Awesome. Yeah, that's great.
We have also been going for over 6 hours now, so it is getting a little challenging, I will say.
As a representative of Michigan at this convention, I want to give a special Michigander thank you to President Trump for being our champion.
Apparently, JD Vance was on Hannity saying we need to hit Iran. Awesome.
Oh, I
It
didn't
just
hear that
keeps
part
getting
of it.
better.
So many
Oh,
of us
great.
here in this room to step up and get involved
checking Twitter
in the
right
fight
now.
to save America.
I didn't see that
With
part
his
of the interview.
leadership and our help,
We'll
we
do
will
another
make
goal
America
tomorrow.
livable
Don't worry, you
again.
guys can give me more money
Wealthy
tomorrow. It'll be
again
fine.
and great
You
again.
guys want to keep giving me money, though. That's cool.
I
I'm
feel
not
bad
gonna-
for these guys because they're like, a regular guy does not have the experience to speak in front of 50,000 people and the president who
Exactly.
just got shot on a national stage.
Nick and I agree completely. Exactly.
Like, why would you do that to these people? Put these people on the stage in the afternoon, not in prime time when everyone's watching with the president. Like, I mean, these speeches are not good. They're not working. They don't meet the gravity of the moment, but it's not even their fault. You're almost putting them in a bad
No, you're
position.
setting them up to fail. It's the RNC's fault.
You know, put on a politician who has experience with public speeches.
And, like, how horrible for those people. For real. They must be like, oh,
Are
God.
you kidding me?
Oh, God. Ah.
But most importantly, I'm a mother.
Seriously?
My whole world revolves around
This
providing for my
slut?
children, keeping them safe. and
Are you
giving them an
kidding me? This
opportunity for a
fucking
better
whore
life.
with the face
That's
tattoo?
something that unites all American
That's the best.
parents.
Kanye
Whether
West
we're
X? That's the
Republicans,
best you could do?
Democrats, Conservatives, or liberals. We all want a better country for our children.
Oh, but if I shit on this, I'm disloyal, right? If I attack this, I'm like, I hate Trump, right?
OnlyFans
No
has
matter
entered the
your
chat.
political
That's
background,
crazy.
that the best chance we have
What
to
a
give our
joke.
babies a better life
Put her in prime
is to
time.
elect Donald Trump president of the United States.
What does it say on her face? Does it say bitch?
Republicans love nothing more than a black girl who turns towards Trump.
Now, you may be wondering why I'm up here telling you this. I'm no politician and I don't want to be, but I do care about the truth. And the truth is that the media has lied to us about Donald Trump.
I think it does.
He's going to have a PragerU video.
Oh, no, it says bash and slash.
Watch. He's the next PragerU video.
I know this
The names
because
of
for
her
a long time
kids.
I believed those lies. So I'm here to set the record straight. The first person I knew who supported Donald Trump was my father. I was shocked. My entire family is racially diverse. And I believe the left-wing propaganda that Donald Trump was a racist.
Oh my
father
gosh.
said, "No, he's not, Amber. What are you talking about?" And when I insisted, he said, "Prove it." So to prove my father wrong, I did my research and looked into all things Donald Trump. People have to do their research. I watched all the rallies.
Oh, it's her kids'
And I started
names.
meeting so many of
Wow.
you, his red hat wearing supporters.
And they love bombed me and they told me how great I was and they think
I
yo.
realized Donald Trump and his supporters don't care if you're black, white, gay, or
She's
straight.
my
It's all
replacement.
love.
She's my replacement for this year. Holy shit. Amber Rose is replacing me.
Awesome. Awesome.
And that's
Awesome.
what it is. These are my people. This is where I belong.
Oh my God, no. It's too perfect. It's too perfect.
So
I'm vindicated. I'm
Being
vindicated.
misunderstood, of getting attacked by the left, and I put the red hat on too.
Unbelievable. This is where I belong, said the slut. Said the diverse
I will
pro-gay
never
slut.
be replaced by
Love you
these
too.
people.
Awesome.
I never felt more free and more love for my country than I do now. I want to thank my father, who's in the audience tonight, for opening my eyes. He served over 20 years in the U.S. military. Thank you for your service, Dad. What's he at? I love you, Dad. I love you. I love you so much. Thank you. When I met the president and Melania for the first time, he was kind and generous and funny as hell.
You deserve this. You deserve
funny.
this.
The
You
First Lady
deserve
was
this.
gracious and smart with a smile that will brighten up any room. If you're watching this tonight, you know our country is in trouble.
You didn't believe
Just like
me, and now you deserve
When you go
this.
to the store and buy food for your family, you're shocked.
I warned you, but you
When you fill
didn't
up your
listen.
gas tank, you're
You
pissed.
didn't listen.
I know I am.
And now this is what you deserve. This is what you get.
And when you turn on the news, you are just exhausted. Inflation is out of control. And you know in your heart it was not
Based.
like this under Donald Trump. My message to you tonight comes from a humble place. The left told me to hate Trump, and even worse, to hate the other side, the people who support him. When you cut through the lies, you realize the truth. American families were better when Donald Trump was president. We were safer, wealthier, and stronger. A vote for Donald Trump is a vote to put money back in our pockets and good food on our kids' plates. Yes.
Daquan, eat your juice.
Or,
Come
as
get your
Trump would
juice,
say, it's a
Daquan.
vote to make America great again. Thank you so much.
I got my Trump money. That's a standing ovation for the slut walk. That's crazy.
Please welcome
Conservative.
That's
Latino
crazy,
American, Linda Fornos.
but not surprising.
Another normal person. Who's this?
Now what?
16 years ago, I left Nicaragua for a better life in a fabulous Las Vegas, Nevada.
Oh my God.
America
Wait, what happened?
welcomed me, and I embrace the values of hard work, learning the language,
It gets
and
better.
respecting the laws.
Yep.
It's the
Hard
American
work.
thing to do.
Respecting the law. It
In
keeps coming.
2022,
GOP, we're not
boys and
racist
I
night.
faced a devastating house fire. We lost everything. And starting over in Joe Biden's economy was almost impossible. The Biden
Joe
economy
Biden.
is driving prices through the roof.
Go ahead. Try
Rent,
getting it out.
Gas, groceries, everything.
Groceries.
As a
Groceries
life
are
insurance
too
worker, I
expensive.
see the struggle of people
The
trying to
groceries are
save
too
for their future
expensive.
while barely managing their basic needs.
That's your
I'm
GOP.
living
This
that
is your
same
RNC.
struggle every day.
I was right.
Life is too hard
was right.
now.
Yes, Nick. Yes, you
One
were.
of
all
my
laughed at
sons
me.
Works 3 jobs, and the other holds
was
down
right.
2. That makes 6 jobs for 3 people just to survive in Biden's economy. Our
Come
open
on,
borders
man.
are making this problem worse. It's upsetting. It's upsetting to see millions of dollars being sent to help immigrants who came here illegally, while hardworking families who did it the right way are left struggling.
Awesome. Struggle. $1 million.
The fact is that illegal immigration hurts
Right.
legal immigrants the most.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
The
Not
Biden
us. Not forget
system
about
is
white people or
backwards
Americans,
and
you know.
broken. In Biden's
That's
American
crazy.
opportunities to get ahead are dwindling.
That's
And
crazy.
our education system is failing our children. What happened to teaching reading, writing, and math?
And English. And English.
True.
Now,
Oh, she
it's
does
like
walk
our
away
kids
stuff?
are getting a
Seriously?
degree
Does this
in
woman do
pronounced
walk away
studies.
stuff? Oh my God.
She, they, them.
Pronounced studies. Pronounced studies.
My son to come home
Some
with a
kind of
diploma in
woke,
advanced
leftist.
STEM theory. Life was completely different under President
That's
Trump.
crazy.
We
This is awesome.
prosper.
This is what you deserve. What do you
my
get
beloved
when you cross
Latino
mentally ill
community,
loner?
It's time to wake up and smell the cafecito.
Oh,
Wake up
my.
and smell the cappuccino, bitch. Trump 2024.
In 2020, I made a mistake. A mistake that is hard to admit, especially in this room.
Uh-oh. Let me guess. Let me take a wild guess.
In 2020, I voted for Joe Biden.
And now you're here.
I'm sorry.
Of course.
I'm sorry.
Just like JD Vance.
He works with walk away.
16.
Corrected.
Wow. I completely know why people didn't trust my story in 2020.
November,
I just didn't know
my
better about
vote
this whole
won't
thing.
be taken for granted.
Oh, man.
And this time,
Oh,
I
man.
won't regret it.
Yeah, we know.
Please join me in voting for Donald J.
See, the
Trump.
thing is, the Republicans and the conservatives, after they lifted me up for a full solid year as the Democrat who left the left, I think they learned a lesson about never actually doing that with a real person that had this story again. And I know there were fake people that did it before in 2016 and all that stuff, but like I really think that they learned, and now there's only shills from here on forward because they learned that you can't trust real people to always follow the narrative.
Greetings, delegates and guests. I'm Sean O'Brien.
They're like,
General
yeah, they're like,
President
never
of
again
the
with a white
International
woman
Brotherhood
who
of
claims to be a
Teamsters.
Democrat leaving the
Is
left.
that Zero
Never
H.P.
again.
Lovecraft?
Never again.
Is that Scott Siskind?
And I know why
I'd
people
like
thought
to
I was
give
fake.
my
I really
people
do get
from the
it, but like,
greatest state
it
in
was
the
actually
nation,
real.
Massachusetts, some props. What's up?
What's up?
First, I want to thank the hardworking Teamsters and union members here in Milwaukee who play vital roles in the building and operations of this convention.
I do love the Teamsters. I love the
also want to
unions.
thank President Donald Trump for opening the RNC's doors to the Teamsters Union and inviting me to speak before you tonight.
Amber got more applause because
I
conservatives
travel
love
all
black
across
ladies
this
who agree
country
with them,
and meet with my members,
especially when they're
every week.
Democrats.
You know what I see? An American worker being taken for granted. Workers being sold out to big banks, big tech, corporates, and the elite. And I'm not the only one who sees this. Everyday families see it. The American people aren't stupid. They know the system is broken. We all know how Washington is run. Working people have no chance of winning this fight. That's why I'm here today, because I refuse to keep doing the same things my predecessors did.
Love her.
Today,
She's cute. She's adorable.
the Teamsters are here to
This is
say
so boring.
we are not beholden to anyone or any party.
This is the worst idea I've ever had in my life.
We will create an agenda and work with a bipartisan coalition ready to accomplish something real for the American worker. And I don't care about getting
I didn't really commit to
criticized.
stream this all week, did I?
It's an honor to be the first Teamster
Ugh.
in our 121-year history to address the Republican National Convention.
You guys are going to keep me in super chats for the rest of the week, right? I can count on you. We're all going to do this together. We're going to make it worth it. I believe in you.
RNC and the DNC for the opportunity to speak. To be frank,
I'll
when
show up for
President
you if you
Trump
show up for
invited me
me.
to speak at this convention, there was political unrest on the left and on the right. Hard to believe. Anti-union groups demanded the president rescind his invitation. The left called me a traitor.
Okay.
And this is precisely why it's so important for me to be here today. Think about this.
I'm
Think
just
about
barely
this.
alive.
Think
John.
about this.
The Teamsters are doing something
I'm playing
correct.
a video game right now.
If the
My
extremes
phone.
in both parties
I'm playing
think
Hill
I
Climb
shouldn't be
Racing 2
this
on my
stage.
phone.
The extremists in both parties. True.
Ah, I just died. Damn it.
President Trump had the backbone to open the doors to this Republican convention, and that's unprecedented.
Thanks, Janet. I appreciate you.
No other nominee in the race would have invited the Teamsters into this arena. Now, you can have whatever opinion you want, but one thing is clear. President Trump is a candidate who is not afraid of hearing from new, loud, and often critical voices. And I think we all can agree, whether people like him or they don't like him, in light of what happened to
I
him
think we have like half
on
hour left.
Saturday, he has proven to be
Thanks,
one
Nick.
tough SOB.
Appreciate
Look
it.
at Vance. He's such a fucking baby. Like, have some dignity. Where's the decorum? You're the vice president.
Trump looks very sweet. I like this Trump. I like sweet, humble, grateful to be alive Trump. Can we keep that Trump around? I think more people are going to like him
when
this
I
way.
won the presidency of the Teamsters in a national election 2.5 years ago, we started reaching across the aisle. In the past, the Teamsters have endorsed GOP candidates, including Nixon, Reagan,
thank you.
and George H.W. Bush. But over the last 40 years, the Republican Party has really pursued
This is our
strong
duty.
relationships with organized
I appreciate
labor.
you. Thank you.
There are some in the party who stand in active opposition to labor unions. This too must change. And I want to be clear. At the end of the day, the Teamsters are not interested if you have a D, R, or an I next to your name. We want to know one thing. What are you doing to help American workers?
Unions suck.
As a negotiator,
Unions are socialists.
I know that no window or door should ever be permanently shut.
All unions
In
are
my
socialists.
administration, the Teamsters reached out to 8 Republican senators who stood up for railroad Teamsters over our fight for paid sick leave. Josh Hawley was one of them. We started talking. Senator Hawley changed his position on national right to work. Then we started walking. Senator Hawley walked a Teamsters picket line in St. Louis and a UAW picket line in Wentzville, Missouri. More than that, I want to recognize Senator Hawley for his direct, relentless, and pointed questioning of corporate talking heads, lawyers, CEOs, and apologists. He has shown he is not willing to accept their pillaging of working people's pocketbooks.
That's very
I know
socialist.
from a career in negotiating,
You guys heard the socialist
that you
in
get
that, right?
nowhere by slamming your fist on the table. The first step is to listen. The Teamsters and the GOP may not agree on many issues, but a growing group has shown the courage to sit down and consider points of view that aren't funded by big money think tanks.
Well, you're not going to find that in the Republican Party, I promise you. If you think you're going to find the
Senators
Republicans
like
doing that,
J.D.
bro.
Vance, Roger Marshall, and Representatives Nicole Malliotakis, Mike Lawler, and Brian Fitzpatrick are among elected officials who truly care about working people. And this group is expanding and is putting fear into those who have monopolized our very broken system in America today. There are far too many people on both sides of the aisle still caught up in knee-jerk reactions to unions, who subscribe to the same tired claptrap that unions destroy American companies.
Unions
Take
do
a
destroy
moment to
American
consider
companies.
United Parcel Service, which is the largest private sector logistics company, and it's been unionized for more than 100 years. More than 300.
You're going to use the Postal Service
make it run
as an example of an effective union?
Wages, quality health care, and secure pensions.
Seriously?
There are work rules that ensure fairness and due process.
The Postal
for both
Service.
Sides. UPS is the most efficient package delivery
UPS, sorry.
company
Well,
in
same
the
thing.
world.
Yeah, I definitely think UPS is competent
let's
every
not
time
forget
they lose a package of
that
mine.
UPS doesn't provide these great wages and benefits out of the kindness of its heart.
I remember one time
UPS
UPS
does it
lost an
because the Teamsters
$8,000
fight for
painting
it.
that I
All
bought.
350,000.
Thankfully, they found it, but I was pretty pissed.
You know, corporatists hate when working people join together to form unions. But for a century, major employers have waged a war against labor by forming corporate unions of their own. We need to call the Chamber of Commerce and the business roundtables what they are. They are unions for big business. And here's another fact. Against gigantic multinational corporation, an individual worker has zero power. It's only
That's how
when
it should
Americans
be.
band together in democratic unions that we win real improvements
Democratic
on wages,
unions.
benefits,
That means
and working
socialist.
conditions.
That means
Companies
socialist
like Amazon
unions.
are bigger
You
than
guys
most
recognize
national
that, right?
economies.
He's literally
Amazon is
talking about
valued over $2
socialism
trillion.
on the stage at
That
the
makes it the
RNC,
14th
and no one
largest
knows it
economy
because
in
none
the
of them
world.
speak the
What
language.
is sickening is that Amazon has abandoned
He's a
any
fucking
national
socialist.
allegiance. Amazon's sole focus is on lining its own pockets. Remember, elites have no party, elites have no nation. Their loyalty.
You might
is
as
to the
well
balance
replace
sheet
elites
and the
with
stock price
bourgeois.
at the
That's what he's
expense of
saying.
the American
The bourgeois.
Based rhetoric.
That was socialism right there.
In my office in Washington,
Why
D.C.,
is he still talking?
I can see the United
Oh
States
my
Capitol from
God.
my window.
Why does this guy have such a long speech?
well-intentioned
Exactly.
people arrive
It's like
in
Nick and I share a
Washington
brain tonight
and
for
get
some reason,
eaten up
which
by
is
an
scary in and of
unforgiving
itself.
This guy's
We're
not
saying a lot
even
of different things.
conservative.
The responsibility
He's a
to African
socialist.
Americans takes a back seat. The objective now becomes survival. Fundraiser
No,
after
Nick doesn't know about
fundraiser.
socialism stuff.
Corporate
He thinks he does,
consultants
but he doesn't.
hedge every initiative. The Hill crawls with lifers, bouncing from government jobs
Fabians-
to corporate jobs and back again.
This is
I
two
think we
words
can
that
all
mean the
agree
same thing.
DC
Fabians
is a
are
pretty
socialists.
treacherous
And
area.
social, I mean,
Most
like, they mean the same
legislation
thing.
is never meant to go anywhere, and it's all talk. And in America, talk isn't cheap.
That's
It's
not the
very
type of socialist
expensive,
we're
and
talking
it comes
about.
at the cost of our own country. Working people know our system is broken. The elites are not laboring on behalf of workers.
Nick
There is a
doesn't want to
political
talk to me. I
caste
can't debate him on
system
socialism.
that prevents citizens from accessing their representatives to hold them accountable. For a moment in time, working
Nick should
people in
come, like,
America were seen
If
as
Nick wants to learn
essential.
about socialism, he can ask.
Sadly, it took a
Like, he
global
knows I get in touch. He
pandemic
doesn't want to know,
for political and corporate elites to notice this fact.
which is fine.
But
I don't
ask
really
yourself
care.
this question. Since the end of the pandemic, when was the last time you heard
Yeah, we're
major news
we're
outlets
literally watching
regularly to
socialists
refer
talk
to
at the
workers
RNC, and
as
none of them
essential?
realize it because they don't
You
pay
haven't.
attention.
The men
Isn't
and
this
women
crazy?
who provide goods and services, deliver packages, stock grocery
But you guys can all
shelves,
hear this, right? I'm
care
not
for
making this up.
patients, pick up your trash, and keep our communities
Everyone who
safe
watches
are taken
socialism with me
for
knows this
granted.
guy's a
All the
socialist.
while, the stock market boomed, housing prices hit record highs, and corporate salaries skyrocket. But the income of everyday Americans are shrinking in the face of inflation. At the gas pumps, at the grocery store, with the electrical bill, and with the car insurance. This has
I can
got
turn my
to
audio down,
change.
but
Never forget, American workers own this nation.
This guy isn't even endorsing
We are not
Trump.
renters.
he's a
We are not tenants,
socialist.
but the corporate elite treat us like squatters, and that is a crime.
The corporate
We've
elite means
got
the
to fix it.
bourgeois.
Now, this will shock you. This will shock you. To paraphrase Senator Mark Wayne
I'm not gonna be able
Mullen,
to chat.
it's time for both sides of Congress.
I was gonna chat,
to
and he's a
stand
socialist, but there's no
their
point.
Butts up.
Because all unions
We
are
need
socialist, and
trade
socialists use
policies
the
that put
unions
American
to
workers
recruit.
first.
That's why.
It needs to be easier for companies to remain in America. We need legal protections that make it safer for workers to get a contract. We must stop corporations from abandoning local communities to inflate their bottom line. We need meaningful bankruptcy reform. Today, corporate vultures buy up companies like Yellow Freight.
Why is
with
he
the
still
intent of
talking?
driving them into bankruptcy and feasting on their remains.
Is he the main keynote of the
courts
night?
leave workers
Did they
begging for
literally put a
crumbs
socialist as the main fucking
third-tier
keynote of the night?
creditors. Labor law must be reformed. Americans vote for a union but can never get a union contract. Companies fire workers who try to join unions and hide behind toothless laws that are meant to protect working people but are manipulated to benefit corporations. This is economic terrorism at its best,
An individual cannot withstand.
So this
such
guy's
an
like a
assault.
communist.
A fired
Yes,
worker
Nick.
cannot afford
Yes,
corporate
yes,
delays,
yes.
and these
I just
greedy
tweeted that. I bet
employers
you Nick
know
just
it.
saw my tweet.
There are
Yes,
no
yes.
consequences
He's a
for the company,
communist, Nick.
Only the worker.
Exactly.
We need corporate
Yes,
welfare
Nick
reform.
knows. Yes.
Under our current system,
I'm so happy
massive
now.
companies
I'm
like
not even
Amazon,
upset
Uber,
anymore. I'm
Lyft,
happy.
And
He
Walmart take zero
understands.
responsibilities for the workers they employ.
Yes.
These companies offer no real health insurance, no retirement benefits, no pay leave.
Okay, maybe I got a little
relying on
excited there, but that was
underfunded
actually
public
really cool.
assistance. And who foots
We
the
did it.
bill? The individual
We did it.
taxpayer. The biggest recipients of welfare in this country are corporations, and this is real
Nick
corruption.
W.
We must put workers first.
Nick
What could be more
W.
important to the security of our nation than a long-term investment in the American worker? In 2021, Teamsters nationwide elected me to fight for them, and that's precisely what I'm doing. Something is wrong in this country, and we need to say it out loud. I will always speak for America and the American worker, both union and non-union.
All unions
I
are
challenge
socialists.
each and every one of you,
Yeah.
and especially
Nick, exactly.
my
Nick
friends on the
Fuentes.
Democratic side,
Exactly. Nick
to embrace
Fuentes.
cooperation, to truly collaborate, to achieve
This is why we watch Nick,
meaningful
guys. He's
and
the only
productive
fucking
change
person who
to
gets it.
ensure we make this
He
great
might not know
nation,
all of it, but he
the
gets
wor- in
enough.
this world, the bigger, faster, and strongest
The
nation
entire
in the
GOP
entire world.
has no idea what they're watching right now. And they literally have a socialist
love
giving like
this
a
country.
20-minute goddamn
The
speech
Teamsters
on
love this
night one
country.
of their
Our
convention.
1.3 million members move America on the roads, in the ports.
Yo, do
on
I
the rail,
ever?
And in
For
the air.
real.
And at the end of the day, if the powers to be stop me from raising my voice on behalf of American workers, I will not have one single regret. I still carry my commercial driver's license. I still have my place on the union seniority list. You'll find me back in Boston driving a tractor trailer, delivering equipment for Shaughnessy and Ahern, because I have the protection of a union contract that gives me the freedom to speak my mind and to fight like hell. God bless the greatest nation. Thank you very much.
They just let a socialist carry on for 15 goddamn minutes.
Ladies and
USA,
gentlemen, please welcome back
USA,
RNC Chairman
USA.
Michael Whatley.
Idiots.
That was
Idiots.
insane.
Idiots.
What was that, a 30-minute speech? And by the way, unions fucking suck.
Yes.
I mean, they're nice in theory, but not how they are now.
For a benediction, please welcome Pastor
And
James
that's it. That was
Renke.
the big keynote of the night. The socialist was the big keynote of the night.
All right, here we go.
So over. So over.
It's a great pleasure to be here.
We're all cooked.
Great pleasure to see President Donald Trump safe.
Wow.
And if I may, before the benediction, give you this promise. You're going to be so blessed.
Oh my gosh.
You're going to be tired of being blessed. I guarantee it.
That's kind of funny, though. That's wholesome.
That was great.
Believe me.
I don't know. I can't tell if that's keck or cringe.
Yeah.
What do you think, keck or cringe?
For real. Come back and learn
In the
socialism
name
with
of the
me.
Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
I mean, seriously. They cheered for a commie. Why did the video stop? Yeah.
Almighty God, you have given us this good land as our heritage. Grant that we remember your generosity and constantly do your will. Bless our land with honest industry, truthful education, and an honorable way of life. Save us from violence, discord, and confusion, from pride and arrogance, and from every evil course of action. We give thanks to you for keeping President Trump safe. We pray for the families of those affected by the demonic violence at the rally on Saturday. And we pray you would send your holy angels to guard and keep President Trump from all harm and danger. Grant that we who came from many nations with many different languages may become a united people. Support us in defending our liberties, and give those to whom we have entrusted the authority of government the spirit and wisdom that there may be justice and peace in our land. When times are prosperous, may our hearts be thankful. And in troubled times, do not let our trust in you fail. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Nice. Jesus Christ mentioned.
Keep you. The Lord make his face shine on you and be gracious to you. The Lord look upon you with favor and give you peace.
Awesome. Finally, Jesus was mentioned. Really loud thunder around here.
For a benediction, please welcome from California,
Another
National
one,
Committee
another
woman,
prayer.
Harmeet Dillon.
Harmeet!
Oh, man.
I love Harmeet. Harmeet looks
everyone.
great.
These last 48 hours have been some of the most intense, yet most prayerful of our lives. The heinous attack on President Trump and his supporters made all of us pause and seek answers and comfort. I come from a family of Sikh immigrants. I am honored to share with you, my fellow Republicans and guests tonight, a prayer from my faith tradition practiced by over 25 million worldwide. We recite the Ardas prayer before any new endeavor, giving thanks to God and asking for his protection and help to uphold the values of humility, truth, courage, service, and justice for all.
What is
to show respect?
What is he looking at?
We cover our heads when we pray.
Are you for?
Why'd it stop? Did Rumble just crash again? Rumble crashed earlier. Come on. Come on, Rumble. Come on.
Real?
There we go.
A lot of thunder going on. I'm freaked out. Are you serious? Are you joking?
Diversity night at the RNC. I love Harmeet, but this is dumb.
Wow. Wow.
तुम्हारी गत मित तुम ही जानी नानक दास सदा कुर्बानी. Dear Waheguru, our one true God, we thank you for creating America as a unique haven on this earth where all people are free to worship according to their faith.
Unbelievable.
We seek your blessings and guidance for our beloved country. Please bless our people with wisdom as they vote in the upcoming election. And please bless with humility, honesty, skill, and integrity all those who conduct the election.
I don't want to disrespect Harmeet. I like Harmeet a lot. I think she's a good woman. I think she's so smart.
Witnessed in President Trump. That is the tireless and uplifting spirit that is sustained even in the face of violent adversity, like a founding father centuries ago. And we thank you, dear God, for protecting his life.
This is just pandering DEI. This entire night is pandering DEI bullshit.
And nirvana, the absence of hate when faced with vitriol. These examples of extraordinary calm inspire us. Nanak naam chardi kala tere bane sarbata pala. May your name forever be exalted, spreading happiness and blessings and good spirit, that everyone may prosper and enjoy the grace of your peace.
What a joke.
Thank you.
Get the fuck out of here with that.
Senator Vance, congratulations.
This is so upsetting. Trump had so much momentum. This is so upsetting.
President Trump, we are honored to have you here tonight, and on behalf of the entire Republican Party all across America, we are grateful for you to be our nominee for the 47th President of the United States of America.
This entire night was just to make white Republicans feel good about not being racist. Everyone understands that, right? I don't mind people being black or like, you know, Sikh or like any of these. I don't really care. But everyone knows this is all just about making all the white people in the room feel like they're not racist, right?
You know, God saves you and then you do that.
Pandering.
God saves you and you pull stuff like that.
The Republicans have learned nothing. They literally
Totally
did a
unnecessary.
DEI convention.
It
was like Diversity Day.
2024 Republican National Convention stand in recess until tomorrow at 5 p.m.
Wow.
All right. That was the last word, really?
See that they had a socialist union guy as the big keynote speaker. Oh my God, these people are so stupid.
There's your first day of the RNC. There's his clique. Byron Donalds, Tucker, J.D. Vance, Mike Johnson, Tucker Carlson, who said he hates Trump. Trump is a demon who only destroys, and couldn't wait until the day we don't have to talk about Trump. J.D. Vance, who said that Trump is like Hitler and a noxious racist and didn't even vote for him. This is the clique. So, yeah, I think that about sums it up. Traitors, sluts, GOP shills, endless diversity, blasphemy. You know, but here's the problem. What a lot of people need to realize about Trump is that Trump wants to be liked by everybody.
Yep.
And that is at the root of the problem.
True.
In his mind, his fantasy is that he will be beloved by liberals. And that's why he does this. He puts the unions up. He puts Amber Rose up there. He puts an immigrant who can
Maybe
barely
we'll
speak
hear more
English
about
up
that
there.
on the night he gives a speech.
Because in his mind, he wants to beat the racism allegation. He wants to beat the Nazi allegation. So that's why the convention needs to be as big and diverse as possible. That's why it needs to have 100 black people. That's why it needs to have a total slut. But that's not what we should be striving for.
And I want to be clear about this. Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with having black people as part of the convention. I don't think there's anything wrong about having Mexicans or Latinos or Muslims as part of the, but it's the pandering. It's the fucking pandering that's the problem. If you do it in an authentic way, it's fine. This came across as a DEI diversity goddamn exercise.
And celebrate abortion, transgenderism, pedophilia, homosexuality. There's no unity with people that want crime, that seek vengeance against decent people, decent white people with this retributive crime. Because that's what it is. When you look at Chicago, when you look at all these cities run by black mayors, that's what it is. They see the stealing and the carjacking as a form of
what Republicans do,
redistributive justice.
This is how they think.
And that's why they don't want to police the cities. They think it'd be wrong to have too many black people in jail. On some level, they see it like Robin Hood when they see a car drive through a nice store on Michigan Avenue and they loot some designer clothing store. That's evil. You can't unite with that. And those people never like you, and they shouldn't if you're a righteous person. So, yeah, this convention, it just goes to show it hasn't happened, okay? Trump ran in 2016 on immigration restriction and nativism, implicit white identity, nationalism. He ran on trade restriction, a kind of anti-corporate populist sentiment, and anti-war. And what we heard tonight was all the GOP platitudes.
This is why we
GOP
need to
platitudes
help
about
Nick
taxes
destroy
and
the
spending,
conservative right.
inflation
This
and gas
right here is why
prices,
Nick
endless
and Nick's
pandering to
Piper
black
Army
people, desperately trying to
need
prove
be
we're
in
not
charge.
racist.
This
How many black
season.
men? How many white men spoke? I think there were fewer white men than almost any other demographic. There was Glenn Youngkin. There was the retiree.
David
There
Sack.
was the union guy who's not even a conservative.
It's a socialist.
It was a lot of women. It was 2 Hispanic women that can't speak English, a Jewish guy, David Sachs, and about a half dozen black people talking about how poor their mothers were and how they worked hard. And so the main policies were cut taxes, school choice, deepen the Paul Ryan tax cut, energy dominance, unleash American energy. These are all canned talking points from the big energy lobby. So it goes to show that that Trump changed. Trump went from an independent talking about immigration and tariffs to a Republican talking about taxes and inflation. And he went from an independent talking about white people to a Republican pandering endlessly to black people and legal immigrants. One of the only times we heard about immigration tonight was we heard a legal immigrant say that those most affected by illegal immigration are legal immigrants. Seriously? So you come here as a legal immigrant and now you're the most affected by illegal immigration? What about the native people that have been here for generations? What about the founding stock Americans? What about people that have been here for 5 or 6 generations or even longer? People that were here since the Civil War or people that built the country during the Industrial Revolution? Really? It's the legal immigrants from Nicaragua from the 90s that are most affected? Seriously? What an insult. What an insult to real Americans. She can barely speak English. You're the most affected? We have an Hispanic immigrant from New York who's going to complain, the country looks like Mexico. Yeah, I wonder why. That's crazy. Maybe it's because everyone from Mexico moved here. So, that's just for openers. We hear nothing about tariffs and trade except for from the communist who's not even going to vote for Trump.
Nick,
we heard nothing about immigration other than from immigrants in broken English complaining about illegal immigration.
I really wonder if Nick
nothing
saw my
about white
tweet.
people. It was all black people and about school choice, which is
I literally tweeted that guy was a socialist like 2 minutes before Nick said, "Oh, that guy's a communist, huh?" So I don't I seriously wonder if he saw my tweet, which would be actually really awesome.
Economic agenda.
Fine. If he figured it out on
devalue
his
the
own,
currency,
that's
cut
good too,
taxes, cut regulation.
It was
school
right
choice.
after I tweeted it.
And then at the end, the greatest insult of all, you're going to bring up a total slut, Amber Rose. And I'm not just saying that. She calls herself a slut. She said it's a slut walk. She goes to the slut walk. Now she's at the GOP convention with the face tattoo on her forehead, talking about how it doesn't matter if you're gay or straight. Seriously? And then at the very end, you get a prayer to a false god. You get this blasphemous alien prayer to a false god, which is so unconscionably disrespectful. And consider the circumstances. Saturday, it literally was divine intervention. I actually believe that Trump turned his head in a 20th of a millisecond and didn't get his head blown up.
Yeah.
And that's how you thank God, is to come in and end the convention, end the session of the convention today with a prayer to a false god. She says, the one and only God, blah, blah, blah. No, I'm sorry. The one and only God is Jesus Christ. That's who saved your life. But we're going to have there's no place for that. There's no room for that. And why? You want to know why? J.D. Vance's wife and Vivek and the Indians that are now in control of the party. Indians and Jews. That's who runs our country. Anybody but Christians. God forbid. It's all Indians and Jews praying to their false gods. So that's just really sick. That's really sick and really sad. You know, there was some hope that this near-death experience would have changed Trump, and maybe he becomes more spiritual, and maybe he leans into a more socially conservative agenda because they removed that from the GOP platform. But now we get this. We get a slut talking about gays. We get a communist, and then we get an Indian prayer to a false god. Sucks. That just goes to show the GOP has not been captured by Trump. Trump has been captured by the GOP. I've been saying this for a long time.
Yeah.
And again,
true.
I'm glad he's alive.
It's
it made me very emotional that he almost died. A lot of people
say almost like the GOP was preparing for Trump not to be there, isn't it? It's almost like they thought that maybe, you know,
like Trump just got shot in the face and you're tweeting in support of him. Why aren't you criticizing his personnel policy? It's like, well, because he almost got shot in the face and actually it's a big deal.
Worst hiring
but it just goes to show it's the same thing.
Ever.
And that is, by the way, that is the central question. Will Trump conquer the GOP, or will the GOP conquer Trump? Because they are at odds. Trump has a pro-America, pro-worker, pro-white, non-interventionist, nativist, immigration restrictionist, trade protectionist agenda. And the GOP has a neoliberal, neocon, globalist agenda. So the question is, who wins the battle of wills? Does Trump bring his people into the GOP and make the GOP a party that represents his vision? Or does the GOP fill up his campaign and administration and make Trump work for the GOP? And we can clearly see it's the latter. We can clearly see that 9 years in, Trump has not institutionalized his revolution. Rather, the institutions have made the revolution serve them.
Exactly.
And now Trump is trotted out in a normal GOP convention. Would the convention look any different if it was DeSantis or Rubio?
And Trump is reaping all the benefits of playing the game that they want him to play. Now everyone loves Trump. Everyone's like Trump benefits from this. He benefits from bending the knee. Shit.
Would that convention look any different if DeSantis were the nominee?
No.
The only difference is that maybe Amber Rose wouldn't be there. So maybe it would be slightly better.
No, she'd still be there.
But they bring Trump in with all of his personal charisma and personal aura as a prop, as a figurehead. And so now all the Trump guys like me are watching this shit. And all the Trump supporters who are a little bit more naive and a little bit more willing to believe, and they watch this and say, wow, what a great convention. But this is no different than if it was DeSantis. The only difference is that Trump
Democrats who are really
has rubber stamped it and anointed the convention and given it his revolutionary credibility. So it's very disappointing, not surprising at all. It vindicates what I said before he got shot, which is that this is not going to go the way you think it's going to go. You think that Trump is going to win and it's going to be a victory for us. It's not a victory. Listen to what they're saying. This is who's going to work in the administration. When Trump sits beside Byron Donalds, Mike Johnson, and J.D. Vance, and these are the people speaking, it's James, what's his name? Whatever the guy's name is. When it's all these black guys and it's Katie Britt and it's Glenn Youngkin, these are the people that are going to be running the GOP. These are the people that are going to be delivering the policy, and they all suck.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it's going to be. It's going to be legal immigration. It's going to be tax cuts, deepening and making permanent the Paul Ryan tax cut from 2018. That's going to be the platform. We heard tonight school choice. Tonight, we heard almost nothing about immigration, nothing about legal immigration at all.
We didn't even hear that much
Tonight
about the
was about the
schools.
economy. We heard nothing about legal immigration. We heard very
Exactly.
little
This
about
is why I
illegal
like
immigration
Nick,
or
'cause he says
immigration
things
at
I've been
all.
saying
We
for
heard
years.
almost nothing about trade. All we heard about was tax cuts and school choice.
We didn't even
And
hear that much
inflation.
about school choice. We heard
And-
like
and
this
energy
much about
dominance.
school choice. There was like 2 lines about
Nothing
school
about
choice
critical
in the entire
minerals,
fucking
supply
night.
chains, trade, immigration. It wasn't there.
And school choice isn't even going to fix anything.
That's what it's going to be. So people need to realize this is what you're going to get. Yes, Trump is going to be swept into the White House in a landslide. Absolutely. He's going to be swept in. It's going to be the biggest GOP victory in 35 years. They're going to flip Nevada back and all the Rust Belt states, Arizona, Georgia. It's going to be unbelievable. But it's going to be swept in with basically your standard GOP fare and all the same personnel. And J.D. Vance is the epitome of that. We didn't get to talk about this yet. I'm going to talk about J.D. Vance. We're going to read the super chats. Then we're going to end for tonight. And we're going to pick it up
Good.
tomorrow
I
at about
wanna hear about
5 or
J.D.
6
Vance.
o'clock in
Thank
Central
you, Nick.
Time. 5 or 6
Talk
o'clock
about
in the
J.D.
evening.
Vance.
But the thing about J.D. Vance is that this guy was the never Trumper.
Oh, yeah.
He was
Charlie
who
Kirk
we
is
were
talking
fighting
about
in
how great
16.
this night was. Of course
When
he
Trump
is.
was Trump.
Of course.
When we let Trump be Trump and he was himself, and at 16, he was saying, we're going to build a wall. We're going to ban Muslims. We're going to put tariffs on cars. We're going to make Mexico pay for it. We're going to win on trade. We're going to bring home the troops. When Trump was Trump, J.D. Vance said he's like Hitler. He's a noxious racist. He wrote an ode to Obama and said, oh, conservatives only hate Obama because they're jealous of how smart he is. He voted for Evan McMullin, handpicked by Bill Kristol, a CIA agent handpicked by Bill Kristol to be a spoiler in Utah. And now that Trump has won, now that Trump won the nomination, won the presidency, stopped the steal, he overcame the coup, beat the charges, beat the assassination attempt. Now who's going to be the vice president? The never Trumper. The counter revolution is complete. The never Trumper has become the successor to Trump. The never Trumper from 16 that we hated, that we fought against. The epitome of it. Backed by voting for the guy backed by Bill Kristol. He came from Yale Law School. He did a documentary for Netflix. He was a contributor for CNN. He worked at the American Enterprise Foundation or American Enterprise Institute, AEI. He is now the vice president, the successor, the heir apparent of the Trump revolution, the never Trumper. If that doesn't tell you that we failed, I don't know what does. I don't know how much clearer it could get. And people say, well, he changed. Well, you know what? After Mike Pence's betrayal, after the assassination attempt, after the charges, you actually need to pick somebody that has been with you from the beginning.
Exactly.
I don't think that's a stretch.
Trump doesn't
People say, well,
understand
he's
this.
changed. One, I
No,
don't think
he
that's true.
hasn't. No.
In fact, I know that's not true. But let's put that aside. People say, well, Nick, grow up. People change. You know what? When you're the president getting shot in the face, when you're the president getting charged and impeached and overthrown and cooed, you need a vice president that has always supported you, not a guy that didn't get it for years, then needed your endorsement, and then had an epiphany. You can afford to find somebody else.
The most pandering bullshit
People
you've ever
say,
seen in
who?
your life?
I don't know.
I was like,
But somebody else. It could have been anybody else.
It's We're Not Racist night at the RNC.
They say, pick J.D. Vance.
My
Should it have been Chris
God.
Christie?
Thank
Should it have
God
been
that's
Chris
super
Christie?
sad.
You know, if Chris Christie apologized, could he be the VP? What about Nikki Haley? Nikki Haley endorsed Trump. Should she be the VP? Maybe she's changed. J.D. Vance was a Trump hater. Then J.D. Vance decided he was going to run for Senate, and he couldn't do that without Trump's endorsement, which he eventually got. And then the people that got him that endorsement, J.D. Vance doesn't return their phone calls because he don't give a shit. So if that doesn't tell you that a counter revolution has occurred to subvert and take over the Trump administration from within, you're not paying attention. Look at the people closest to him. His campaign manager, Chris LaCivita, after January 6th, was calling for the 25th Amendment to be invoked and Trump removed from office. You could go to his Twitter.
Yeah, the RNC is doing the
all of his
DEI
likes.
convention.
Chris LaCivita, the campaign manager, his likes after January 6th are all tweets saying Trump should be removed. Trump is a criminal. Trump is an insurrectionist. Now he's running the campaign. Susie Wiles, the other campaign advisor, to this day will not admit the election was stolen. J.D. Vance, the vice president, was a never Trumper. It's not that he didn't vote for Trump, which he didn't. He was a never Trumper. He said Trump is Hitler-like, racist, noxious, toxic. And who else is sitting with Donald Trump? Tucker Carlson, who texted his friends after January 6th, Trump is a demon. Trump is a destroyer. He's like the devil. And I can't wait until he's out of office. I can't wait until he's gone and we don't have to talk about him.
We're actually in hell right now.
This is after Trump was shot at, impeached, betrayed by Pence, and undermined by his own administration in the first term. This is who he surrounds himself with. This is who's running his campaign. This is his vice president. This is who's in a stable in the stands at the convention. It's unreal.
Figuratively, at least.
After you get shot at, you need to surround yourself with loyalists, okay? After you get charged, you need to surround yourself with loyalists. After you get impeached, you need to surround yourself with loyalists. After somebody publishes a front page editorial in the New York Times saying, I'm in the deep state, I work for Trump and I'm sabotaging him, you need to surround yourself with loyalists. Not people that had the epiphany when they needed an endorsement. Not people that turn around to run your campaign when it was clear you were not defeated. I would understand if you had one person, you know, maybe they weren't always for Trump, but maybe they came around, but it's literally everybody. And they have completely different priorities than Trump. And J.D. Vance getting nominated just proves that, to be the VP, that is. And who's going to take over after Trump? J.D. Vance with his Indian wife. And, you know, look, I'm not a racist guy, so I'm not saying, like, ignorantly, oh, you have an Indian wife, F you. I'm saying, what kind of values? What kind of values does a man have to marry somebody that far outside your race who isn't even a Christian? It says something about your values. I'm sorry, but you know, people say he's this rural guy from Ohio. You know something? I was raised differently. I was raised with the values that, you know, my parents kind of do expect me to marry. I mean, I don't want to throw my parents under the bus. They'd be fine if I didn't. But it is a value that you marry someone that's like you. You marry someone that's like you. You marry someone that's like the kind of people that you grew up with and like your parents. And you marry a Christian. What kind of man marries somebody that isn't a Christian? What kind of man marries somebody named Usha?
I don't agree with that. Like,
Clearly,
I don't
he
care who
doesn't
people
value
marry,
his
but,
racial
like,
identity, his heritage. Clearly, he doesn't value his religion. He doesn't marry a woman that professes Jesus Christ. What does that say about him? So
they're replaying The Socialist right now.
you know, that's just a big problem. And not only that, but he's a never Trumper.
That guy was the keynote.
And his values are not consistent. I heard today that he went on TV and was calling for Iran to be bombed. I'm going to pull it up and see if I could find it. Oh, let's see. Let me see if I could find it really quickly, because somebody said he went and called for war with Iran.
We want to know one thing. What are you doing to help American workers?
But I don't know if that's true because I didn't see it. Does anybody have the clip?
Head of the Teamsters from earlier tonight at the Republican National Convention with his message to the Republicans who have gathered here in Milwaukee. About 50,000 people is what they've expected for this week in this.
See if I can find it.
And there are over 2,400 delegates who gathered here today for the opening
Whoops.
day of the convention.
Here we go. I got it on Fox. So let's watch. This is J.D. Vance's first interview. since he became the VP.
Now, Marine, Senator, author of the massive big hit, both in a book form and movie, Hillbilly Elegy, is the Republican vice presidential nominee, J.D. Vance. Sir, how are you?
Good, man. How are you?
Good to see you.
Good to see
I'm
you.
sure you've had a very slow day today.
Yeah, that's right. Nothing happened. Pretty boring.
Nothing happened. Pretty boring day. Let's talk about the process.
Sure.
A lot of questions for you, obviously. What was it like? Because the last couple of
speed this
days,
up.
well, it's down to 2, you and Senator Rubio. What was that like for you?
You know, I just try to enjoy right. What an honor to be considered. If it had been Senator Rubio, obviously Marcus is a good guy, he's a good friend. So I try to just have a good attitude about it. You know, my family's very excited, obviously asking a lot of questions. I will say, Sean, I hope I'm not betraying too many confidences here, but when the president called me today to actually formally offer me to become the vice president nominee, which just sounds crazy, my 7-year-old son was sort of making noise in the background. You know, I get so embarrassed. It's like, oh my God, Donald Trump's asking me to be vice
So
president.
the phone rings, he calls you, and you're like, okay, this is the call, or maybe not the call.
Well, maybe it's a bad call, right? It's the call. Who
So
knows whether it's good or
Trump
bad.
just
But
called
then he
him
actually has me put
today.
my 7-year-old son on the phone. You think about this. Everything that's happened.
Trump
I just got
could
shot
have
a couple
changed
days
his
ago,
mind.
and
It didn't
my
have to be
7-year-old
J.D.
is a moment.
Vance.
And what did he actually say?
You know, he just said, look, I think I'm going to go save this country. I think you're the guy who can help me in the best way. You can help me govern. You can help me win. You can help me in some of these Midwestern states like Pennsylvania, Michigan, and so forth. And he said rightfully that we have been very, very close for a long time, but especially since I endorsed you in 2022. And I would not have won that race without Donald Trump's endorsement. And the president's trust then and his partnership since then has been something I value a great deal.
Let me ask you, you know this happens all the time. You get announced and incoming begins. Let's go over some of it. Please. And not questions you haven't heard before, new would be asked. All of them are fairly predictable, but I think Americans want the answers. Sure. Let me go back to, for example, after he announced this, the media, I'm starting to read every article, right? Yeah. And criticizing you that, here's a guy, this came out of Ohio, his support for a national abortion ban and his twisted belief that women should stay in violent marriages for the benefit of their children exemplifies his dangerous extremism. He's not just wrong for Ohio, he's wrong for the country. I actually saw those articles this weekend, and I said, why would I wait? I wanted to know the answer. I called you. Yeah. How do you address that?
Well, look, Sean, first of all, Democrats have completely twisted my words here. And as you know, both me and my mom actually were victims of domestic violence. When they say that, Vance is supporting women staying in violent marriages, I think it's shameful for them to take a guy with my history and my background and say that that's what I believe. It's not what I believe. It's not what I said. And I think, Sean, it's evidence of the Democrats' complete inability to talk about the future. What are Republicans running on? Delivering the peace and prosperity that Donald Trump already delivered in his 4 years. What are Democrats running on? Lies and complete distortions of people's records. That is something I think the American people are reject. They're too smart for.
I said on January 2nd when the year started, I said, let me tell you what this year's going to be like. And I try to give a perspective to my audience. It's not my first rodeo. It's right, JD. And I said, the Democrats are going to try to make this election about, democracy in peril. How often have we heard that? Meanwhile, they might want to disenfranchise every primary voter that they had. And they wanted to get Donald Trump off the ticket in some states. Another example, it would be about January 6th. It would be about abortion. We hate Donald Trump. Exactly right. Can they run on the issue? Is the country better off than it was 4 years ago?
Of course they can't, Sean. They can't run on that at all. And they can't run on the issue of, is the world more peaceful than it was 4 years ago? Remember when Donald Trump left office, you had real growing peace movements all over the world. Abraham Accords that showed real promise of uniting the Israelis with some of the Sunni Arab states. There was no war in Europe. Asia looked like it was under pretty good control. And 3 years later, it seems like we have a conflict in every corner of the world. And Americans are poor, Sean. You know a little about my background. I grew up in a poor family. I remember when my grandmother, who raised me, she used to negotiate with the Meals on Wheels people to give her additional food so that she could feed me. How does a family like that deal with Joe Biden's grocery price inflation? How does a family like that deal with gasoline and energy price inflation? It's gotten more expensive just to live a good life in this country. Donald Trump and I want to make that better, and we have policies to make it better. Democrats have lies and distortions, and again, I don't think the American people are going to reward that.
I had an opportunity to talk to Donald Trump, and I knew this question would come up actually for almost every person that was under consideration, and that was past comments that you had made about him. And when I'll tell you after what his response was.
B, can we do it tomorrow? I already met my goal for tonight. I don't feel like yelling.
I
appreciate you, but can we do it tomorrow? I'm going to wrap up pretty soon. I've been streaming for 7 hours.
And that he's America's Hitler, and you compared him to a cultural
You can
heroine.
come give me money tomorrow, though.
And I'll tell you Trump's response, but you said that then. What do you say to people that say, well, wait a minute, what did he mean?
Well, Sean, I don't hide from that. I was certainly skeptical of Donald Trump in 2016, but President Trump was a great president. And he changed my mind.
So he's either Hitler or he's an a-hole. Well, I was skeptical.
I think he changed the minds of a lot of Americans because, again, he delivered that peace and prosperity. If you go back to what I thought in 2016, another thing that was going on, Sean, is I bought into the media's lies and distortions. I bought into this.
Yeah, he realized that Trump, just like the liberal media, he realized that Trump is not
Thank you for your
what he said he
understanding,
was.
B. I'll insult you tomorrow.
Like, let's just be very honest. Just like the New York Times is no longer afraid of Trump, for the same reason J.D. Vance is no longer afraid of Trump. And by the way, J.D. Vance clearly went on Ozempic because look at how fat he is here versus skinny. But J.D. Vance, when Trump was saying ban Muslims, build a wall, kick out the illegals, Vance said he's Hitler. Then when Trump got in and cut taxes and, banned Obamacare, then J.D. Vance said, oh, maybe he's not Hitler. So it's not like he came around to Trump. It's that Trump, he realized that Trump was not actually a threat to the liberal status quo.
This idea that somehow he was going to be so different, a terrible threat to democracy. It was a joke. Joe Biden is the one who's trying to throw his political opposition in jail. Joe Biden is the one who's trying to undermine American law and order. President Trump did a really good job. And I actually think it's a good thing when you see somebody you were wrong about him, you ought to admit the mistake and admit you were wrong.
When I brought it up to him, he said,
I can't wait for this.
Okay, when I brought it up to him, he said, yeah, he goes, but he doesn't think that way now, does he? So he actually had a very good sense of humor about it. Also says a lot about him, and he understands. Were you as political back then?
Not really, Sean. I mean, my book came out in 2016, Hillbilly Elegy. It's really sort of the story of growing up in poverty, achieving the American dream, starting out in business. And I really didn't care that much about politics. I certainly had views. I was a Republican, but I was not as nearly as involved, obviously, as I am today. And again, it's something that really changed for me, and I think for a lot of Americans, is we saw the results of the Trump presidency compared to the obsessive, deranged media reaction in 2019 and 2020. Like, what's going on? What's so bad about this guy that he's delivered rising wages for American workers and peace in the world?
Yeah, we know he didn't deliver. We know. That's what he's saying. He's like, you know, the media warned us that things would actually change, but they really didn't. That's what he's saying. Hello, are you listening? Trump said, like, we're going to have radical change. Everybody was terrified of that. Then there wasn't radical change because he was subverted by the GOP and by his personnel. No, the wall was not built. It's an 18-foot fence. They didn't build nearly enough of it. NAFTA was not thrown out. NATO was not disbanded. We did not make allies with Russia. We did not end any of the wars. The troops did not come home.
I almost went to this.
And they say, oh, well, it was a big success.
Oh,
Illegal and legal immigration didn't
didn't
come
go.
down, contrary to what people say.
Oh, God, that
I
would
could
have been
back that up.
hell.
Why is the media so obsessed with him? I think a lot of Americans actually had a similar awakening over the last few years because you compare the results with the reaction. And clearly, the people with the reaction to the problem, it's not President Trump's problem.
No, a lot of people forget
Crazy.
too. Back in the first debate, I believe it was, and Kamala Harris was on the stage with Joe Biden at the time, and she said, "I was that girl." If you remember that moment, it was a very hard-hitting moment. What she was referring to is the fact that Joe Biden had partnered with a former Klansman and tried to stop the integration of public schools. Joe Biden's words: he didn't want those schools to become racial jungles. And Kamala Harris basically said Joe Biden wouldn't want a little black girl like me to live in her neighborhood. He also palled around with Klansmen. She said this months before she joined his ticket, Sean. I said some bad things about Donald Trump 10 years ago, but I think it's actually important to be able, again, to admit that you're wrong. I think you can make a good case to the American people who may have been skeptical of the president back in 2016, who can be skeptical now that we've seen the results. All right, let's talk about it a little bit.
Yeah.
And I think these are important times and
Imagine
consequential
if
times.
told me
And
in
we
the
see what's happening with the
audience,
border, for example. I think it's now become the number one national
speaking, I
security
would
threat.
have been like,
And we have nearly 11 million
I
unvetted
would
Joe
have-
Biden
I would
illegal
have
immigrants
been
in this country.
losing
What should we
it.
do with them? Well, so we have to
I
deport
may
people. We
have
have to deport people
yelled
who
during
broke our
the
laws, who came in here
meeting,
and
like,
start with
you
the violent criminals. And
fucking
President Trump has
retard.
been very, very effective at communicating on this.
And I would have got kicked
Do you
out.
see what I'm saying? Okay, so we have like
Everyone
40
would have been
million
mad at
illegals,
me.
25 to 40
Even though
million
I'm right.
illegals. And they say, so what are we going to do? JD Vance says, well, we have to deport them.
See,
Let's
I
start
told
with
you
the
guys,
criminal,
I told
violent,
you guys, when I was supposed to go to the RNC, I had a guest pass to the RNC. I was going to get to be in there and everything. And then everything started conspiring, where like the hotel kept getting fucked up and like stuff with like just like all these like accidents where like just he kept conspiring to say like maybe you shouldn't go to the RNC. Just like everything kept going wrong. And so finally I was like, you know, I really want to go to the RNC and I can go to the RNC. And even my friend texted me literally last night and he was like, or like 2 nights ago, it's like, Carlin, are you sure you don't want to come? Because I can still get you into the RNC. And I was like, man. And I was like, I really wanted to go because it was like right after Trump had gotten assassinated. So I was like this close to going. And I was like, man, but like, it's like the universe sends you signs. The universe sends you signs and signals that sometimes it's just not the right thing to do. And if I like, you guys would have been like listening to me yell on live TV, like sometimes things just work out for the best. You have to pay attention when the universe is telling you no. You listen because it's all in your greater good.
Enforcement, and we're going to prioritize the violent illegals. Local law enforcement is not going to go door to door deporting tax-paying working illegals.
Donnie,
they're probably going to.
I ragged on Clint's ass so bad on the stream I did about Destiny last night. I called Clint a conservative all the time. I said over and over and over again, and I had a lot of people listening to me too. I said over and over and over again that Clint like was a sore loser that lost the VP nomination, that was blocking people on Twitter because they said things he didn't like. Anyway, let's listen. I do want to hear JD Vance say the Iran thing.
And we have close to 100,000 Americans dying of drug overdoses every single year. Most of it is brought in by Mexican drug cartels, manufactured in China, and brought in by these cartels. To be personal, you know, my mom struggled with addiction for a big chunk of my early life. That's why my grandmother, who I call Mama, raised me. But the coolest thing, maybe the greatest blessing of my life, is that my mom is about to celebrate 10 years sober. And she is able to celebrate 10 years sober, frankly, because the poison that's coming across the border now wasn't coming across in such large numbers 15 years ago. You're depriving America.
Donnie, did you know that Clint said yesterday on a Twitter space that he never endorsed Trump and didn't know if he was going to vote for him? I swear to God.
Guy to stop this, and if we don't stop it, we're gonna lose a generation of young kids.
You know, when I saw you in Atlanta, I said I felt a little embarrassed because I was one of the few Americans, because most people knew Hillbilly Elegy. It was a massive bestseller that became a movie, and I literally read at least a book a day researching radio and television, and so I decided I'd watch the movie. And when I saw you, I did ask you, is this really what your life was? Appalachia, and this is the history of your life. Appalachia, you become a Marine. By the way, your mom was a drug addict and an alcoholic. Your father, not exactly the greatest father in the world, and you grew up poor. You had an amazing grandmother that came out of your life too. But then you joined the Marines. You served in Iraq. You came out of school. You went to Ohio State. You went to Yale. You prospered at Yale. Then you went on to be successful in business. Which, by the way, Democrats are criticizing you for. They wish you failed, I guess, when they wrote that, considering where you came from, it's the American dream. And then, you know, you got into politics and you did so successfully. A pretty amazing story. Give us some texture and context to that life. I mean, that's a tough life you had.
You guys, it was tough in a lot of ways, but bless my mom, she could afford her medic, and you know,
as president should be.
Sure. Well, look, Sean, I think it's very simple. Number one, you need to support the president in enacting the agenda, whether it's going and meeting with foreign leaders, whether it's working with the Senate and the House to get legislation passed. The president can't be everywhere. Even Donald Trump can't be everywhere. So you've got to be a person he can trust, he can rely on to actually advance the agenda. That's the most important job. Of course, if something, God forbid, happens, you got to be ready to step into that office. That's one of the most important roles of the vice president. But I think Donald Trump, very healthy, going to serve for 4 very good years. But we've got to have Republicans who are helping him with the agenda. You remember this as well as anybody, Sean. As successful as he was politically, even after he was elected, certain Republicans didn't want to actually enact the America First agenda. You've got to have leaders in Washington who are supporting him, not fighting against him.
Let's talk about an occasion where you might disagree with him. Sure. How do you view your role in terms of handling that moment?
It's very simple, Sean. I think you owe it to the president to be honest with him if you don't think he's doing the right thing, if you disagree with him, but you do it in private. You offer your counsel in private, because a lot of the vultures in the press, they will blow up every public.
So you've got my colleagues right here. I call them state-run media.
No, they absolutely are state-run media. In fact, they're so state-run that even after President Trump was shot and he showed a remarkable amount of unity and defiance and calmness, they blamed him.
So let's talk about, I'm sure in the course of this process, it had to go through your head.
Yeah,
God forbid.
Clint claims he didn't support Trump, but he was mad
Are you ready?
At a vision and you need to do it.
Trump age, Secret Service. I got to know Secret Service. People willing to sacrifice their life. Just a mere 130 unnoticed apparently, except by people in the crowd.
Of course, terrible. But the reverberations.
I want to hear about
Iran.
I'm going to end the
stream.
Is assuming that in 115 days, early voting starts in about 64 days. Right? In Pennsylvania State, you know very well. Right. Let's start with immigration. What do we do with the nearly 11 million unvetted illegal immigrants? And I might add, many coming from countries with terror ties like Syria and Iran and Afghanistan, and people from Venezuela and Egypt, and tens of thousands from China and Russia. What could happen? Is there an orderly way to say, if you didn't come in legally, we will escort you home?
Yes, there is. First of all, we've got to stop the flow to begin with. Joe Biden has thrown open the southern border. President Trump had it under control. We've got to stop the flow to begin with. Now, what do you do with the 11 million people? I actually think it's probably more than 11 million people who are here right now. Number one, you start with the most violent people, the people who have criminal records, and you've got to be willing to deport them. Number two,
how do we find them?
Well, I think a lot of them we actually know where they are, Sean. That's what the crazy thing about the Biden administration is. They let people in, they give them asylum, and we actually know that these people are sort of out there in our country. Some will be hard to find, sure, but a lot of them you actually can find just if you actually try to look, which is what the Biden administration has done. The second thing, Sean, is we've got to make it hard for illegal aliens to work in our country. It undercuts the wages of American workers. It invites more people to come in illegally. And if you make it hard for people to work, a lot of them are going to go back anyway. And you do those two things, I think you can go a long way to solving the problem. But you got to stop the flow. That's the most important thing.
See, so this is what I'm talking about. Everybody is talking about Trump. They're saying, when Trump gets elected, you're going back. You have 6 months because Trump says we're going to carry out the largest deportation in American history. Do you know what it would require to deport millions of people? It would require a unique task force under the Department of Homeland Security, not local law enforcement. It would require a massive expansion of ICE, maybe even a new unique division. You would need to hire more people. You would need money to do it. You would need a sweeping mandate. And you know what would happen? It would involve, yes, indeed, going door to door and rounding up a lot of people. And the media would be attacking every single day. It would be relentless. Just like in 2018, when there were the kids in cages and family separation, do you remember the relentless media onslaught? And then eventually Trump called Stephen Miller and told them to stop. It would be that on steroids. So if there's going to be a massive deportation, they need to be gearing people up and getting ready. It would need to be a big, ambitious, bold, central plan. When they ask, how are we going to deport people? And they say, we're going to prioritize the violent illegals and we're going to do E-Verify. That tells you they are not serious. Okay. If they were serious, what they would say is it's going to be unpopular. The media is not going to like it. We are going to expand ICE. We are going to ask Congress for $1 billion. We are going to hire 50,000 border agents. Like that is what it would sound like if they were even remotely serious about deporting more than 1 million or 2 people. But when they say, how are you going to deport the 11 million, there's like probably 23 million at least. When they say, how are you going to deport 11 million? And the response is prioritize violent illegals and do E-Verify. You know they are not serious. They will not deport anybody. They will not be. Local law enforcement won't do it. Congress will never pass mandatory E-Verify. It's never going to happen. Republicans wouldn't ask Democrats for mandatory E-Verify in September. When Republicans and Democrats were facing down the government shutdown deadline on September 30th, 2023, the debate was whether there would be included in the appropriations bill E-Verify. Republicans wouldn't even bring it to the negotiating table. That's why Kevin McCarthy is no longer the speaker, because Kevin McCarthy would not even allow E-Verify to be included in the appropriations bill as part of the border security concessions as a starting point in negotiations. So when they say we need to make it harder to work, they mean E-Verify, but he will never say mandatory E-Verify because they won't get it. So what they are going to get is the regular policy. Even Biden deports criminal illegal aliens. Even Biden deports violent offenders. So when they say we're going to carry out the largest deportation force, how are you going to do it? Local law enforcement will prioritize violent illegals. That's what Biden is doing. That's what Trump was doing. That's what Obama was doing. And when they say E-Verify, it's something Republicans have always talked about. They've never gotten. They won't get it now. That's probably why he didn't even talk about it. So that's just how, and like that, all of that is true, but no one will disagree with that. If you ask Mark Krikorian from CIS, who doesn't even like me, if you ask Federation for American Immigration Reform, if you ask any anti-immigration group, if you ask Ann Coulter hates my guts. Ann Coulter's not a racist. Ann Coulter's a fag hag, liberal.
Ann Coulter
she would say the
black
same
men.
thing. Ann Coulter would say the same thing I'm saying now. Peter Brimelow would say any anti-immigration, or rather immigration restrictionist advocate would tell you the exact same thing that I'm telling you now. When they say there's a large deportation force, yeah, that and $1 will buy you a cup of coffee. And when they listen to this, we have to make it harder to work here and prioritize violent offenders. That is a political jack-off. They're not deporting anybody. So, please spare me all that.
We go to the issue of the economy. Let's talk
And they
about
know
maybe some
that.
Americans that you do know. People in Appalachia, poor people. There was a study that came out. 25% of Americans had to forego meals in the last year. Nearly 2/3 of Americans say that they're literally gasping for air and having a hard time making ends meet every month. What is the best way to get America to economic prosperity quickly? How do you do it? Number one, you've got to unleash American energy. President Trump is so strong in this.
Unleash
What?
American energy. Do you ever notice they always say the same phrases?
It doesn't even make sense.
Unleash
as an
American
answer.
energy.
How do you get
energy
more money to
dominance?
more people?
Unleash American energy.
Really?
Energy dominance. Unleash.
Oh
Because
my God.
Big Oil wrote on a napkin, here, bitch. This is what everyone's going to say. Here, bitch. This is what we're all going to say. Unleash American dominance. Energy dominance. Unleash American energy dominance. We're going to be energy dominant.
I hate everyone.
You ever notice they all say the same thing? How are we going to bring down inflation? Unleash America. And guess what? The fracking is tapped, okay? Global oil production has not been increasing for 20 years. It's just that the shale oil boom occurred, okay? We were getting to the point in 2005, 2008 when global oil production was not rising with demand.
I want to hear the Iran thing, and I
and
want
it
to
was
go to bed.
tapering off and slowing. And then what happened is that we discovered shale because the price per barrel blew past $100 and kept going up. It made fracking economical, and we found these reserves in Texas and North Dakota. Then we started fracking, but fracking is becoming more expensive because when you begin fracking, it's cheaper and it's easier to exploit. But the more that you tap these reserves, the more difficult and more expensive it becomes. So, this like, well, we're just going to keep fracking. We're just going to keep, this is not actually a long-term solution, okay? The era of cheap energy is coming to an end soon. We're not going to run out of fossil fuels, but the era of cheap energy probably coming to an end. And this is exacerbated by what's happening with Russia. I don't know how this changes anything. Russia's natural gas supplies are really off of the market. LNG is stretched because the pipeline was taken down. There's not a lot of LNG out there. It is more expensive. Liquefied natural gas, which is shipped over on ships. And Europe has to replace the cheap natural gas they were getting via pipeline from Russia with LNG. So the LNG is stretched. The idea that it's like, we just have to deregulate, that's actually not like a super long-term solution.
We had energy independence. Joe Biden has destroyed it. We could have energy dominance. We could be the main source of energy in the world. For Europe, absolutely. And that would actually weaken Russia and Iran and some of these other regimes. We're sitting on the Saudi Arabia of natural gas in Ohio and Pennsylvania. Joe Biden would rather buy the stuff from Iran than buy it from Pennsylvania workers. It doesn't make it an ounce of sense, Sean. The other thing is you've got to reinvigorate the manufacturing economy. The biggest contrast the media doesn't talk about between Joe Biden and President Trump is President Trump was right about every single disaster that Joe Biden was wrong about. NAFTA destroyed the manufacturing economy in Pennsylvania, Michigan. A real estate developer from New York, Donald Trump, was actually right about that issue. Letting China into the World Trade Organization. Joe Biden supported it.
Conservatives on Twitter think that I'm a Democrat because I said that we're not racist night at the RNC. What morons!
How do we correct the mistakes of our broken leadership class? Let's talk about.
So the question was, how do we fix the economy? Oil.
I hate them.
Really?
So
not tariffs?
much.
We're not going to put tariffs on China. We're not going to bring back manufacturing. No tariffs, no border control. If I were going to rebuild the economy, I'd say let's put tariffs on everybody. Let's put tariffs on China. Let's put tariffs on all these countries that are exporting their goods. I would say stop this nearshoring scam. The nearshoring, friendshoring thing is a scam. You know, they say we are reducing our reliance on China because we're moving our operation. American companies are moving their operations to friendly nations. That's why they call it friendshoring, like India or Vietnam or Mexico. But what's happening is that China is still doing most of the manufacturing. It's just that the last stage in the production process is now completed in India or Vietnam. So from step 1 to step 50, it's in China, but then in step 51, it's in Vietnam or India, and then it gets shipped to America. So we're importing from a friendly country. And by the way, all the manufacturing is still going to every other country. It's not actually coming back to America. The CHIPS Act, all this stuff, it's not enough. We're not going to be building chips in America. It's not economical. There's not an ecosystem. There needs to be a much, much, much stronger commitment to rebuilding American industry than the 3 Biden the infrastructure bill, what do you call it? The CHIPS Act and the Inflation Reduction Act. You need a much bigger commitment to rebuilding workshops, and you need to support a total ecosystem to build chips, not just the paltry amount of money they appropriated with the CHIPS Act. And it's still not economical to build these plants. They are building some of the plants. It's not economical. It doesn't make any sense. So there's no talk about chips. There's no talk about infrastructure. There's no talk about tariffs. There's no talk about trade. It's just energy. It's a big gimme to fracking. It's a big gimme to oil.
Foreign policy, and I won't call it the Vance doctrine because it'll be the Trump doctrine. Okay, but let's go over some of the hotspots in the world. I, for the life of me, don't understand Joe Biden's policy towards Iran. I don't understand why he allows China to have spy balloons. And
Here we go. This is when he talks about Iran.
Maneuverings against our Air Force and international airways and our Navy and international waterways. Why Russia got a waiver for Nord Stream 2 pipeline, for example. But we've got a lot of hotspots in the world. Yes. We've been very outspoken on the issue of Ukraine. Yep. Hundreds of billions of dollars in Joe Biden. And then I would argue that Joe Biden surrendered in the war on terrorism with Hamas by not supporting Israel further in their offensive moves after the worst terror attack in their history. Let's get your overall view. Let's look at these hotspots: Ukraine, Iran, the war in the Middle East.
Yeah. So first of all, Sean, I served in the United States Marine Corps for 4 years. One of the things I'm proudest of, the most important part, I think, of the Trump doctrine and foreign policy is you don't commit America's troops unless you really have to. But when you do, you punch and you punch hard. I think that's the way that you respect America's brave men and women who are serving.
Right.
Now, let me say something about
when you say that. Does that, like, for example, how President Trump beat the caliphate? With overwhelming force, and it was done pretty fast.
How President Trump beat the caliphate, beat ISIS, which people said literally couldn't be done, and he did it in a matter of months. But also Iran, Sean. A lot of people recognize that we need to do something with Iran, but not these weak little bombing runs. If you're going to punch the Iranians, you punch them hard, and that's what he did when he took out Soleimani. By the way, that action, people said that it would lead to broader war. It actually brought peace. It actually checked the Iranians and slowed them down a little bit. But did not say something about this Iran issue, because maybe the most important diplomatic breakthrough of the Trump administration was the Abraham Accords.
Wow. So that's Vance. That's your based VP. We need to bomb Iran. Seriously? The Trump doctrine is that, when you go to war hard, and we need to bomb Iran.
Everyone know why I had a problem with this now?
That's crazy. That's your VP. There it is. What's the proposal? Nothing about a wall. Hello. What are you going to do about illegals? Nothing about a wall. Nothing about tariffs. Nothing about trade. Nothing about immigration. Nothing about what are we going to do with illegals? E-verify and deport violent illegals. That was Mitt Romney's. When Mitt Romney said they're going to self-deport, it was about E-verify. So this is Romney, okay? Just so you understand, this is Romney. Prioritize violent illegals by deporting them. Whoa, that's so radical. That's Romney. We got to make it harder for them to work. E-verify, Romney. And they don't even want it anymore, and they're not going to get it. How do we fix the economy? Oil. That's the GOP. That's been the GOP forever. Oil, not tariffs, not the CHIPS Act, not an infrastructure bill. Remember what Trump said? We're going to do an infrastructure bill. We're going to build roads, bridges, highways, and we're going to pay for it with tariffs. No, now it's just drill. Just deregulate energy so we can have more oil.
So stupid.
More mining, more drilling. And then war. The Trump doctrine is bomb Iran now? Really? Bomb Iran? No, actually, that's one of the things that Trump made worse. Trump set us up for the present crisis because Trump ripped up the JCPOA. And then Consequently, what do you think happened when we ripped up the Iran nuclear deal?
I don't think you're smart enough to be on this channel.
Iran started enriching uranium, which
me, not
made
you.
the Israelis insecure,
You want to go to World
which
War
increased the
III?
chance of conflict.
You want us to bomb Iran? Are you fucking retarded?
Trump killing Soleimani did not deter Iran. In what way did that deter Iran? And they were talking about bombing Iran during the lame duck period from November to January 2020.
Surrounded by idiots.
So that's unbelievable. Well, it's not unbelievable. It's not surprising at all that JD Vance and his BFFs, who do you think benefits when we go to war with Iran? Palantir.
You
the
literally
Pentagon,
did say that.
the
Yeah,
CIA,
did.
and who did the
Several times
Pentagon and the
over.
CIA give their contracts to? Palantir, run by Peter Thiel, JD Vance's mentor. JD Vance is a Marine from Yale with Peter Thiel from Palantir, a major contractor for the Pentagon and the intel community. And we're supposed to believe this guy's going to be anti-war. This guy's going to be against illegal immigration. The only reason, by the way, the only reason they're against the war in Ukraine is because they recognize there needs to be an off-ramp. They know they lost. They know it's over. They recognize there needs to be an off-ramp. There's even elements inside, clearly, the American security state that are seeking an off-ramp. And they think that Trump is going to be the guy to do it. Not all of them are aligned, but clearly there are some elements because they're leaking to the press all the time. Rand Corporation comes out and says it's an unwinnable war. And that's why JD Vance says it. And I'm sure in part it's because we need the missiles to send to Israel, not Ukraine. We have a limited supply of defensive missiles. We have a limited supply of those types of munitions.
Night one of the RNC,
and if they're all going to Ukraine to support this war, we're literally going to run out because we don't make them. We don't make them as fast as Russia makes them. We don't really even make them at all.
Oh my God.
And so we recognize that if we're going to keep replenishing Israel's stockpile of missiles and munitions, it can't all be going to Ukraine. I wouldn't be surprised if, in part, they are seeking an off-ramp from the war in Ukraine because we need to better supply Israel. Because you can't print missiles, and we don't make missiles anymore. And you can't give them all. Ukraine has a huge appetite for missiles, and all the stockpiles in Europe are running out. We're running out. They're running out. They're using way too many of them. Russia makes more of them, 4-1, 10-1, what we make in a given week or year. So it's no surprise that JD Vance wants to bomb Iran. This is your VP. Bomb Iran. Really? Unreal. He becomes a vice president. Now he wants to bomb Iran. So yeah, I just don't even know what we're fighting for anymore. People defend all of this. People defend any of this. Trump says we're going to give green cards to every foreign student. Vance says we're going to bomb Iran. They don't even talk about building a wall. They don't even talk about trade. They just want to unleash energy and deepen the Paul Ryan tax cuts. And the RNC is an endless parade of based black guys, some Indian song, a slut with a face tattoo. JD Vance is a never Trumper spook. The campaign is being run by never Trumpers. And people say, if you criticize this, you're disloyal. People say, if you criticize this, it's treachery. If you criticize this, you're not trusting the plan. Well, you're blackpilling. Well, you're purity spiraling. I'm sorry. These are all the facts.
Nick is right.
So I think Trump has a remarkable story. I think he's a remarkable human being. I think there's a mythology of Trump. If you edit the story a certain way, it's pretty remarkable. But the political legacy is extremely complicated.
It was the union guy at the end. I'm going to make
I think
a
at this
clip
point
of it,
exceedingly negative.
but it was the guy at the very end, the union, the bald guy from the unions.
And
He
if
spoke
JD
for like
Vance is the
20
vice
minutes.
president, I got a newsflash for you. Project 2025 is not happening.
That's true.
I'm not going to tell you how I know that, but I do know that. I know it for a fact. If JD Vance is the vice president with his best friend, Susie Wiles, and Don Jr., Project 2025 is not going to happen. There will be no base chief of staff. There will be no based guy in PPO. Vance is going to exert a lot of control over the transition and the personnel with Susie Wiles, and they're going to fill it up with Teal allies. They're going to fill it up with American Moment and Yoram Hazony's guys and Palantir guys, all the guys that Peter Thiel hired after January 6th are now going to be brought into the White House, and none of the good ones. So this is a severe crisis, and it's a very big problem, but nobody has the courage to talk about it because they're either overdosing on cope and they want to believe, or they are bad actors, or they're afraid of Trump. Nobody will talk about this because, one, if they do, they will be ostracized by the people that are doing the hiring. That's one. If I go up and criticize Trump, I'm not going to work in the administration. That's the mentality of a lot of people. That's one. Two, people are very naive and they have the willingness to believe. Maybe they weren't there in 2016. They don't even remember. They're just ignorant. And they say, no, the Trump revolution was always about low black unemployment and E-Verify. And then the last category is people that know that Trump getting elected means that Netanyahu gets his go for broke war against Iran's proxies. Those are your three categories. But anyway, so that's Vance. It's a huge black pill. This is why I've been against Vance from the beginning, okay? Back in 2022, I warned people about this. I warned everybody. Nobody listened. They said I was purity spiraling. They said he's changed.
I've seen him there. I know he's there.
They said I was crazy. They said I was schizo. They said, oh, so what? He was at AEI. So what? He voted for Evan McMullin. I was right. All the political people were wrong, and I was right. All the people that have real serious jobs that are so much smarter than me,
if you want to complain, I'll ban you outright. Don't.
And when I warned everybody about Vance, they said, oh, that's not going to happen. Marjorie's going to be the VP. Yeah, fucking right, idiot. If you know the first thing about politics, you know that was never going to happen ever. It's going to be Marjorie. Okay. No, it was going to be Vance or somebody worse. Or similar, I should say. He's about the worst option you have because he's so smart and capable. The subversion will be extremely effective. So anyway, so that's that. That's your first night of the RNC. We're gonna, I don't know, should we read super chats? I kind of don't want to, and it's
all right. I'm done. I've been streaming for almost 8 hours now, and I wanted to hear what Nick had to say about JD Vance, and now we have, and no matter how well you set up the Republicans, no matter how much momentum they have, no matter they fuck it up every single time. Every single time. The Republicans are not capable of being handed a golden opportunity and not fucking it up. You always have to rely on them to make the worst possible decisions at every single turn. I like Harmeet Dillon. I do. I like Harmeet Dillon a lot. I have no beef with Harmeet Dillon, but it was just weird. It was really weird. And it was the DEI, it was DEI night. They literally had DEI night of all these black people and all these immigrants who couldn't speak English. And then to top, I know I've said this a million times already, but to top it off with a keynote given by a union socialist. He was a socialist. And you're still whining in my chat, which means I'm going to ban you. Goodbye. I told you to stop. You didn't fucking stop. The fact there were 50,000 Republicans in that stadium, and not a single one of them realized they were listening to a socialist talk for 15 minutes. Everyone who watches socialism with me knew what we were listening to. Every single person who comes to my Socialism Saturday streams knew this is why I've said repeatedly, people need to learn the language. People always ask me, they're like, Carlin, what's the value in learning how to speak socialist? Why do you watch all this socialist content? Because when you learn the language, when you become fluent in socialism, you can understand how it shows up in the real world, and you can hear it. You learn to speak the language so you can hear it at the drop of a hat. Every single person who and please confirm in the chat, for people who watch Socialism Saturday with me, was it obvious that union guy at the end was a socialist? Did you have the same experience I did of it was a lot more subtle than the socialist that we watched, but you could still recognize the language, you could still hear what he was doing. He was talking about the bourgeois versus the proletariat. That's what he kept saying. It was the bourgeois versus the proletariat. It's true. 100%. We can recognize them when most people can't. That's why we do this. That's why we do what we do. That's why we watch all that stuff. I mean, no, he was a socialist, Sam. He was not socialist adjacent. He was a socialist. He kept talking about the bourgeois versus the proletariat. He was just using different language. It was so obvious. Well, yeah, all unions are socialist. All of them. Every single one of them. That's not to say that everyone in a union is a socialist, because some people are in unions that they have to be in the unions, and that doesn't mean they're a socialist. But every fucking union leadership, they're all socialist. And the Republicans should have damn well known this. They should have damn well known this. And he didn't have like some rinky-dink slot during the day. He was the prime time keynote. And there were 50,000 Republicans watching him in that stadium. And these are people, remember guys, these are people who complain about socialism all the time. They read books about socialism. They all follow James Lindsay and Mark Levin and all these commentators who talk about socialism all the time. They follow libs of TikTok, so they're convinced they know what the left says and what the left does. But they had an actual socialist as the keynote at their convention, and they couldn't identify it. They had no clue. This is what I keep telling people. We saw it demonstrated right in front of us at the biggest Republican event of the year. They spent all day, they fundraise complaining about socialism and Marxism. But when a Marxist is on their main stage talking about the bourgeois versus the proletariat, but not using the language that they recognize, but we recognized it because we listen to socialist talk all the time. I wish someone would send me $1,000 super chat. Maybe someday. Maybe someday. Oh my God, I cannot believe that. I mean, it was boring up until that point. I wasn't really impressed with it up until that point. But that's just, man, that's just like the icing on the cake. It's the icing on the cake. If anyone is under any illusion that the GOP is going to save you, I really hope that that illusion is now over. I really, really, really do. Now, we're going to keep watching the RNC this week because we have to. We're going to watch the DNC too when that happens. But like, we need to know what the situation is. And I think it's very clear to everyone tonight that the situation with the Republicans is probably far worse than we ever dared imagine it would be. And by the way, guys, I know not all of you like Nick Fuentes. I know that a lot of you disagree with Nick Fuentes on a lot of things. I disagree with Nick Fuentes on some things, but I hope watching him tonight, you understand why I like him and why I'm supporting him. It's not because we agree on everything, because we don't, but Nick gets it. He gets it. Nick was able to identify he was a communist. I don't know if that was because he saw my tweet or if he identified it on his own. I kind of hope he identified it on his own, but I know I did tweet that like literally like 2 minutes before he said it on his stream. So I kind of wonder if he was watching Twitter, but like if he identified it on his own, that's even better. To be honest, he gets it. And he's the only person in a position to remake the conservative establishment. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. What do you think Candace said when Amber went on stage? I don't even want to know what Candace said when Amber went on stage. That was quite something. Amber Rose has replaced me as the Democrat who left the left. God. Whatever. Okay, well, it's almost midnight. I've been streaming for almost 8 hours. Guys, I will be back tomorrow at 5 p.m. We will do day 2 of the RNC. We're going to keep doing this all week. I hope you guys stick with me. Thank you for everyone that sent in a super chat today. Thank you for everyone who bought some merch from the merch store. I really appreciate you guys because, again, I am entirely funded by you guys. I'm 100% grassroots funded because I never took money from them, and I knew better. And it's always been really hard, but like not taking money from those shills is the best. Like tonight confirmed, if nothing else, tonight confirmed that not taking money from these conservative fucking grifting shill organizations was one of the best decisions I ever made. Might be a little harder, but I know you guys have my back. So I appreciate you. All right, guys. Take care. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a good one. And yeah, I guess we'll get ready to do it all over again. Good night, guys.